microphone. Let's try this. Can you hear me now? Am I coming through? Is there sound coming out of the sound holes? Beautiful, excellent. Sorry, well, good thing we did this now and not during the debate, right, gang? Good thing we went live a little early, so that we could have this wonderful tech experience one with another. This is sound in the sound holes. Beautiful, excellent. I'm hoping that it continues to work. Yeah, we got a show for you tonight, gang. So I decided to go live a little early because I wanted to talk to my audience a little bit, do some pre-gaming, if you will. Just relax, kind of get into the groove. I don't normally do one-on-one debates where I am a participant. It's not usually a thing. I've also never interacted with my interlocutor tonight, which is Andrew Wilson, Big Papa Fascist. I've seen him. I've seen very little of his content. A little more now that I checked a few videos out just to see, right? So I'm going in kind of blind here a little bit. It's a very big unknown. I'm not sure what to expect. We are going to be debating violence versus nonviolence when it comes to political movements, which is more efficacious. And we'll talk about that in about 30 minutes. Wicking out, yeah, you are. I sound sulfur, nice to see you. Rena ran that way, nice to see you as well. Spicy cannon fodder. Ratty Ratera, nice to see you as well. Let's see, Omnipotent Rift. Whick is pro-violence in my bedroom. Hell yeah, consensual violence, let's say. Sultan Al-Fafim, I already said hi to you. Could you discuss on AI replacing jobs? I'm not very familiar with AI type stuff, so unfortunately, I am not equipped to talk about that. Dependence, can you hear me now on Kick? Excellent. So we got people in all three places. This is lovely to see. We got my Twitchers, right? My Twitch Wickers, my YouTubers, and my Kickers. Okay, it's nice to see all of you. Okay, yeah. Did you guys enjoy yesterday? Yesterday was a bit of an experiment. I know it eventually got to politics, but that was not the plan, and we were going to be just kind of a chill stream. It's just I like to talk about politics, so it just generally gravitated towards that. But otherwise, we just had kind of a chill dance off. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Noel Elwood, Wick, when you say violence, do you include revolutions? If so, the French and Russian revolutions would probably count. Well, yes, I do conclude revolutions. I include violent regime change, etc. And even then, I would consider nonviolence more efficacious, and I think it could prove it. Now, keep in mind, I am talking post-World War II, after World War II. It is not within the scope of my argument to discuss beforehand, because I think that post-World War II, the world changed in very fundamental ways, which made nonviolence much more efficacious. Mass media, the invention and proliferation of radio, of television, of social media, the internet later on, all these factors, right, came into play to make nonviolence much more of an option, and in fact, I think surpass violence as an option is my argument tonight. Those can be my Patreon tiers, maybe. Temperate takes, maybe. Yeah, no sneaky crusade business. We're not going to go back to 1000 BC to talk about Samaria or whenever the fuck Samaria was. I'm not sure the exact date, right? Like, it's beyond the scope of the discussion. I think the technology has advanced as far enough, and the way we've interacted on the world stage has changed enough that those rules that might have existed no longer apply in a real way. Was the French Revolution based? I think it was like, let's look. The French Revolution resulted in, after only 10 years or so, one of the most authoritarian figures in the world, right? So no, it was not based, as they say. Now, it wasn't like the regime that they revolted against was also not based, right? They were terrible as well. It just wasn't effective and it didn't really work. So I guess there will be no mention of Gandhi. I mean, we could talk about Gandhi, but that is also not crux to my argument. I'm going to be discussing this from a lens of violence as a tool, right? So the morality of it, I'm going to largely set that aside. And even though I would have arguments against it from a moral lens, right? From a moral lens, I think that for my argument, I don't need to. And rather than get bogged down in the morality of it, I can simply point to the efficaciousness of it. And we can go from there. But we'll see, right? $5 from 𝕍𝖎. The problem with violence isn't the results. It can get results faster, but obviously a lot of people will be sacrificed for the cause, eye for an eye. Actually, no. Violence doesn't tend to get results faster. At least empirically, at least not post-World War II. There is very little difference in the timescale, right? Sure, we can point to very fast, very violent revolutions, but we can also point to very fast, non-violent revolutions, right? Where in the space of 100 days or mere months, there was regime change, secession of territory, or anti-occupation that occurred because of non-violence in a very short frame of time. You could probably point to violent insurrections where that occurred as well. But my argument, again, isn't that violence can't work. It obviously can. However, it is less effective than nonviolence, even in non-democracies. I won't give too much of the game away, but that is going to be the crux of my argument. And I think I can demonstrate it empirically, and I can logically, rhetorically also defend this position. But we'll see, right? This is, again, I'm a little nervous. I'll say this. Thank you, liberal professor. Thank you. I am a little nervous because, again, as I said before, I do not usually engage in one-on-one debates that are not on my channel that I am not moderating. So simply the novelty of it and simply the fact that this is going to be a bigger... It's not my audience I'm going in front of as well. It's the Crucible, which I've never been on. So this will be my first exposure to that audience. I want to do well. I want to make sure that I come off at least impressive, right? At least impressive. I think I will. I don't know if I'll win, right? Because the win conditions in a debate like this are different than it would be normally, right? Because his audience is so antithetical to mine in a lot of ways, from what I can tell, right? That means that they have different values, and they're going to be, at least in theory, they're going to butt up against mine. So I'm not looking in this particular exchange to win hearts and minds, right? I am simply looking to establish my position in a well-reasoned manner so that it can be used to show how to effectively counter arguments against it. And I think if I could do that, that counts as victory for me. What are you thinking? Is this about to happen? It's about to happen in about less than 30 minutes. Does that count as about to happen? I don't know. First one to call the cops loses. I mean, if I get swatted for this, I'm going to be weirded out. Sulfur, I'm going to do great. Well, thank you. Requiem expands. Gandhi's nonviolence worked because the British was not on their side. The British saw the world was not on their side. This would not be true for many of the conflicts and wars. That was a factor, obviously, right? I can't speak to the Gandhi situation in particular, but I can say that the reason nonviolence works is because when it works, because it doesn't always work, right? Let's keep in mind that whether it be a violent revolution or a non-violent one, success is never assured. It just never is. You are never going to have a 100% chance. There is no formula that we have found that is 100% effective in order to enact change. But we can point to, right, milestones or things that need to happen in order for most regime changes or most policy positions to change. And again, I'm going to argue this is true globally, whether you are in a democracy or an autocracy. Okay? We can point to pillars of power that support an institution or a regime or a policy position that have to be negated or put pressure on in order to enact change, right? Let me answer some DMs here. Give me a second. Yes. But I will say this. Nonviolence, and I'll give you a little hint, gang. A little taste of my argument, okay? So in both violent and nonviolent means to achieve an end, on a state level, what you need is people. You need support. It doesn't need to be a majority, but it needs to be a certain percentage. I believe the percentage is like 5%, 3%, 10%. It's just relatively small, but the more support you have, right, the bigger that percentage is, the more likely you are going to succeed. The more likely you are going to be able to succeed. So, even from that lens, violence gatekeeps people from being able to join you. Kids, the elderly, the weak, people who are incapable or unwilling to enact violence generally cannot help you as much, right? They can help in little ways. They can help in disruptive ways, but it generally gatekeeps the movement. So by far and large, less people will be on your side and join you, right? Now, with nonviolence, the barrier to entry is far, far less. And therefore, just naturally, it is easier to get people on your side, to get the people power you need in order to put the pressure points on these pillars of power in order to make change. $5 from Fondue. In my opinion, people are predisposed to violence. You aren't special for resorting to it. The real skill is in making and maintaining peace. Well, let's talk about that for a little, right? Even in the cases where violence does work, it often leads to worse outcomes than if it had been a nonviolent means. So if you take up guns and bombs and bats and fists and you win whatever cause you were trying to accomplish, whatever you were trying to do, the likelihood of it continue to be a violent regime, right, is very, very high. However, if you use nonviolent means to achieve those same ends, the likelihood that it is more democratic in nature, while not 100%, is far, far higher. 10 times as likely, right? Depending. Now, again, there are other factors in play. There are other variables that go into this. For example, how democratic was the country before the revolution or before the regime change versus, how long has the conflict been going, etc. Great Sag says, hi. Hi. Is dual wielding chats allowed? Yes, it is. Tri-wielding chats is encouraged, right? There's a lot of factors and variables that go into play. But again, I'm not here to argue that mom violence is always the way, right? There are extreme conditions in which violence is the only answer you have. Case in point, Ukraine and Russia. I don't think Ukraine can resist at this point non-violently. I think it has to. I think it has no other choice. However, those are extreme circumstances, and I think beyond the scope of our discussion. But we'll see. We'll see if he tries to bring that up. Yes, Macho, it is also probably more stable and has a better foundation when done peacefully. Let's be clear, and I want to be clear, non-violence does not equal peaceful. Successful non-violent movements have conflict. They're just not violent conflict, right? So, for example, some non-violent means that are disruptive, combative, and create conflict are things like blocking a highway, blocking traffic, right? You're not doing violence in the traditional sense, the sense we understand violence is, right? You can argue technically everything is violence, blah, 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 but that's retarded. You're retarded if you do that, okay? Just straight up. But it's not, it's a lot different than blowing something up, right? Like, it's a lot different than blowing something up. It's a different thing. But it's still disruptive. Protesting is disruptive. It can be. And it's still nonviolent. Sit-ins, slowdowns, stayaways, right? All of these create conflict, right? They put pressure, when done properly, on the institution or the state that you want to put pressure on. It absolutely does. Again, these are not peaceful things. There is conflict involved. But they are nonviolent. And it is better than violent conflict. There is a substantive difference between violent conflict and nonviolent conflict. And I am here to advocate for nonviolent conflict when the case arises. Rick doesn't have his hoodie. It's going to be a bloodbath. And I don't want to get my hoodie all bloody with fascist blood on me, okay? Right? 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙 says, do you consider Hamas a form of political violence? Absolutely. Hamas is a political violent organization, yes. Or are they more of a terrorist group? I mean, yes, terrorist groups are often politically violent, right? I don't see a distinction. In about 15 minutes, Lauren 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙, I don't know how to say your name. Yeah, about 30 minutes. Or, I'm sorry, 15 minutes. Oh, boom, boom, boom. Let me check my thingies. Let me check my notifications, etc. The abstraction. Sorry about this, gang. Gang. Okay. Yeah, nope. He hasn't sent me the StreamYards link. He's supposed to send me a StreamYards link, and I'm joining up, and then we're going to debate. We'll see, right? Look, I pride myself on trying to be on time. I don't know how everyone else runs their shit, right? Beyond the scope. But I'm hoping it's on time. I'm hoping he doesn't flake on me. I'm hoping he actually shows up because I prepared for this. I'm ready for this. I have very good argumentation here. And I hope it goes well. I'm excited. War never changes. I mean, it has. The pace of war has changed over time. Zulfer says, we get into the weird water when trying to distinguish terrorism from non-terroristic acts. Are incels terrorists? They're ideologically motivated. Oh, Andrew has his stream countdown up. Excellent. So I guess very soon we will be joining him. So yeah, we'll see, right? Once again, we are going to be going to StreamYards. So excuse my boomer ass while I set it up, right? So there's going to be some transition period where you won't be able to see me. And that's because I'm trying to switch scenes, and I don't know. Yeah, I tried to pre-plan these things where I can just hit a button, but it doesn't always work for whatever reason, and so sometimes I have to manually add a scene, etc. So yeah, give it a minute. Can you take constant personal attacks that are sure to come? Did you not see me with Katie yesterday? Like, yes, I am immune. I am inured to constant personal belittling attacks, okay? That is something that I've dealt with my entire streaming career. It is something that is going to happen. I expect it. I yearn for it. Please, send me your slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I will take them, catch them, nom nom, yummy, 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 yummy bullets, yummy slings, yummy arrows. I'm going to eat them up. Yummy in my tummy, right? 5 Canadian dollars from Testicle Johnson. Whick, you once said educated women are a blight on Western society. Could you elaborate on that? No, ask your wife. Let me see. Temperate Takes for $5. I'm assuming from a panel a few days ago that this is just about violence perpetrated by protesters, not about violence instigated by the state. It's both, because violence instigated by the state is also less effective overall, right? Not always. Not always. We can point to Tiananmen Square, right? The violence that the CCP initiated there, the brutality, absolutely effective, right? But again, the consequences of that. Is that something we want? Is that something we want to stand? Probably not. Sulfur said, Billy Basin says, Whick is going full body hard mode tonight, looking like a full body tangerine or full body armadillo. I don't know what that means, but yes, sir. Sulfur says, I think Andrew will be nice. He has a capacity to be. I have seen it. I hope he does. I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out. But you know what would be nice, gang? You know what would be very nice? Gifting subs to the channel. Gifting bits. Some super chats like my wonderful YouTube audience has been giving. More of those, please. Right? Reward me financially for things like this. So, yeah. That if you want me to beat fascism, you have to fund me. Okay? You have to fund me. The more money I get, the more powerful I become in these things. So the more subs you give, the more likely I am to win. The more bits you throw at me, the more likely I am to come in swinging with power and righteousness, right? And non-violently BTFO him. That's just going to happen. That is how it works. Exactly. Crack that wick, right? The only way to be fascism is to become fascist. That's not true at all. But fair enough, right? Do I have time to get a drink? I think I do. Wait, be good, gang. I'm going to get a drink. I will be right back. Okay, apologies, kings and queens. Apologies. I know you were lost without me, but I have returned. Yes, your guardian angel. If a problem comes along, you must wick it. Yes. I am the destroyer of worlds. Okay. All right, Dad's gone. Who brought the slurs? Aw, you tricky chat. Okay. Being all crazy. You know, it's okay. You're in the fighting spirit. You're in the fighting mood. I get it. We're here to fight today. Whick gave BPF home field advantage. It's so fucking over, bruv. Perhaps, right? I do believe in going in front of the king, the wicked king, and preaching truth to power. This is power. To go into the house of the enemy and to speak eloquently and with fiery passion to denounce them publicly. That is power. There are consequences, of course, but I am willing to bear them. We will see. It all hangs in the balance tonight. All of it. Will Whick rise victorious in the debate sphere? Or will he be relegated to the dim darkness of futility and inelegance? There's a better word for that, I'm sure. Coalition building arc in shambles? Maybe. I feel like I never hear people discuss that there's an appropriate amount of violence for someone to experience in their life. Realistically, we all experience violence at some levels in our lives. Oh, what do you mean by that? I'd have to hear you elaborate on a little bit to comment. Yunin says, we believe in you, Whick. We believe in your Whick. I don't know if that was a typo or not. It works either way. And either way, thank you. Creepy Creepo World. Hello with the emotes. Full frame Whick from Prussian Menace. Spoken like a true disciple of a necromancer. Necromancer or necromancer? I think necromancer, right? Will Whick become Hlick? I don't know. It might. We'll see. All right, now I'm impatient Whick. So I did go early for a reason, because I wanted to get out the little jitters, right? Why are you doing this, Whick? Because I want to. I think it will be interesting and fun. Why else would I do anything? I mean, also, I think it might be lucrative. I think people would want to see this. Why are you? Why am I? Like, why am I Whick? I don't know what to tell you on that. That's beyond the scope of tonight's discussion, my friend. You can't reason with BPF? Okay, fair. Well, I'm not trying to. I'm speaking to my audience, and I'm speaking to his, right? And if I can, if there is a open ear, perhaps they will hear me if I do well. Origin, you are always like this. Why? What? Just because you don't want something, or you don't like something, or you're not interested in something, don't yuck my yum, bro. This is something I like to do. I want to fight. I'm tired of sitting on the sidelines. I grow weary of it. I want to get in there, throw some bars, right? So throw some bows, if you will, right? I want to get in on it. I want to fight this because I believe in it. I'm passionate about it. I passionately advocate for nonviolent action, right? I think that to do so is good, and to go into my house of my enemy is good. It is being an evangelist. I am going out and converting the masses, or trying to. And even if most of them don't listen, perhaps one day, 1, 2, 3, we'll look back on the conversation and realize, wow, Whick was right. Because at the end of the day, I just am on this. I just am. I just have to prove it. I just have to prove it. And that will be my challenge. The task for this evening. Yes, you can. You can absolutely be an evangelist while taking money. I can do it right now. See, someone give me money, and I'll still evangelize, right? They are trying to support my evangelism, I'm assuming, by donating to me, okay? They are supporting what I'm doing. See? Sulky Johnson, 2 months with Prime. Fight the good fight, my Nillowick. You're welcome, my brother, okay? That was slightly racist, but it's okay. We're going to roll with it. I am back, and I found what I was looking for. Good. I don't know what you were looking for, so it might not be good that you found it. It might be bad. It really depends. Yeah, we'll see. Whick equals a cult leader. All streamers. Hot take. All streamers are cult leaders. Okay. Every single one. We are all leading our little cults of personality through the fields to whatever it is that we're doing, right? That's just true. Don't go in tilted, Whick. You got this? Do I feel like I'm tilted? Maybe. I am passionate. Sulfur for 100 bits. Thank you. Hey, Spicy Cannon Fodder with another 100 bits. Hopefully we start a hype train. Gang, we got a hype train on Twitch chat. You've been waiting to give some subs to the channels. Now's the time. Now's the time to do it. Now's the time to donate to your champion of the night, Whick. Yeah. So let's see if we can get a hype train done. Let's see if we can get 5 more subs in chat before we start this shit show, right? Whick will jump into the heavens with his wings. Maybe. 200 more bits from sub. Look at you. Thank you. I appreciate you. I really do. Prussian with a gifted sub. Gang, more of that, please. More of that, please. I would love to meet my goal for this month. We're a little over halfway there, but you know, we could use more support financially. Just could, right? $5 more from Fondue. Whick is going to war, going into enemy territory to collect scalps non-violently. Rhetorical scalps, if you will. Yes. You know what I hope it doesn't? Okay, here's the worst case scenario for me, gang. If it becomes a semantic debate on what violence is. Well, technically everything's violent because violence is inherent in the nature of the world itself. Any action in which you try to impose your will on the other is inherently violent. Shut the fuck up, retard, right? No! Stop! You obviously know that's not what I mean. You obviously do, okay? That would be the worst case. But not because I couldn't counter it, but because it would annoy me. It would frustrate me. I would hate it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if tonight's going to be a punishment stream for Whick. Okay. Warwick. Ha, Warwick. Get it? Warwick. Okay. Let's see if he sent me that damn link. Sent a link. Oh, let's see. Let's click it. Let's click it, gang. Entering the studio. That you connect with YouTube or Facebook. I'll connect with YouTube. Connect with that one. Okay. See how this goes. Connected. Give me a second, gang. Moment. I may have to get off Discord here for a second. So I'm gonna go blank for a minute. I'll be back. Hello. Can you hear me?
What's up, Whick? Can you hear me?
Yes, Rob. How's it going? Didn't expect
Doing
you
great.
tonight.
Great to hear from you. Andrew's doing some stuff in the background, but I can tell you the format real quick.
Please.
Nothing spectacular.
I am live, so no slurs.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
And this is probably good because I have to set up a scene or something for people.
Cool.
So.
No problem. Hello, Wick's audience. I'm not live. I'm just streaming to the Crucible tonight. So I'm going to moderate. I'll be partial as possible. The way it's going to go is 7-minute opening statements. Well, actually, I'll start from here. We're gonna leave the intro roll for about 5 to 10 minutes just to fill the chat up.
Sure.
Then I'll come on by myself, just say, hey, we got a debate tonight with Whick and Andrew. I'll be moderating. Stay tuned. Then we got a little 1-minute card that'll come on. When we come back, it'll be all three of us on. Brief introduction. 7-minute intro to the topic. Because Andrew's the challenger, he'll speak first. You'll speak second. Then 1.5 to 2 hour debate. If it starts to slow down, then we'll just wrap it up. 5-minute closing statement. And then we like to take audience call-ins and super chats we'll read.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Do you have a link I can give my people to
I do.
call
I
ins
actually do.
And things like that? That would be helpful. Right?
If you just go, I'll put the link to the Crucible's channel, but what they do is because there's a lot of groypers and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Messing with them. So if you go to the chat here in our private chat on StreamYard, I'll put the link to, that's just going to be straight to the Crucible's YouTube video. If they message in there, one of the mods will send them a link to the private Discord channel where they'll be able to call in. But they like to keep that level of, that way you can't just have every person just calling in and then
makes sense. I will post this in my stream chats. Give me a second. I need one of those Chatterino things or something where I could just post it to all at once, like with the multiple streaming things, but whatever.
Okay, I use Restream. I don't know how much. Yeah, but the problem with Restream is I don't know where you're streaming. You can stream up to like 3 or 5 different platforms at once, but anything custom like Rumble, you have to pay extra for. But it goes directly to my YouTube and Twitch. So if I type anything, it goes to both.
Beautiful. Real quick, just like, gang, the hype train's almost over. Give me more money. Keep going. Capitalism. The more money you give me, the more likely I'm to do well. And if you want to beat fascism, that's how you do it, by giving Whick money. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. And just to say to Wick's audience, honestly, secretly he's collaborating with us fascists in the background. So all money you're sending is going right to right-wing nationalist ideology.
Okay, Katie, calm down.
And meat eating.
Calm down.
We're eating tons of meat with the money, So no, it's nice to hear from you. It's been a while since I've had a chance. I've been really busy. I haven't been streaming much.
Yeah,
so
that's fine.
No,
man, it's been a wild ride lately. Like it's I'm getting it from both ends on this. After I'm done here, right? On Saturday, I'm going to be debating with President Sunday on the exact same topic. And it's wild to me that I am going to be facing with Andrew Wilson attacking me on this from one side, and then President Sunday attacking me from the left wing on this. And
look, secret, I probably agree with you more than BPF. Doesn't matter, but that's I advocate against violence law. So we're ready to get started if you don't mind. So I'm going to start. Let me just bring Andrew in real quick, just to make sure. Andrew, can I go ahead and start the card? Just the starting soon. Okay, I'll put you guys in the background. When we come back, it'll be just me. I'll introduce what the topic's going to be. The topic's just what's more effective, nonviolent or violent protest. Is that fair? Okay. All right. We'll see you guys soon. Thanks.
He can't hear me, but you can. Principles before politics. Thank you for the subs. You guys still with me? Can you still hear me? Thank you again for the subs. I'm about to beat my last record if we continue to give subs, by the way. If we can get 10 more, that would be beautiful. Okay, I'm just letting you know. We got like this cool background. But the production values are so good. I need money to get production values like this. That'd be awesome, right? Principal, like, bravo, sir. Bravo, sir. Oh, did they miss you, Rhinox? Did they miss you? Oh, no. Oh, Rhinox, maybe if you beg. I don't know. But thank you. That was more than generous. I really appreciate you. I feel like dancing. We should have, like, a dance stream to this music, right? A dance fight? Yo, how much do you think it would cost to get Andrew Wilson to settle this on the dance floor? If you know what I mean, right? On the dance floor, okay? Prussian menace, you are a menace to of kindness. Okay, that's just all you are. Okay, thank you again. Have a dance off. I'm sure there is a number. I'm sure there is a number that if you gave both half to me and half to him, that they would say, okay, yeah, let's do that. I don't know what that number is. But I'm sure that there is a number that's true. We could. This is definitely dancing music. You can't see me right now, right? Just because of the setup, but definitely, this is definitely a banger. As they say. Is that what the kids say? I think so. Okay. After the dance party with Katie, my money is on Whick to win the dance-off. Well, thank you. Right. Thank you. I can't. Now, see, like, Rob making that joke is funny, but now it's going to be used as evidence that I'm actually engaging in like, fascist apology or something. I'm sure it is. Someone's going to take a clip of that and use it to prove my fascist leanings or something, right? That absolutely is going to happen. Ugh. Level 6. 3 more minutes to get a level 6, gang. So some of y'all who are in chat who haven't donated yet, I understand. Like, I get it. We're all struggling. But hey, if you can open up your wallets, this would help support the channel. We got really great things coming in. Yo, we got a debate against President Sunday on Saturday. We got a debate tomorrow. Oh, I can actually tell you who's going to be on tomorrow. Guess who we got for tomorrow, gang? We got 𝕵𝖎. 𝕵𝖎 is coming in tomorrow. 𝕵𝖎 in a one-on-one debate against a man by the name of 𝕵𝖎 on contraception. 𝕵𝖎 is going to come on to our show tomorrow. I can actually release it. That is locked in. It is 100%. That is going to have... I'm going to collect them all. I have Destiny on my show. I have Mr. Girl on my show. I have 𝕵𝖎 on my show. I have Andrew Wilson on my show. Everyone's coming on Whick's show. Okay, this is a place to be.
Hello, everyone in the Crucible world. It's fantastic to see you again. I am your always intrepid host, Rob Noor, 1 year older since you last saw me. So 39, just had my birthday on July 4th. In the words of Ned Ryerson, it's a doozy tonight. We got a great debate lined up for you between Andrew Wilson from the Crucible and WhickTV. The topic is going to be, what is more effective, nonviolent or violent protest? We'll be right back and get started with our introductions in the debate. Stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it.
Oh, I guess we got more intro. Okay, we got more intro. I'm ready. See, this is the wait. I think this is debate tactics. One of those dirty debate tactics that they do, right? They could have chose a better picture of me, but I guess none of my pictures are really good. Less than a minute, ladies and gentlemen. 200 to settle the nerves. Thank you. Thank you. Indeed. I appreciate it. Oh, you know what I'm going to do real quick?
let's get her started. Thank you both so much for being here. Really appreciate the opportunity to moderate this one. I think it's a great topic. I think we got two great debaters on it. So let's just jump into brief introductions to the channels real quick. WhickTV, can you tell us a little about yourself and where people can find you?
Sure can. So my name is Whick. I host debates in a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. You can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/WhickTV or YouTube at /@Whick-TV, and on Kick now as well. You can find me on kick.com/WhickTV. That's me. Hi.
All right. Thanks so much. Secondly, probably if you're watching on the Crucible, you know the next person, the founder of the Crucible, and so many other things, some shameful, but always entertaining. Thanks so much for being here tonight. Andrew Wilson, can you tell us a little about yourself, where they can find you?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm a paleoconservative. I'm the host of the one and only Crucible, fastest growing debate channel on YouTube. Happy to tangle up tonight on this topic. I actually reached out to Whick. There's not that much that's very interesting that comes out of Twitch, and progressive Twitch especially is particularly boring to me. But occasionally they come up with a topic that piques my interest. And since all the soy jacks over there have been arguing about this incessantly, I thought that I would go ahead and weigh in.
All right, sounds good. So, yeah, if both the debaters are familiar with the format, we'll get started right in. Just want to let the audience know a couple things. One of the things that makes the Crucible unique is that we value audience participation. So any super chat that you give through the Crucible's channel will be read, even if it's critical of Andrew, Whick, or even me. I will still read it. So we appreciate all those. We want to have your voice heard. Also, if you message the moderators in the chat, we will be taking call-ins in the third hour. So we're looking at roughly an hour and a half to 2 hour debate, and then audience questions, call-ins, and super chats in that final hour. So we really appreciate your participation. So without further ado, we're going to get started. The topic is generally, what's more effective, nonviolent or violent protest? Andrew reached out to Whick and is the challenger on this. So what we're going to do is have 7-minute intros. We're going to leave Andrew go first and give Whick the opportunity to have the first rebuttal, since he is the one who was challenged. So Andrew, without further ado, would you like to start your 7-minute introduction?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So when it comes to the discussion of violent versus nonviolent protest and which is more effective, my position is that this is pretty clear. You're talking about protest in the sense of what's motivating change. Underneath the idea of protest, violent or otherwise, it's simply a design of enforcement. So all rights and laws must necessarily be enforced. Enforcement requires threat of violence. In other words, all protest is essentially the use of violence, and there really isn't any way around that. Take, for example, a cake maker. Let's assume for a second that this cake maker refused to make a gay wedding cake, for instance. Now assume for a second that this cake maker is subjected to a line of LGBTQ protest, which forces a national conversation in the media. In the end, let's assume for a second that this is decided by the courts that the maker of said cake must bake it. The protests weren't technically violent in this scenario, but they really actually kind of were, because they were appealing to a change in enforcement, which, if not complied with, will use violence for compliance. All protests do this. All of them are attempting to force a change, which will require enforcement. And so all protests are really advocating for violence to some degree, or they're complicit in violence. Now, Whick here is going to use a series of studies to show that nonviolent protests get more results than violent protests, but this isn't really true even in that category. The studies he uses have definitional problems with what they consider to be violent. It's frustrating, to say the least, that leftists can't seem to understand this, but as we get into what Whick actually will have to concede is violence from his worldview, I don't see how he can possibly say that blocking roadways, things like this, aren't actually acts of violence, even though his studies won't cite those things as being acts of violence. Most of these studies I've read on this just say if it's unarmed conflict, it isn't violent, and that riots don't even count as violence. It's insane. So I'm kind of curious to see where this goes. Just to kind of clarify a few questions my opponent might have from the outset, I think he'll probably appeal to some sort of might makes right, but I don't believe might makes right. I just believe that might makes. That's it. Not that it makes right. And two, I believe this question itself can kind of give you a good understanding of why sociology often asks and measures for questions that kind of logically don't make a lot of sense. So I'm kind of eager to get into this. With that, I'll yield my time.
Okay, excellent. Next, we will go to Whick. You have 7 minutes, up to 7 minutes. You obviously don't have to take the whole thing if you don't, but go ahead whenever you're ready.
So I'll just cede at the outset that, yes, everything is violent, right? At the end of the day, enforcement mechanisms can be violent, and we are all looking for any method that the state uses to enforce its rules could be violent. But we are absolutely, right? There is a spectrum here, and there is a far cry of a difference between trying to reach a means, right, by direct physical harmful violence versus simply coercive pressure by the state or coercive pressure by groups to try to enforce change. There is a substantive difference that I think we all understand, that there is a difference between saying, hey, if you don't do this, I will beat the shit out of you, versus if you don't do this, you're going to face a fine. There is a substantive difference here. So if you want to call all protest violence, okay. But then the question becomes, what types of violence are more effective than others? Because at the end of the day, I agree with you. Might is. Violence is a tool. It can be used, right? And I would never argue that violence is never the answer. That is not my contention. That is not my claim. My argument is also that violence can never work. That's also just not true. We can view plenty of examples throughout history, both modern and ancient, where violence absolutely has worked. My argument tonight, that is, even when violence does work, it leads to worse outcomes than when you use less violent, or if you want to use non-violent, what is traditionally known in academic circles as non-violent, even though I've already ceded to you that it is technically a form of violence, right? We can argue, right, the non-violence, right, as understood by academics, is more effective as a tool. And it leads to better results. Though violence can work, that it often leads to worse outcomes for the people involved. When we use nonviolent means, whether the state does this or the protesters do this, it often leads to more success and better outcomes. And I have plenty of examples that we can get to. But fair enough. Here we are.
Okay. Is that good for your opening statement?
It is.
All right. Just to remind the audience, remember, get those super chats in. We will get to each and every one of them in the final hour of the show. Also, as we get later on, I'll remind you to reach out to the moderators in the chat here in the Crucible if you would like to call in and ask questions or yell at anyone that's participating on this panel. So I got nothing else to say. We got open debate for at least an hour and a half. Have at her.
Oh,
you can't hear you, Andrew. You left him.
Sorry.
Is this violence
there,
right now?
Can you guys
doing violence to him?
I got you now.
Can you guys hear me now? Okay.
I don't know. Do you know?
Yeah, I hear you, Andrew.
Okay. So let's dive into this first thing, which is, if you're kind of conceding that all protest is violent, then why is it that we would even have a debate as to whether or not the degree of violence, or what you consider to be nonviolent protest, which you've conceded is violent protest? It seems like all of this would be necessary for whatever the outcome is, good or bad. So is your argument actually that a lesser degree of violence leads to better outcomes than a greater degree of violence?
Well, what I'm trying to do is avoid a definitional argument, right? I don't want to get into the semantics. I will cede to whatever definition of violence that you want to use for this debate. My argument works regardless of the definition of violence that you wish to use.
I'm not really talking about the definition of violence. So
Sure.
what I'm asking an entirely different question. The question that I'm asking is, if you and I are in an agreement that all forms of protest can essentially be whittled down to violence, then how can you make the claim that nonviolent protests are more effective than violent protests if you've already conceded that claim? You're basically saying all protests are violence. So the only way you could really frame that is to say, I think that more violent protests are less effective than less violent protests. I don't know how you get around that.
There are different categories of violence within the broad umbrella, as you would use this definition of violence that some do use. I will cede to that. I don't personally use this, but for the sake of argument, we will go with it, right? This broad umbrella of violence, there are categories within that we can separate, look at, measure and see which categories of these things, right? Whether it be indirect violence, such as blocking a traffic road, like would be indirect economic violence, like blocking a route of traffic, or boycotts would be indirect economic violence. Technically, we can differentiate those, right, from blowing up the World Trade Centers, right?
Yeah, but
These
so
are
then
different
the
things.
position, yeah, so then I do understand. So then the position is actually whether or not utilizing less violence in protest is more effective than using more violence in protest. Is that
And
right?
that is, again, academically known as nonviolence is the thing. And I get
What do you
it
mean
that it's sure.
wait a
So
second.
when they do
Forget,
studies
hang
on
on,
this,
hang
okay,
on. Forget what's academically known and admit to what it is that you've already conceded to. Regardless of what academics consider nonviolence or not, you do indeed consider this to be violent.
no, I'm working within your definition of violence.
So
I'm
then you
simply
don't
working
so
within
then
your
do you
definition of
consider
violence.
these
So
so do you consider this to be violent protests? Lower ranks of violence, which are unarmed violence, right? Or unarmed protests or unarmed riots. Do you actually consider those to be nonviolent? Because if not, then you have to concede on this portion, man.
I don't think I do, and I'll tell you why, right? Because again, words have meaning, and those meaning change within context. When I say nonviolence, and when I reference the academic definition of nonviolence, I can recognize that in your worldview, right, and with the definition you are using, nonviolence wouldn't be the correct term. However, this is when I say nonviolence, I am referring to a specific set of tactics that are used, such as boycotts, stayaways, slowdowns, blocking traffic, all these things. It also
Yeah.
excludes a portion of other tactics.
So
So, for
forget for a
example,
second, what
hmm,
you think I believe violence to be. And I'm asking you this question directly.
sure,
Do you think all of those things that you just mentioned are acts of violence or not?
I would consider them nonviolent actions personally. Yeah.
Okay, so if that's true, then we can get back to the debate. And I need to know then how it is that you think that any of these protests aren't appealing to enforcement and thus violence. I need to know
And
that.
this is why, right? I think that it's an uninteresting take because I will just see I'll cede to you that they are at the end of the day interested in changing either regime change, anti-occupation, secession of territory. All these things are technically violence, sure, but I think the means to get there matters. It
Yeah,
absolutely does.
okay, yeah, I
Yeah.
understand, but if you're always appealing to violent enforcement, like, for instance, if I go hire a hitman to kill somebody, I didn't actually commit any violence myself, right? Somebody else committed the violence, but I'm still just as responsible for the violence that happened because I was the architect of the enforcement mechanism, which in this case would be the hitman.
But there's a
So
substantive
you in other
difference.
words, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say to me, "Listen, I don't believe that these are nonviolent." Right? But at the same time, I also believe that they're violent. That's what you're actually saying to me is that you believe this and I don't know why.
I think that you're mistaking means and ends here. So you could argue, right? And I think that you are, as I understand it. And unfortunately, this is the most boring argument, but we can have it. Is that in the end, it all leads eventually to state enforced violence. So therefore, everything used to get there is inherently violent. That is your position. But
No,
I
no,
would
no, 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 that's
differentiate.
not. There's
It
a
sounds like
distinction.
it.
There's a distinction. It's not that it all leads there. It's that it's in a direct appeal to do so. There's a
Oh,
difference. So it's not an unintentional appeal to not use enforcement mechanisms. Rather, it's a direct appeal to use enforcement mechanisms of whatever your worldview is that you're protesting for. So whatever that may be, you're using a direct methodology in which to have X system uh, utilize enforcement on behalf of your worldview. So it's not at the end of the day, we didn't actually mean for there to be violence. It just led to violence. It's you're directly appealing to enforcement no matter what. The whole point of like a roadblock is to gather attention to the roadblock. That way you can get media attention so that you can see some sort of change, which will then be enforced by somebody.
But the means to appeal to whatever end you wish, right, absolutely matter. And that's what I'm arguing tonight, that the means in which we appeal to make these changes, violent or not, right, whether they're enforced by violence or not, It does not matter, because the appeal that you are making is what we are talking about here tonight. What we are talking about is which appeals, in what ways can a group or institution or even a state appeal to the populace or whoever they're trying to change here. Which ways are more effective? And my argument tonight is that the appeals, the means by which we arrive at these things, the non-violent methods are far more effective and lead to better outcomes overall.
Yeah, but this is the problem, right? Is that I know that you're saying that this is a semantic argument, but it's actually critical for your worldview here. So what's critical for you is you keep on saying to me, what matters here is the non-violent means for which these things are done.
Yes.
However, I'm not conceding to the framework that these are non-violent means. This needs to be demonstrated by you that they're non-violent first before we can proceed into any prescriptions that you might think you hold.
So again, you have yet to convince me or show to me how a means is the same as the ends, which is your argument. That's your argument, that because the ends are violent, the means must be so as well. That the means must necessarily be violent because they lead to an ends or a consequence that is state enforcement, which is done by violence.
Well, it doesn't always have to be. It doesn't have to be state in. Wait. First of all, it doesn't have to be state enforcement. And secondly, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. You did earlier say that you actually do believe that riots should be considered non-violent acts of protest as long as they're not armed. Hang on, as long as they're not armed.
I don't know what you mean by
flipping over fucking cop cars.
Oh, destruction of
shit,
property. I think that
shit.
No, I don't think I would not consider that nonviolent.
You wouldn't consider that nonviolent?
I don't think, nor do researchers.
Okay, so can you show me in the research then why it is that they leave out any sort of rioting which occurs that does not occur armed? So my understanding from reading these various studies is that they only are really making the consideration of people who are unarmed and engaging in protests, that's always nonviolent versus armed protest. And this is how they're able to do these kinds of global sociological studies.
Sure. I do not know which. You'll have to be a lot more specific on which of the research you're referencing.
Well, there's a huge body. There's a huge body of it.
Yeah, sure. To be clear, what I am referencing, right, and is a woman by the name of 𝕬𝖎h, who has done a lot of research into this. She wrote a few books, Civil Resistance and Why Nonviolence Works. I'm not sure the exact title off the top of my head, but she has Pillars of Power and how these things, and she's very clear how she categorizes violence versus nonviolence. And destruction of property is, she admits, a gray area, but they tend to leave that out. Right? They tend to leave out those where there's extreme property destruction. They leave that out of their methodology. Now, I can't speak for other just real quick.
Okay, so hang on. Stop. One step at a time.
Sure.
So starting with this, they leave out destruction of private property. They leave out blocking roadways.
No, they don't leave out blocking roadways.
Okay, well, then what do they define that as?
Sure, blocking roadways are nonviolent
nonviolent means, right? So, and they leave out destruction of private property because they consider it a gray area. Do you consider destruction of private property to be a gray area?
No, I think that's violent.
Well, then you can't appeal to a study which you don't already agree with the terms of the methodology.
Yes, I can. I can simply say that these studies, right, while not perfect, are the closest we can get to what we want. And I think that those things
then show me the result of what the study would show if they included the property damage.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, if I could jump in real quick, because here's an area I'm having a confusion. When you say they leave that out, presumably, I don't know this author, but presumably what she's saying is, here are violent acts, protests with violent acts, and here are protests without those violent acts, and the ones without the violent acts are more successful. When you say leave out, does that mean she's not putting it in either category?
No.
So okay, that's right.
So she's done a couple papers on this, but the one I'm referring to, there are a number of variables which she uses, which preclude a lot of either violent or non-violent protests at all. They can't be just one-offs. It has to be a series of. It has to have goals such as regime change, secession from territory, anti-occupation. It can't be just one-offs. Now, I have other examples for one-offs that we can talk about, but when I'm referring to this study specifically, she is. It has to also have a minimum level of participation, so it can't just be like one group, 20 kids, one time does a sit-in. It can't be that. That's just right out. It's. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. We can find that out if you'd like. But there is a minimum threshold of participation that must occur either in the violent or the non-violent camp in order to qualify for the research that she did.
So let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Let us assume for a second that I was inside of your doorway and I refused to allow you to leave your home. Have I kidnapped you?
No.
No. What do you think kidnapping would be?
If you take me and remove me against my will out of my home.
Yeah, it has to be a removal, not a keeping you someplace that you don't want to be.
That wouldn't be called kidnapping, but it would still be some sort of force applied to
Well,
me.
what else would it be called?
Quarantine?
Is there a law that wait, are you saying if I blockaded you inside of your home, physically stood inside of your door, that I'd be charged with quarantining you?
No, but that's what you might not be charged with quarantine.
Well, what do you think I'd be charged with?
Okay, you understand that what you were doing, regardless of whether you would be charged with it or not, is quarantining me in my home.
No, I think it's kidnapping you.
Okay, it's not. It's quarantine.
How is it not?
Kidnap is when you remove it from the home.
No, you don't have to remove a person from their home to kidnap them.
Can you get to your point rather than the semantic?
No, well, first of all, semantics are extremely important in debate so that we know what the hell we're talking about. Okay. That's one. And two, it's super important to me that you understand that, yes, we need to distinguish this because we have people who blockade, surround vehicles, and do not allow these vehicles to move. They're rendered completely immobile. Okay,
the
so
charge would be unlawful detainment.
Yeah. Okay. So this is my question. It's like, what do you think unlawful detainment is? What you think that kidnapping is? You must take a person out of their home. That's insane.
Yes.
That's not kidnapping.
That is, or removing from where you are to somewhere else you don't want to be, or you did not consent to be. Yes. Oh. Otherwise, you're detaining someone. These are the words mean things like in detainment.
It's
is when
just
you keep
the
them
action.
There.
Listen, it's just the action of abduction and holding a person captive. That's it. You can abduct a person.
I mean, you keep saying.
I mean, it is though. That's.
Do
you want the definition? I'm reading the very definition. The action of abduction and holding a person captive. That's the definition of kidnapping.
I mean,
you just said that that's not true.
Let me ask it in this way: if me and my wife are separated and I get temporary custody of my child, and the child comes to my house, which is legal, and then I refuse to leave the child leave, is that kidnapping?
You're detaining it,
but it's not kidnapping.
If you cross state line, if you like move from your house and take that child elsewhere, yes, it is. But
that would be an action of abduction and holding captive. That's what that would be. Well, you can sigh, but I need an argument. Don't do this soy jacking.
Right?
First of all, give me a counter definition for kidnapping, and we can see if we can agree on it before we can move forward, because I'm disagreeing and disputing the methodology of what is or should be considered violence inside of these studies. It's important.
So what we are arguing tonight is whether or not violence or nonviolence is more effective when it comes to protests and also just political action in general. And I think that you are trying, because you've realized that your argument doesn't stand on its toes, right? It doesn't stand on its 2 feet. You are retreating into definitional semantics in order to obfuscate, and because you have no foundation. It's a house of cards.
I've given you my foundation. I'll reiterate my foundation just so that you understand it.
Okay.
My foundation is that all protests is an appeal. All of it is always an appeal to enforcement, and enforcement can be nothing short of the threat of violence. It's not possible. It can't be demonstrated to the alternative. You can give me no alternative to that. And that you have in your team presented rather a study which leaves out what I think broadly would be considered definitionally violence, and it's just been omitted. And yet you claim that I have no right to dispute that by what the common definitions of these things are. I think that that's absurd. You need to give me either a counter definition of what kidnapping is, and then tell me how it's not violent.
You have rejected it.
Where did you get it from? Tell me the source of where you got this definition for kidnapping.
Whick, can I jump in and just say this? Will it facilitate moving on from this to say, regardless if we call these actions kidnapping, false imprisonment,
it doesn't matter.
The question is, are those as a category violence or not? So it doesn't matter if we have the exact definition of
Sure.
kidnapping. We're agreeing that we're talking about the scenario specifically of surrounding a car. Someone really wants to get out of there and people will not leave them egress. Regardless of what we call that, kidnapping, detainment, is that violence? Is that included in the studies you're talking about?
So, in the studies that be clear, that I am referencing here, I am not sure whether they leave that out or not. I just don't know. But I can say what they do leave out of the nonviolent side, right? What they do not consider to be nonviolent is when, for example, a company, an oil company, goes on to indigenous land and the indigenous people forcefully remove the workers from there. That is not considered nonviolence. So does that help?
You mean when they use violence? They don't consider the stuff that's not violent or that is violent to be violent? Well, that's great. I'm glad that in this particular example, they consider when people use violence to be violence. What I'm asking about is the specific examples where I'm saying this is violence and they're omitting that because it's good for their progressive worldview. That's my statement here. So just because you make the claim, hey, look, well, you know, if an oil company goes in indigenous land.
Worldview, do you think that in the progressive worldview specifically that it's important to have nonviolence as a means of protest?
Yes.
Because I would argue that that's not the case. I've been arguing with progressive and leftists, right, to be clear, for a long, long time on this. After today, on Saturday, I'm going to go on President Sunday's stream, who is by all means, right, on the left, and we will be arguing the same thing from that end. I am getting pushback from the left and the right on this.
Yes,
day.
but both sides of the left would say that it would be optimal to have at least less violent encounters. I'll concede that that's true because that's what's best for it, you know, encompassing a democratic system.
Sure.
That might be the entirety of your goal. It's most certainly not my goal.
What is your
and
goal?
what I'm looking at, right now, my goal is to get you to demonstrate your position and give me some sort of argument that is contrary to my foundational argument that all protests are appealing to enforcement on purpose. And so they're party to violence. There's no way around that.
This is the problem we're having is a foundational one, because at the foundational level, I think that your point is just moot. Because even if I concede to it, right, we can argue and I can demonstrate, right, that the means the means on which people appeal to the end, violent or not, of state enforcement matter. And when you do so in what categories I would consider nonviolent, when you do so using those methods, it leads to better outcomes. And it's more successful.
But
both
listen,
in democratic,
you have to understand what you're saying, Whick.
And authoritarian.
Yeah, I get it. But you have to understand what you're saying. What you're saying is that I can agree with your framework and then change the framework.
Okay, but I think your framework is just faulty.
Well, then that's what I want you to prove is that it's faulty. Not that you think it's moot if you concede to it. Prove that it's faulty.
But this is the strength of my argument, that even if it's not faulty, even if you are exactly
I just demonstrated that that's not true because you changed the framework. I just showed you.
Simply because you assert something.
You want me to show you again? You want me to demonstrate it again?
I keep asserting that the sky is red. I say it. It must be true, right, gang? The sky's red, gang. I've said it 5 times. It must make it true. You have not yet. What you have done is you have asserted.
What's happening here is the opposite.
You have asserted. You have asserted a thing.
You're soy jacking all over the camera, Whick.
Soy jacking, come on.
Yeah, listen very closely one more time. Just because if I say I'm pointing at the sky and it's red, I say the sky is red.
To be clear, this is what you're doing. This is
you're saying though that the sky is not red. Okay.
I can't prove.
Is this what? So hang on. If that's true, fine. Then we have an argument over whether or not the sky is red. This particular case, I'm giving you a demonstration that all protests, every single protest which happens is an appeal to enforcement, and enforcement necessarily is violence, meaning that protesters themselves know that they're appealing to violence. They know it. There's no way around it. That's the goal of the protesters, to appeal to enforcement, enforcing their worldview. Can you give me an argument against that or not?
Demonstrate that all protesters know that they are committing violence.
Yes. How? So every single protest wants to draw attention to whatever. Yeah, whatever. They want to draw attention to their protest. Yes. Do you agree that that's true?
That is generally one of the goals.
And are they trying to draw attention to that protest because they want to affect some kind of change?
Yes.
Are they themselves going to be the ones who enforce that change?
Sometimes, yes.
What times?
So, for example, if you are trying to enact regime change, some of the leaders of the protest movement will often put themselves up as the replacement regime.
Okay, so in this case, we're just talking about what you would consider peaceful protesters or ones who aren't themselves.
No. Peaceful and nonviolent are not the same thing.
Whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter.
Those people. Whoa! Didn't you just say that semantics matter in these things?
They do.
Didn't you just argue?
They do, but for the position, for this position, it doesn't.
Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Words matter. So
yes,
I think it absolutely matters the difference between nonviolence and peaceful. Okay.
Fine, I'll give it to you. It doesn't matter.
Fair.
So as you're looking at this, at the foundation, if you concede then that these people who are involved in what you call nonviolent protests, who are trying to draw attention to the protest, they themselves are not going to be enforcing whatever the change is.
Again, right? Like
I just need a yes or no, Whick.
But it's not a yes or no.
Don't quibble. Don't quibble, Whick. Then give me a counterexample, Whick.
Sure. Okay. When certain groups have said, like, let's use Black Lives Matter, for example. There are people and politicians that serve now, right, that have said, hey, we need change in this country, and I will be the one to lead us to that change. Elect me, and we're going to have protests against these institutions and these policies, and the point of that protest is to drum up support so that you elect me and not my opponent. This is just trivially true. Why are you fighting me on this?
You didn't even make a point. Can you tell me what the underlying point of what you just said was?
So you claimed, right? And the reason we're arguing, and let me remind you, you may have forgotten, I understand, that I asked you to demonstrate to me that protesters know that they are enacting violence. You are attempting to do so now. I'm waiting for you to do so.
Well, hang on. I was able to just do it using the Socratic method of having you admit to it yourself. That's why you quibbled and dodged my last question. So let's try it again. This time, just answer the fucking question. Stop quibbling and running away from it, Whick. If you have what you call nonviolent protesters, are they trying to draw attention to their protest?
Yes, they are.
They are. Okay, great. And are they trying to affect some kind of change with the protest?
Of course.
And will that change have to be enforced?
Yes.
And is all enforcement governed by the use of force, which is violence?
In your worldview, yes. And I
no, I'm asking you for yours. Don't quit. See, this is what I mean by dishonest, disingenuous quibbling.
Again, to repeat myself.
Oh my God, what a lying sack. You have to demonstrate,
right? You have to demonstrate.
You just demonstrated it, Whick. You just did. That's why you won't answer the last question.
I'm trying my best here to be good faith. Perhaps I'm just a weak soy jack, if you will, right? But please bear with me. Work with me here. Work with me, okay? Work with me. So your claim was that protesters know that they are doing violence. How? Even if the fact that this is the case, that they do enact violence, you have yet to demonstrate that they know that this is what they are doing, that they are not, in fact, ignorant of what they are doing.
They can't be ignorant of what they're doing.
You don't is your argument that people can't be ignorant? Is that your argument, motherfucker? Is that your argument, sir? That people can't be ignorant?
No,
is this what you are asserting? Because it sounds like this is what you were asserting.
Calm down, Whick. Calm down.
Because
Whick.
Yes, I am losing my mind because it's a mind-blowing point to assert that
you can't
people
refute.
Cannot be ignorant. Gang,
you just dodged the question Andrew, 4 times.
Andrew,
you dodged the question 4 times,
Wilson bro. Here, okay.
Didn't say people can't be ignorant.
You just did.
No, I just didn't. You just made that up.
Can protesters be ignorant?
Well, yeah, sure, they can be ignorant, but they're not.
Then if they can be ignorant, then obviously
Mm-hmm.
they do not necessarily know that what they are doing is enacting violence.
This is two totally different claims. So asking me if somebody can be ignorant is true, but asking me if somebody can be ignorant about a thing that they're engaged in, that's a much harder sell, Whick. So the second point, a protester who's trying to drive attention to their protest, which you conceded that they're doing. The protest is trying to affect change, which you conceded that they're doing.
Yeah.
And then thirdly, they know for sure that whatever the change is has to be enforced, and all enforcement comes from violence. All protests, in other words, are always appealing to violence, no matter what. It's foundational. There's no way to avoid it. There's no way to get around it. You keep on saying, well, I'll concede that that's true for the sake of the argument. That is the argument. You have to start with the framework of what's true and what isn't true. Do you agree that that's true or that that's false? And if the answer is no, then you need to demonstrate why you don't think so.
I disagree with that notion. I do not think I have to. I do not think I have to, and I think I could demonstrate and can demonstrate tonight that I do not have to. Even in this scenario, right? That they have to know that what they are doing is violence. No, they don't. Most people, I guarantee you, most people, if you go in up to them and ask if all enforcement is violence, most will say, no, that's silly. That's absurd, right? They wouldn't consider it violence. This is a very narrow view that is only held in certain political and kind of academic settings. It's something that exists, right? That we on the left and the right, to be clear, right? It's definitely exists. It's definitely a real thing, and an argument can be made for that. But again, the fact that the person on the street that is protesting knows this,
why are they there
agrees to
protesting?
this, is just absurd.
Why are they there protesting?
Again, to enact change, but again,
okay, so then, so hang on, so your argument to me, this is your argument. Your argument to me is, yes, they're there to affect change, but there's no possible way that they can know that if they enact a new law, that somebody will have to enforce the law. I mean, they're just stupid. They're just dumb. Protesters are just too stupid to know that, right, Whick?
Well, first of all, a lot of times, yes, people are stupid. I will see to that. I will see to people being stupid. That is a hill I will die on. People are stupid. I will say that. But I will also say, right, that not only must they admit to, I'm trying to get something to be enforced by the state, or the state to stop enforcing something. That can be
well, it doesn't have to be the state. It could just be some power. It could just be some power. It doesn't need to be the state.
Yeah. I see to that. Yeah. Even if, right, they believe that, you also have to demonstrate to me that in their worldview, that they think of enforcement and all types of enforcement, or lack of enforcement, because again, protests can be against the enforcement of a thing, that
which would be a new form of enforcement,
and they know that this is a form of violence. I would argue to you, and I would posit to you, that most people do not.
So let's assume for a second that you're correct, and most of these protesters are just so fucking ignorant that they don't actually know that enforcement entails force, even though it's right in the word, right? Even though the word force is right in the word enforcement, they just don't know. Let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that that's true. Hang on, but let's just,
well, force and violence are not the same.
Yeah, but force on a person is pretty much always going to be violence, right? Anyway, so this aside, let's assume that they're just so ignorant that they don't understand that. Is it still descriptively true that it is? And that seems to be what you're arguing against.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Is it still descriptively true that it is, regardless of what they think?
In your worldview, yes, it is.
No, in your worldview. Stop asking me about mine. I'm asking you.
I'm kidding with you.
I'm asking you.
I know you are. But
so I've given you my position 14 times. Again, what about you?
I'm telling you, whether it is or is not doesn't matter in the end of the day. This is my position, okay? That whether it is...
Why won't you answer the question, bro? Why do you keep reframing?
No,
you won't give me your position. You won't give me your position. Because you won't give me the position.
Whether it is or not.
Well, is it or not?
Well, is it or not? To my argument.
It does matter.
It absolutely doesn't.
It does, because otherwise you change the framework of the argument.
You are trying to lay down these tracks, right? To take our logic train down these tracks. And I'm saying we don't need to. We can just
but we do need
deal with the means that are being used to lead to enforcement or lack of enforcement, right? Because again, sometimes the protest is to stop enforcing this law, okay? Or stop doing this thing, or stop making this a requirement, right? You can see to that, correct?
Okay, Whick.
Let's that violence?
Let's try this. Let's try this again.
Sure.
Because I can't get you to answer this question to save my life. But I'm going to try it again, and I'll try it in a different way. Maybe you'll answer it in this way, okay? From Whick's point of view, from the point of view of Whick, the man Whick, the guy I'm talking to right now, right this second, not Andrew Wilson, asking Whick this. Is it a descriptively true statement to say that all protests are trying to appeal to enforcement, and enforcement is necessarily going to use violence? Yes or no?
The first part, no. The first part, no. Some protest is to stop enforcement.
That would be new enforcement.
To stop to...
Yeah.
If I were to protest...
That would just be new enforcement, bro.
No, I don't think it is. If I were to protest against seatbelt laws, I don't think seatbelt laws are fair. I think that they are tyrannical use of the state's power against me. I don't want seatbelt laws to exist anymore.
Sure.
And I protested and seatbelt laws were removed.
Right.
Is the state using force on me?
They would use force on anybody who tried to enforce that you had to wear a seatbelt. It's still going to have enforcement behind it no matter what.
That's stupid.
Why is that stupid?
Because while technically true, it is not how we think of as force.
What do you? So it's true. It's true, but it's stupid.
Yes, that can be true.
Okay. Why is it? Why is it true and stupid at the same time?
You know what? Why is the sky red or the sky blue? My answer to your question is I don't know, and I don't
because
care,
of the way that the
it does
atmosphere
not
and
matter
light operates.
it does not matter to the matter at hand. Again, we can measure these things. We can measure whether certain means to get to an end, violent or not, are effective or ineffective. We can take those means. We can see how they are applied, and in what cases they are applied in what ways, and we can see the results of their application.
But how do we even get... I hear you, but you're starting past the framework, so it doesn't matter. Right now, we're arguing the foundation of whether or not this other argument's even worth having. I'm disagreeing with the very premise of it, and so are you. You just got done laying down a case for why it is that you would still need enforcement for people who are trying to force you to do things. It's always an appeal to enforcement.
Are you enforcing this? Are you enforcing this on? Are you doing violence to me right now by forcing me to answer your question?
No.
Why not?
Because there's no form of physical force that's going on.
But there is coercion, right? There is absolutely coercion, financial in nature, right? So if
coerciveness isn't violence.
Coerciveness isn't violence, but enforcement is.
Yeah, enforcement always necessarily is going to have the atmosphere of force behind it if it has the power of law. Whether it's protecting you from something or trying to give you the ability to do something, both mechanisms require enforcement. So either it's enforcement that you can't do X to me, like make me put a seatbelt on, somebody's there with a gun to enforce that you can't do that to me, or there's somebody there with a gun to enforce that you must do this. One or the other must be true, but both operate off of the scale of who's there to enforce those laws.
But again, this is tangential to the point.
It's not. It's foundational.
For your argument, perhaps, but not for mine.
Well, I don't care if you don't think
I don't
that it's
care
great.
about your argument.
If you say you must concede to my groundwork so that I can then make my argument, that's not an argument. I'm not conceding to your groundwork because definitionally you're agreeing with my foundation here.
And so even if I do, my argument still holds merit and works. It just does.
Okay. So if that's true, if you are convinced that your argument passed a concession to this, if you concede that inside of your own framework this is true, that all, whether they're negative or positive rights, must be enforced, and enforcement necessarily must use violence, at least the threat of violence. Okay. Sure. Do you personally, Whick, believe that?
Sure. You know what? Why not? We'll go with it.
So the answer is yes.
The answer is I don't know, and I don't necessarily care because it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Okay, so you do believe it, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so from that framework, go ahead and make your argument from there.
Sure. With even that framework, the method to get to enforcement absolutely matters. And nonviolent methods to get to violent enforcement, even violent enforcement, because we can, and this is true because these nonviolent techniques are being adopted by authoritarian regimes, right? They are using these tactics very recently, right, to try to influence and
which tactics are you talking about?
Means. Nonviolent tactics, such as boycotts, sit-ins, stayaways, slowdowns, protests, blockages, boycotts, all these things, right?
Okay.
Yes. And so, again, the means does not matter. These tools, these methods work regardless of what they are trying to accomplish.
Yeah, but what they're always trying to accomplish is a change, which is going to appeal to enforcement regardless.
Okay, sure.
Well, I mean, if that's
true. But that
true,
doesn't make the means themselves violent. Because
no,
do you think a gun...
Yeah, it does.
Okay, no, let me ask you this. Do you think a gun is always going to be used for murder?
No.
Okay. Yet, right? You're shooting people, right? People shoot them all the time. It's a tool for violence, no doubt.
Well, no, you're the tool for violence.
Oh. You were simply, right? Well, that's the key, right? That gun is a means.
Yeah, that I agree.
That gun
is
is
the
a
key.
means. Much like a boycott is a means. Because even though your end might be violent, the means is not. Much like a gun doesn't have to be a tool for killing. It's a means. It's a tool. It
So
can
let me
be
make
used to kill. It's
sure.
very
So let-
effective at that. Stop. It's very
Yeah.
effective
Yeah,
at
I'm
using to
listening.
kill, but it isn't necessarily. It
Right.
isn't by definition killing. Right.
So if you were to go into a place, I don't know where, but a place that had like public people in it, and you put a B word, let's just say a B word with a timer on it, and you were to
you
set the
can't say that.
timer.
Oh, that's why
You were to
saying
set
B
you
word.
were to
Okay,
set the
okay.
timer for 2 hours, okay,
Sure.
and then walk away from it, and then it blows up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you responsible for all the people that it kills, Whick?
Yes.
I don't understand. According to your gun analogy, that wouldn't be the case.
Well, because I know for a fact what will result from a bomb, right?
Right,
So,
because the intent, you know for a fact that if the end of the thing, which is violence, and that is the means in which you're trying to get to, is the enforcement of violence, then it doesn't really matter whether or not you were there and present when the B went off, right? What matters is that you set the timer, you put it in the place, and then you walked away from it,
this is
right?
just
Intent
disanalogous.
is, how is it disanalogous?
Sure, I'll
It's
demonstrate.
1-to-1 with the gun argument.
That was also an analogy, right? I'm first trying to speak your language because I know you love guns, okay? My argument here, and again, I want to go back
What
to
the
the
fuck
foundation.
does that have to do with anything?
Well, speaking, well, it does. It matters, right? Semantics matter, right? Discussion.
Analogy is not
how we
semantics.
communicate matters. My goal with the communication is to use these words and these analogies as a tool to get to the ends I want. Intent matters, right? We can absolutely see that someone who protests without the intent to do violence is much different than a bomb, someone planting a bomb knowing that it will do violence.
Yeah, but
So
I
again,
was
it gets
responding to your analogy.
You're not allowing me to finish this, right? You're not allowing me to finish this. Please allow me to do so. So
This is fucking nuts. It's just like,
I
can't even
understand
believe
that
it.
you don't understand, but your
I don't.
comprehension is not my problem. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Your
having
lack of
it's true,
imagination
Whick.
is
I'm
not my
having a
problem.
struggle here, bro.
However, if someone, right, plants a bomb, we can reasonably expect them to know the result of that.
Yeah.
We cannot reasonably expect someone who does a protest to know that they are going
That they want the law to
do
change.
violence.
Yeah, that they want the law to change and that's going to require enforcement.
You to know that what they are doing is violent. We
Right.
cannot reasonably expect that.
So if they know that the law, let's say they're there to change a law, and they tell you, Whick, my intent is that the law is changed. And you say, well, police officers are going to have to enforce that law. Do you think that they would answer with, oh, fuck, they are? Well, then I'm going to go home now.
No, they just don't see that as violence.
No. So if I'm asking you, though, if you think that they're saying, if you think that they're saying to you, if you ask them these questions, oh, fuck, there'll be a cop who enforces this law that I'm trying to get them to enforce. You think that they would say yes, whether or not the inside of their brains, they associate that with violence or not. Is the descriptive claim that it is them moving towards violence still true, regardless of what they think it is?
But what they think absolutely matters when it comes to how we judge things and what we judge the intent of people. Again, this is the most boring route we can take because it's a semantics debate at the end of the day. It's a debate.
Semantics matter in a debate.
It does, but to the extent of, again,
all you keep saying is that I must accept your framework, and then every time we go rounds about the framework, you're accepting mine.
Unless you accept this is true, then we can't discuss it at all.
Unless you can refute it. And then I'll accept your framework is true.
What you are telling me, right, with your framework of everything is violence, is that any kind of force or pressure applied by dint of the state or any other power or institution or
not any pressure applied, but any enforcement applied.
Any enforcement applied, right? Whether that be in the form of fines, whether it be in the form of a stern wag of the finger, whether it be forbidden access to goods and services.
No, not a stern wag of the finger. Enforcement.
Again, enforcement, if I want to enforce a rule on my child, right? And I have several means to do so. One of those means is scolding them, That is enforcement. Yes.
Do you think that the state's means of enforcement is scolding people?
It can be.
Well, give me an example of how the state scolds you.
When the president goes on the air and uses the bully pulpit to scold his political dissidents, political opponents, and things like that, that is using the force of the state.
I'm talking about for breaking a law. Stop. For law.
Again, right? Like, this is an enforcement. I'm demonstrating that not all enforcement involves the point of a gun.
Okay, back up for me.
Sure.
When we're talking about state actors who are enforcing law, how do they do that without implicit violence, or if they're enforcing rights? And all the things protesters are trying to change is going to either be laws or rights related. They're not like no.
If you break them, can you land in prison? Is that your claim? That if I break any law, that I will land in prison?
No.
They will come with a gun to my house to force me to do or not.
No, my claim is that whatever it is that the state prescribes to you to do, that you resist, they will then use violence to make you do it.
That's not true. That's just demonstrably not true.
Okay, well, give me an example of how it's not true.
Okay. If I broke the speed, no, speed limit's not a good thing. Okay. Jaywalking, right? Are they going to arrest me for jaywalking?
No, let's say they give you a ticket.
Okay. I say I don't pay that ticket.
Yeah. Let's say you don't pay that ticket, and then they pull you over because you're driving one day and you have unpaid ticket for jaywalking.
Let's assume I don't drive.
Okay, well, whatever. You have a police encounter at some other point in your life, and you have this unpaid ticket. They say, well, you didn't pay this ticket. You got to go to jail. Okay? And you say, I don't want to fucking go to jail. What happens?
Well, either I pay the ticket or I probably go to jail.
So enforcement, the enforcement is violence. It's always violence. Like, you can't get around. You can't get around that. All rights enforcement's violence. All law enforcement's violence. It has the implicit threat of violence for compliance.
Again, this is fair, right? If we work within that, I think it's stupid. I think it's a stupid definition of violence, right? But fair.
Well, it's not a definition of violence.
It is. You are defining violence as enforcement. You are equating the two, and they cannot be separated. All enforcement is violence. That is your claim, right?
All state enforcement necessarily has to have the implicit threat of violence for the enforcement. Yes.
But you are conflating that. And what you were doing
with what?
You were trying to say that because this might lead to a change in what the state enforces or doesn't enforce, that this thing that you were doing is necessarily violent, and I just disagree. And you have yet to demonstrate that. You asserted. Well,
you're just saying that you disagree.
Sure.
But when I ask you questions about your disagreement, you end up agreeing with me again. So if you disagree with this fundamental, for instance, you say, and then I told you right in my intro that this would happen. The second I started to question you on whether or not you were coherent,
and I also said this would be a semantic debate that's boring. Here we are.
Yeah, well, I mean, whatever. I know that you guys on Twitch just like to screech. But some of us actually like to have debates about things that matter. In this particular instance, this matters,
and this is kind of why I'm frustrated, and I am frustrated. I'm a little annoyed because rather than having conversation with a substantive discussion on the methods with which we can enact political change, you have decided to be like, well, everything really is violence at the end of the day. I'm doing violence, you're doing violence, everything is violence. It's all violence, and we can't get anywhere with that. Like, okay,
I didn't say everything was violence.
That is the serious implication because everything has an effect.
No, it's not a serious implication.
Effect. Everything I do or say or every action I can take because I live in this state has a potential to influence my state in some way or shape or form. So it all is potential violence at all times. It's just true in your framework.
No.
Absolutely
what I'm saying,
is.
No.
This debate can influence. Do you disagree that even this small debate, right, can be seen by others, used to influence policy change and action of will? It's possible, correct?
Sure.
So we are possibly doing, by your framework, violence right now. I am doing violence right
because
now.
It requires intent.
Possibility exists.
It requires intent. I've already told you 15 times it requires intent.
Yes.
Yeah, but you agree with me.
So the
you agree with me when we went. Yeah, I've gotten into the question 15 times.
Trying to interrupt me. Right, but
well, you're just going on a long-winded diatribe. You're not saying anything. Just make the argument, dude.
Okay. Give Whick a chance to finish here.
So the question becomes: is it the intent of the protester, right, to do violence?
Necessarily,
knowingly that they are going to do violence. They have to know.
So we can answer this question easily. right? And I've asked you now 15 times and you've answered in the affirmative on this so that we can tell if you think a protester actually is there to use enforcement for their worldview on other people. So they know. Here's how we know this. If you were to ask a protester, are they there to change the law? You agree that they would say yes if they're there to change the law, right? Okay. And if you ask them, do you know that police have to enforce that law, and their enforcement mechanism is going to utilize force if you don't comply? Do you think that they would pack up and go home after they knew that?
No, because no one believes,
then that's it.
Right? No one believes. Protesters, most people do not believe, right, that what they are doing is violent. They just don't.
Regardless
I know
of
that you
what
do.
they
I know
believe,
that this is your belief.
Dude, listen to me. You're making word concept fallacy. When we're talking about intent, when you're talking about intent, that's one category.
Sure.
Okay. So we would agree that you would need to have things like intent if it came to thing like a B word, right? If you were to set up a B word and you were to crank it over and you were to walk away and it went kablooey, blew a bunch of people up, versus if you were to like be working at a chemical plant and you accidentally mixed chemicals the incorrect way, walked away, and it blew up. There would be a different level there of responsibility, right?
Yes.
Okay. So even if we concede that that's true, if we're talking about the protesters themselves, I'm just looking for, is it descriptively true, regardless of what they think, that they are actually appealing to enforcement, which is inevitably going to be violence?
But
that's it.
Appeal to ways. The way you appeal can be violent or nonviolent. And the nonviolent means to appeal are more effective than the violent means to appeal. That's my argument.
Okay.
That is my argument. At the end of the day, that is my argument. The nonviolent means to appeal to change within a state is more effective than violent means to appeal. So whether or not...
But you categorize nonviolence as being things that are violent.
Whether or not what they are appealing to is violent or not, the nonviolent means to do so is more effective. That's my argument. That's
So let's start with this then. We'll move past this because we just can't get any agreement on it, right? No matter what. I don't know why. It seems like you could have just easily conceded it and moved on, but it doesn't matter.
I tried, but you kept saying, no, it's really important for me to...
It is really important for you to concede.
Fair enough.
But in this case, I'll do just an internal critique on yours here.
Sure.
So when we're talking about non-violent means, can we go through the list of what you consider to be non-violent means?
Sit-ins, stayaways. This is not this is not an exhaustive list. I don't have the knowledge or the time to go through every single possible iteration, but boycotts, sit-ins, blockage, nonviolent disruption that does not result in direct destruction of property, like I'm not actually breaking shit, right? I consider slowdowns to be nonviolent, all these things.
Okay. What about riots?
What do you mean by a riot?
You're flipping shit over, you're burning stuff.
Okay, I consider that violent.
You consider that violent.
Yes.
Now, in the studies that you're sourcing, you did claim, and I've got one in front of me too, that they do leave this out. And I would agree with you that that's true, that they leave out rioting as not being, you called it a gray area. They left that out, right? How do you know that if they weren't to put all of the collective riots which have happened in the world in, that the results of this sociological survey wouldn't be different?
Well, yes, if you change the variables, the answer will change. Absolutely.
But if you consider those things to be violent, isn't it disingenuous of you to appeal to a survey which claims that they're not violent and then appeal to that as definitive information as to the results being better from nonviolent versus violent protest if they don't even categorize it in a way you believe is true?
When I say they left that out, I mean they left that out at the nonviolent section. They included in this study a comparison. So it includes violent and nonviolent both. It includes both, and they compare and contrast these. So if they left it out of the nonviolent section, it is likely, though I do not know for sure, that they put it in the violent section.
Okay, well, this critique, let me pull it up.
Yeah, can you link it to me?
Yeah,
I'd have
this
to know
critique,
the
this critique is making the claim that they do not. 1 second, and I'll get it linked over to you.
And I share Andrew's concern here, because this is the question I had as just someone impartially listening.
Yeah.
When you said left it out, does that mean they didn't include it on violent or nonviolent? That's the question I have.
Fair enough. It's a fair question. And again, like when you ask, like, there's a large body of literature on this. I obviously am not familiar with the whole body of work. I cannot cite specific sources, but I can tell you the ones that I looked at. And again, I don't know the methodology as well as the person who wrote the thing, but I can tell you that they made a distinction between nonviolent and violent. And they included
I
both,
mean,
and
but
they
this
compared
is
and contrast. Can you link? I'm still waiting on the
yeah,
link
I'm
on
pulling
the-
it up, man. I'm pulling it up. Just give
While
me a
Andrew's
second.
pulling this up, I want to remind everyone, get those super chats in. We'll be reading them in the last hour. Also, get in touch with the moderators if you would like to call in and ask a question, make a comment, etc. in the last hour. The moderators in the chat on the Crucible there will point you in the right direction of how to do that. So.
All right,
and
bro.
to be clear, it is a
Here you go.
quantitative study, right? So at least the one I'm referring to with
Here you go.
Yeah, in the last 100 years. So there's a lot.
So this also has a link directly to the study itself. And I believe that this is the one you're referencing.
Okay.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that it is. Now, there is I do agree with you on one point that there is a large body of evidence behind this, but it just depends on how you make the association of what is violent and what is not. And the critique from this guy is that, well, hard to say that this is actually a fair study when you consider the overlap between both of these bodies of what's considered violent versus nonviolent.
I'm just reading. So this isn't a paper. This is a.
It links to a paper.
I'm looking for it. Right. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Where within it do they link to it? Because I'm not seeing it on a quick scan.
I'm pulling it up on a different tab here so that I can see if I can just present it to you.
Please.
And then we can take it from there.
Whick, as you're looking for the... Okay, good.
Yeah, there are several links, right, within it, like amidst the deterioration of American democracy, and there's a link there, but it goes to I don't know what, right? And there's like 20 links in here. Which one are you referring to, please?
Right. So this is what he's saying here. This is his point. He says riot generally refers to violent protests or protests in which some participants threaten to use physical force to damage property, right?
Okay, the guest post is by Benjamin S. Case, and this is not who I'm referencing.
Yeah, I understand that you're not referencing the person, but I think that his point is a reference to your point about what is violence when it comes to protest, that it's hard to categorize. So he's claiming...
I have not read this, to be clear, and I can't speak to what he is saying or not.
So pull up your study then and see if the methodology includes violent riots or not.
Second.
And listen, I'll hate to interject here, but I'm not typically the type of person that's really interested in source, please. But if your entire point is, I understand other bodies of work might say this way or that. If you're using this one body, I think that it's important that we understand how they categorize what is violence and not.
But then my question would be, do you have anything that refutes them, right? And we can look at.
Well, the refutation of your source is only necessary if I don't disagree with the methodology. Otherwise, it's self-refuting. So if they're not going to categorize things that I believe to be violent, if they give them a different sociological categorization, I'm going to dismiss it right away anyway.
I can make this entire argument without this source. Will that help? Okay, sure. We're going to set the source
aside.
Ahead. Let's set aside the data. I don't like to do it, but rather than go through the methodology of a research paper and a book and go through it line by line, this will be easier, hopefully, right? And more entertaining for the audience, I hope, as well. We can understand, right, that the theory of change involves people power. So
what's the theory of change?
This is my theory.
Okay.
My theory, the Whick theory of change. If you
what is the thing?
Oh,
you're explaining what that theory is? Right. Okay.
This is what I'm doing, if I can.
Okay.
If I may.
Yeah, you can. I just wanted to clarify it.
Okay. So if you want to enact change on a institution, a group, a state, then you need to put pressure on the pillars of power which support them: the structures, the institutions, the mechanisms with which they use to enforce their will and to enforce their power. In the case of a state, these include but not limited to things like state media, police force, military, you know, donors, politicians, corporations that fund it with money and other backing. These are, again, not an exhaustive list, but these are ways that a state retains its power. So, what you need to do.
So just real quick, I just want to make sure I get the first part of the theory correct. So in Whick's theory of change, you're saying that people need to apply pressure to institutions in order to get the state to change its behavior.
Yes.
Okay.
And institutions are, of course, made up by people. So I will use a real-world example of happened in Iran, of all places. We usually don't think of the Iranian Revolution of '78 as peaceful, but it was nonviolent. There weren't shots fired. It wasn't a violent uprising or revolution. It was nonviolent. And how was this accomplished? What did they do? Okay. So the
CIA went in with a whole fucking shitload of money and bribed the enforcement arm to stand down.
No.
That's what they did.
Well, what happened, right, is the gas workers, the oil workers at the time, right? They would refuse to go to work. So the enforcement people, right, the state police, the military and things like that, went in and drugged them to work, where they would work half a day. Like they slow down work kind of deal. That's how they protested. They worked really slow. They did a go slow kind of thing. Okay.
Now hang on. I just want to be clear. What year are you talking about?
78.
Here? 78. Okay. Sorry.
78, 79,
go ahead.
Something like that.
Go ahead.
It was in the 70s.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah. And this is Iran?
Yeah, Iran.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yes. So, they would do this day after day, would drag these people, these workers, out of their homes, and the state would, and move them to their workplace and force them to work, in which they go slow. They would, slow walk their work to the things. Eventually, right, the people who were enforcing this, because they knew the people they were enforcing against, because they had relationships with them, right, they were like, we don't want to do this anymore. So eventually they stopped. And this was enough to put pressure on the government. It wasn't the only thing that did it, right? But this put the pressure on the government, which toppled the regime. They were no longer able to make their oil money, right? Even, right. They just stopped. So yeah, that's where we are. So this is an example of how peaceful, or nonviolent, I should say, nonviolence change can come about. We can also look at the '98 𝕵𝖎𝖙 rebellion.
Well, let's just start with one example at a time,
sure.
right? So that we don't move past it. I wanted you to be able to explain your entire theory here, okay?
I mean, it's not my entire theory. It's an example of the theory working, but yes.
Well, I mean, you summarized what your theory for change was. And do you feel like I summarized it correctly, that people need to put pressure on state institutions? Yes. Okay, so then my summary is correct. I'm not strawmanning what your theory is here, right? Okay, so let me ask you this very important question. This thing which happened, regardless of whether it's in Iran or wherever it is, it doesn't matter, where they're applying the pressure to the state, they're appealing to enforcement. You agree that that's true, right?
We move past this, but yeah.
Okay.
Enforcement or a lack of.
Right. Right. They're appealing to enforcement. So you're just saying, in this particular case, what happens if the Shah doesn't step down, or what happens if the power structure refuses to step down? What's step 2?
So if they lethally repress the rebellion or the uprising or the protest, right?
Yeah.
So this again makes it harder, obviously, but not impossible. Not impossible. And my second example is an example.
Yeah. Okay, hang on. Let's just stay with this real quick. I just wanted to answer to that question. I have a follow-up question real quick. Okay. So if you're applying pressure to enforcement, like you just agreed that they're doing, and the enforcers don't side with whoever's applying the pressure to the state, okay? Instead, the enforcement sides with the fucking state. Then at that point, you're willing to concede, and only then, that now we have a situation of violence?
Well, there absolutely will be violence, right?
Mhm.
Depending on how the state enforces it, right? So if the
Okay.
state finds them, it's a lot different than if the state shoots them in the head. These are different things.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to get your position clear. Now you can move on from there.
Yes. But the whole goal of a successful nonviolent movement is to get it so that the mechanisms of the state stop enforcing these things. They non-compliance, non-obedience, call in sick, all these methods, right? So, for example, right, during the Serbian election, 98 election, the butcher of the Balkans, right, 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙, he was overthrown peacefully, entirely non-violently, right? And he ordered his security forces, the police, to fire into the protesters. He ordered them, gun them down. We know this because they had radios. They were able to, enough people had joined the movement that were involved in the apparatus of the state that they had a line. They could hear the orders coming down and things. The police force did not comply. The nonviolent movement had successfully achieved their goal of pressuring
appealing to enforcement
to not enforce the order, right? And so they were able to get the butcher of the Balkans out of power in a peaceful manner
and put in a brand new power structure, right?
I'm not well, yeah, but there are problems currently with Serbia, obviously, right?
Yeah, no, I get it, but they put in they put in a brand new power structure, right?
Yes.
Okay, and this brand new power structure
well, actually,
can only...
they prevented because what happened was...
yeah, I don't care about the semantics. There was a new power structure put in place.
Semantics only matter when it comes to you, right? But they
yeah, in this
debate,
particular
so
case,
they don't matter. You wanted to go for a fucking hour. You drugged me through these semantic debates.
Go micro. Okay, go as micro as you want.
Okay.
It does matter when you're talking about a foundational argument.
It matters
doesn't matter when you're just being exasperating. It doesn't matter when it
matters to me. Okay, I got it. Let's go. Okay. So, yeah, no, motherfucker. If you want to be semantics, we're going to be semantics. You're going to feel my pain, baby. You're going to feel it. So, yes, the butcher of the Balkans, 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙, stole the election. It was clear he stole the election. They knew he stole the election. What that did was they stopped him from stealing the election. It wasn't an entire political power structure overhaul. It simply allowed the person who actually won the election to get to power.
Now that you've said your whole piece, and I've allowed you to say your whole piece, right? And I haven't strawmanned anything, right? I've reiterated back to you what your position is. You've agreed I've reiterated back what your position is, right? Haven't strawmanned anything. The enforcement arm here is the people, and the threat of violence is coming directly from the people to the government. This is why you have these leaders step down to begin with, Whick. They actually wouldn't step down if there was not the threat of violence coming from the very human beings who are protesting.
It wouldn't actually be possible. No. In 98, what violence were the Serbian people going to do?
If the state resisted,
was the threat?
If the state resisted their means,
yeah, say the state did fire into them. What was
from there, right? So that is the threat. The threat is the people responding with violence. So the people always hold the key to the people who rule over them via threat of violence. There's no way around that. So if you have enough people who are putting pressure on public infrastructure, the enforcement arm of the state isn't working. The reason that the state then has to step down is because otherwise the people will kill them.
That's not true.
That's how that works. Well, then why would they step down?
That's not true.
Why would they step down then?
Okay, because they cease to have the ability to enforce their will.
Right.
But
they
that
cease
does not
to have the ability to enforce their will.
You keep drawing these things that if this happens, this must necessarily therefore happen afterwards.
And it does.
Just not true.
Yes,
there
these
are
are necessary.
Plenty of regime changes which happen forcefully, but do not result in the death of the people in power.
Yeah, but the reason that these people are stepping down or fleeing their nations or leaving their nations of origin and things like this is because the people are going to kill them.
Prove it.
If they don't comply.
You've asserted it. Prove it.
Sure. Well, we can do this pretty easily. The only reason a leader would say, oh, shit, I have to now flee my own nation where people are overwhelmingly protesting against me, right, is because he's under duress of violence. Otherwise, why would he leave?
There are plenty of reasons, right? Maybe
Give me one.
Mocked. Maybe he will not be able to live in the same standards he was before. The threat of him being killed doesn't necessarily have to be on the table. I recognize it in many cases.
Or imprisoned,
but
or
it does
in
not
some
have
way
to be on the table because you asserted that the only thing that the threat of violence in any case of protesters is that they will physically kill the people in power, and I'm saying that's just categorically
That's
untrue.
what the implicit threat is. They'll do something violent to the people in power.
But that's demonstrably not true, right? And we can see
demonstrably is true, or they wouldn't be fleeing their nations of origin.
We can.
Why would they step down from power if they had nothing to fear from the people?
Because where they are fleeing to, they still have power.
Why would they step down from power unless they had something to fear from the people they were ruling?
But that fear doesn't necessarily have to be the fear of death.
Well, what else would it be?
There are a lot of fears that you.
What else could it be that you're fleeing your nation? You're fleeing your own nation, and you're stepping down from power if you had nothing to fear.
Shame.
You're fearing shame if you're still in charge.
To support all your mistresses. There's plenty of fears that you can have. Having to actually work a 9-to-5 job instead of being able to live in your palace. There are tons of fears that you can have that would cause you to flee to a place where you can still have those things. Is that not true?
These people are fleeing to other nations so that they can live in a palace. They're not fleeing.
Yes, sometimes
they're not fleeing because they're going to get locked up.
Better conditions. In some cases, yes.
Yeah, so you're saying they're fleeing because their people are going to call them. They're going to call them bad names.
What you are asserting is that in every case that the protesters or the people who are looking for change are going to kill those people who are in power unless they comply. And I am saying that you have to prove.
No, I'm saying that there's an implicit threat.
I'm still waiting for you to prove that.
Yeah, I've already demonstrated multiple times. The implicit, yes. If you're stepping,
you've done this throughout.
It's necessary. Do you know what an entailment is? What's an entailment?
You have yet to prove it.
What's an entailment? Tell me what an entailment is.
Why are we doing this definitional shit?
I will answer your question because
once you have proven it.
An entailment is if this is true, this also must be true. It's entailed in the thing being true. Right?
Again,
so if you're a king,
this does not follow.
If you're a king and you had 100% guarantee that your people were not going to do anything violent to you whatsoever, and they were just out protesting. Okay, that's it. Why on earth would you step down from being a king unless there was implicit threat from the people of violence?
If you were a king in Whickistan, okay, and you had access to tons of power, tons of money and women, and you knew that if you lost that power, you would lose that access, you wouldn't be killed. You just
why would you hang on? What do you mean they would lose the access?
You keep asking me to answer.
Well, what do you mean they would lose the access to it?
You keep interrupting me as I try to answer.
I just want you to qualify it. What do you mean they would lose the access to it? How would they lose access to these things?
To access their mistress's money.
Why not?
They would be prevented from doing so.
By who?
They would simply, it would not be theirs anymore.
Okay, so somebody has taken this shit away from them in an act of violence.
Again, you have asserted that you have changed your stance.
No, you just said it yourself.
Why would these people leave? And you guys, this is recorded. You know this is recorded, right? People can go back and check what you said. So
yeah, it's fine.
What you said was, why would they leave unless they were going to kill them? That's what you said.
Yeah, I'm saying an implicit act of violence, yeah.
Big difference. This is why I push back against the conflation to violence to everything, because there's a big difference.
No, in this case, it's implicit.
Stop. There's a big difference between losing losing access to money and wealth.
How do you lose access to those things? Because someone takes them from you with.
If I robbed you, is it the same as killing you?
Robbing is an act of violence.
If I robbed you, is it the same as killing you?
No, of course not.
Of course not.
But it's an act of violence.
So again, right?
Yeah.
This is why, to aid in communication, we consider some things to be violent and other things we don't.
Yeah, but I'm saying in this case, it's implicit that the threat of violence is there from the people. It's implicit. It's an entailment of it. So even your excuse making. Even your excuse making of, no, they didn't flee their nations because they were terrified that they would be imprisoned or killed. They actually fled their nation because the nation came in and took all of their shit from them by force. That's what happened. But there wasn't any violence, Andrew. It was all peaceful. The whole thing was totally peaceful.
Their difference, nonviolent, not peaceful.
Oh, it was not violent. No, they just took all his shit by force.
They use nonviolent means to their ends. Absolutely.
Okay. So I think we're kind of like treading water here. So we have two options.
Circle the drain.
We could try like I have some questions both sides. So we could ask those before we get to audience questions, or we could try to move this into a different direction for the final half hour. It's up to you. both you, whatever you would like to
I'm
do.
game for whatever you want. I can do this all night.
Andrew, you want me to ask a couple questions? I'll try to be pointed to both sides. So to Whick, I'll ask this question to start. You said that you could give specific examples of nonviolence that was successful, but it seems the question is, in general, which is a more successful strategy? I could just off the top of my head come up with dozens of examples of when violence has achieved success for the people that were enacting those violence. So if we're able to give you examples of when violence was successful, is it possible that your overarching claim that nonviolence is better only works in certain circumstances, and then sometimes what you would call violence is the appropriate method to achieve the most success?
Well, if we're going to get into like Q&As from the moderator, should we do closing statements first?
That's fair. We could do that if you like. So
hold that question. I may ask you to repeat that question because
that's fine. I will. Let's do
but...
the inverse of how we started. So
okay.
We'll do 5 minutes. Whick, 5-minute closing statement on the topic. You'll have a chance at the end to shout out your channel and stuff, so don't feel the need to do that here.
Sure. Okay, so at the end of the day, right, I wish we had been able to have a productive discussion, but unfortunately, due to circumstances, we were not. The means with which we achieve ends is almost as important as the ends itself. To use violent means, I can demonstrate quantitatively over the last 100 years is less successful, and when it is successful, it has worse outcomes for the people in which the state or nation in which these means are achieved. This is something that we can demonstrate, and I wish we could have talked about examples, right? One of the greatest examples of violence not working and leading to bad outcomes that I think we can all point to, regardless of what side of this conflict that you land on, is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Both sides, Hamas, the nation state of Israel, have used violent means in order to achieve their ends, and it has simply exacerbated the violence on both sides in this continuous reciprocal radicalization that is going on. We can point to the Ethiopian crisis in the 70s, right? They had wonderful, they were being oppressed. They violently rose up, and yet the aftermath of that has been bloody, terrible, and destructive for the country. We can point to these examples again and again. Again, reiterate, my point is that not that violence can't ever work. Obviously, it can. My point and my argument would be that nonviolence is more effective, gets better results, and leads to a world that I personally would love to live in more than a world where violence gets us there. Again, right, I wish this hadn't been a semantic debate, but it is what it is, and here we are. And thank you for having me.
Okay. Andrew, you have 5 minutes for your closing statement. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so this is pretty typical of especially Twitch leftists who endlessly demand that you adopt their stupid-ass framework that makes no sense, or you can't even have a debate. Everything is foundational when it comes to debating a topic. In this particular case, we're talking about the foundations of not only what is violence, but what is implicit violence, right? What does A lead to violence every single time A is tried? This type of thing. Whick over and over again basically agreed with my descriptor for reality, which is that all protest is basically appealing to enforcement, and all enforcement is violence. Though it took me 5 times to get him to concede that that was actually his worldview. And this is a problem with people who don't know how to debate. They don't understand. You actually have to have a foundation yourself. So what he wants to do is skip ahead. He's like, look, regardless of whether or not the foundation's true or false, let's skip ahead past that. Well, the problem is that we're already then accepting that the conclusion even leads to the down the railroad tracks, right? And this is the problem with the entirety of this debate. The second point is that he talks a lot about, and remember that he does kind of a bait and switch. He doesn't actually say that these are, nonviolent acts, really. What he says is that they're classified that way. And so then when we kind of push into why they're classified that way, he doesn't really expand on it. Not really sure why. He would consider this to be violence. And even though it's not included, if that's not included, we don't even know what the result's going to be. right? And so then he claims, well, based on those variables, if there's new variables which are sent in, of course, we're not going to know the result. The whole thing should fall apart right there. If you have one variable you don't agree with that's already stated as being nonviolent versus violent, but you still take the study at face value, that's not only disingenuous, but it's fucking stupid. And then kind of the third point that we need to get in is I let him lay out his entire framework as much as I possibly could with very little pushback for like the last 20 minutes of the debate. And then the second I gave him pushback about the implicit violence, which is always going on in a protest towards leadership, instead of really even trying to tangle with that, instead he says, no, these people are fleeing their countries because they're shamed. They just, they get shamed by the population, and so they leave. That's what happens. And then when we question why they don't have access to their palaces and this and that, he says, well, because people violently strip them of those things. That's why. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. The expectation is always utilize my grounding, utilize my groundwork. We're not even going to discuss the groundwork. We need to just accept that it's true and move on from there. That's not a debate. That's bullshit.
Okay. Well, I enjoyed listening to the debate. I'll ask some questions. I see we got some audience members that are going to call in, so I'll see how far my questions go. But definitely my mouth will be shut by 11 o'clock. We're going to try to do at least an hour of audience questions, and we had some super chats come in. Get those super chats in. We'll make sure that they get read, and we promise you here at the Crucible that every dollar you spent inevitably goes to an animal being killed and meat being eaten in one way or another. So we will live up to that promise, guaranteed. So the question I had for you, Whick, is you gave a couple examples of nonviolence working. My first question that I have is that universal? Is nonviolence always the optimal strategy? So if I could provide examples where, such as the American Revolution, where nonviolence was attempted over and over again, it wasn't successful, and eventually weapons had to be picked up and there had to be a violent revolution, would you be willing to concede that it's, even if on average you think nonviolence is better, that sometimes it's not the preferable method?
So when you say preferable, I would take issue, but I would concede that sometimes violence is just necessary, right? Like we can look at the Russian-Ukraine war right now as a perfect example. Ukraine has been stripped of choice in this, and violence is the necessity as we are seeing that's going on. It's an unfortunate necessity. It would be preferable to do it in other ways, but there's no choice to be had. So yes, I think it's just trivially true that in certain cases, violence is the only answer, and because choice has been stripped. However, I would point out and say that nonviolence, even in the face of violence, can sometimes work and be effective. And we are too often to lean on violence rather than try all avenues before we get into that violence. Yeah, that would be my answer. I hope it answers the question.
Okay. Andrew, you could respond if you want. If not, I got questions for you too. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, it always just leads back to the same thing. It's always an appeal to enforcement. It's always an appeal to violence, no matter what. It's just a vicious logical circle. There's really no way out of it.
All right, Andrew, my first question to you is this. Would you admit that even if everything is an appeal to enforcement, that we as people that want to see change in society, whether you be a right-winger, conservative, Christian, paleocon, whatever, would want to come up with the optimal ways to achieve that? You would agree with that, to strategize what the optimal ways would be. If you agree with that, would you admit that regardless if you think that everything would entail enforcement if we're protesting the government, which is an appeal to violence inevitably, that the means of that appeal, whether it be nonviolent, violent, or other strategies, are something that's worth discussing which ways would be most effective?
Yeah, but you're just asking the question of which means are more effective for the course of violence still. So it's still viciously circular. No matter which way you cut it, it's always viciously circular, and it'll always go back to the same point. The same grounding point is that it's always an appeal to an authority which will use implicit violence, which I'm not against. I'm fine with some forms of state enforcement. I think that they're very good, in fact, and necessary. I'm just saying that let's not pretend that that's not what we're doing. That a protest is definitely appealing to an enforcement arm to enforce your worldview on somebody else. There's no way around that. Okay, not if you're a progressive, not if you're not a progressive. It doesn't matter.
But if that's true, and we accept that, right? and I'm not saying Whick's accepting that, that's what part of the debate was about. But if that's true, and we do accept that, the question is, if Whick's able to prove to you, okay, we're always appealing towards enforcement, which is appealing to violence, but the best way to get the best result is a non-violent appeal to the violent enforcement, as opposed to a violent appeal to the violent enforcement, would you be willing to have that debate, whether the appeal method being non-violent, that's appealing to violence enforcement, would you admit that that could be the case, that a non-violent
I think that
appeal?
there's a foundational error immediately, and that the foundational error is that you're always appealing to violence, even if you're using what he considers to be non-violent means. It's always an appeal to it.
But doesn't there have to be some question of tactics? Because then I think the trap that you fall into...
the tactics are just which form of violence are we going to use?
That's exactly the point, right?
Yeah.
So like, because, okay, then Whick's argument, I think if I could try to steelman what your argument would be, Whick, is I think a thing like a sit-in, which you might consider an appeal to violence, I consider that itself to be a non-violent appeal to violence. And I think that's a more effective protest than pulling out a gun and shooting everyone.
But ultimately, you're still appealing to enforcement no matter what.
Well, that could be true, but isn't it also important to talk about which tactics are the most likely to lead to the successful appeal to enforcement?
Yes, maybe you could say that it's fine to say that these tactics operate better in order to get enforcement to operate on our worldview. Fine, that's fine, but let's not kid ourselves about what you're doing. And what you're doing is you're appealing specifically so that your worldview is enforced by an enforcement element, always.
Okay. Whick, if you don't have anything to add, I got more questions for you.
I mean, like, look, we already had this debate, but I just think that, again, this constant need for him to say, accept my framework or we can't have this discussion is just telling.
So. Just give a counter argument to the framework. Give me your own framework.
I'm waiting for your positive argument.
I already gave you a positive argument.
You just asserted.
Do you want me to restate the positive argument again?
I mean, we're good. You've tried over and over again.
I did. I don't know how many times I could possibly state it.
Right, that this idea that you're conflating, and this is a problem I'm having here overall. It's a conflation problem. If everything is violence, then
no, it's a logical problem. It's not conflation. It's a logical issue.
Is just as violent as a shooting someone, then why differentiate? Why not go out and just shoot a bunch of people? Because obviously they lead to the same ends. They're the same. So fundamentally, we can't even have this discussion. And you shouldn't be really worried about someone, whether they're doing sit-ins or whether they're shooting children, because it's logically the same. And that's where this leads. And I think that we can all recognize that that's just not true.
That's not the argument.
That is absolutely the argument.
Why don't you give me my argument back to me?
That is the ends of which your argument leads.
Can you steelman my position?
This is the ends to which
Can you steelman my position, Whick?
Your argument, yes, as you were trying to make it, is that because everything that is enforced by the state has to be done so at the point of the gun.
Specifically by the state, right? So you already fucked the argument up.
Again, semantics saying you do this where you nitpick. You're like, well, you said the man stabbing all the children was wearing a red shirt. When did I tell you
semantics
are important? But they were wearing a blue shirt.
Semantics are important with the grounding.
I gotcha.
Semantics are important with the grounding of an argument,
Whick. You don't know
Whick.
anything what you're saying.
Semantics are important for the grounding of an argument, Whick.
The man who was raping the children was wearing a blue shirt.
Stop losing your mind and listen to what's being said.
I'm losing my mind because you are mindless. I am trying to descend your level. So
for the grounding of an argument, semantics are important.
For the absurdity, I am demonstrating the absurdity of the position that you hold. That because enforcement has to be done at the point of a gun, then everything that is enforced must inherently be violent. And I would argue...
That's not my argument, Whick.
That is absolutely what you've been arguing.
So then steal one more time. I just want you to steelman it. I won't interrupt you.
Oh, God. Again, this is... I have successfully done so.
Okay.
I challenge the audience. What do you think? Right? And I'm sure we'll get to call in soon. But what do you think? Andrew's argument.
I think the Crucible audience from the super chat, you better get some people, Whick, from your channel over to the super chats, because spoiler alert, they're probably heavy weighted against you.
Well, yes, saying. I am coming in.
Get the dollars over there, and we'll spend it on me. So let me ask both of you a question. Do you think that protest, in the context of how we're talking, can exist in institutions that aren't the state? So can you protest, for example, a company or some institution that's not the state? Either of you, would you agree?
Yeah, well, that's obviously true. I could protest this this entity right here and say, well, fine, I'm just not going to participate. That'd be a protest. Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Andrew, would you agree that you could protest against institutions that aren't the state?
Yeah.
If so, let's say, one of my favorite movies, Crocodile Dundee. She asks Mick, "Do you protest anything?" He says, "Sure, every time I get thrown out of the pub." Right? Like, so Andrew, to you, if I make a protest against a private business, I say, I'm pissed off that this bar in my town closes at midnight. And so I'm not going to go there, and I'm going to drum up a bunch of people not to go there unless they switch to closing at 2 a.m. Does that necessarily entail the enforcement would be violent inevitably?
Well, I would say, what's the goal of the protest?
The goal of the protest would be to keep the bar open until 2 a.m. instead of midnight.
And your specific goal here is to only protest to what? The manager of the place?
Yeah, we stop going and we drum up people to stop doing business there until they see our demands.
Yeah. So in this particular case, it would be implicit that you would want, I would think at least, you would want some sort of enforcement arm to say that that bar had to stay open till X time. Otherwise, you're just engaged in an argument and not really a protest.
Well, see, this is where you lose me at one point where you say, I don't think coercion in itself is an act of violence or entails an act of violence. And that's where I become confused, because it seems like your argument might make sense when talking about the state, because the state is always going to use the threat of force to get you to comply. That's the nature of the state. That's the nature of laws.
Not all protests have to appeal to the state, but they do have to appeal to something that's going to enforce whatever the change is that you want to see. So if you're using the term protest to mean an argument, then I would reject that definition. So if you're just arguing with somebody about what you think their preference should be, I don't think you're protesting.
A boycott of a bar, right? Is that an argument? Or is it a protest?
No, that's a protest. But in that case, you're the enforcement arm.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be violence. The enforcement's just like choose.
Yeah, what am I going to do?
No, well, hang on. You're appealing to the enforcement at that point, right? And the enforcement at that point is you. So you are the enforcement. So you're utilizing something which is implicit to get the bar to do what you want, right?
For me, I just think it's overarching that then it falls into a criticism that Whick was attempting to make, which is, well, then that's anytime anyone wants anything, inevitably it will have to be enforced.
No,
therefore,
there's a distinction. One's an argument, one's a protest. So I think that these things mean two different things. If you're going to protest, you're protesting against some sort of institutional power. If you're in an argument where you're saying, I'm not going to appeal to any authority to change any worldview, that's just an argument.
Again, do you believe a boycott is an argument or a protest?
I think in the case of a boycott,
for example, when they boycotted Bud Light,
I don't think it falls cleanly under either categorization. So when you're boycotting a business, you're just refusing to buy their products. That's it.
Okay,
that's all you're doing.
Let me ask a question to Whick then, saying we could say protest could be not against the state.
Yep.
On the specific question of violence, let me ask you just a hypothetical question about an institution that's not the state. If I was a newspaper and I was going to criticize a religion by drawing one of their seminal figures in a interesting, provocative way, do you think most newspapers hesitate to draw Muhammad or to draw Jesus?
They would hesitate to draw Muhammad.
Why is that? Is it because of nonviolent protest or violent protest?
Both. So they recognize, especially in a capitalist institution, that if they do this, people will not buy their product, right? There is a segment of the population that they want to buy their product, right, that simply won't do so. There is also, right, the fear that there will be people who will come in with guns and mow them down, right? But even without that, if you separate the violence from this, and you simply look at the economics of this, they are still coerced and incentivized and pressured into not doing the thing.
But if that's true, the economic argument, and we're talking about Western countries like France or the United States, where Christians far outnumber Muslims, why do they not hesitate to mock Christianity, but they do so? It seems that the reason is that we all know it's because they're afraid they're going to get their fucking head blown off, because the violence has worked and has intimidated these institutions.
Well, I think that at least in America, right, and if we're talking in the Western world, America, Canada, etc., that this isn't as fearful. Like, they don't fear the same way you would in Sudan or, say, Syria or, let's say, Iran. The fear is a different level. Like a a newspaper who drew Muhammad in Iran would be far, far more fearful of the violence than an American would, correct? You would see this to me?
I don't think that's the case.
You don't think that's the case? You think that American newspaper has the same amount of fear that an Iranian newspaper, that they would be violently killed for drawing the...
Well, it's hard to say the same amount of fear, but it's the same type and on a very similar level of fear. It is indisputable. There have been whistleblowers that have came out from news agencies saying we were basically, I mean, even Comedy Central wouldn't air the South Park episode where they were depicting Muhammad. And it wasn't because, oh, South Park, we're really going out of our way to not offend religious people. Bullshit. They make fun of Jewish people. They make fun of Christians all the time on that show.
Yeah, but
the
it's politically
reason
acceptable.
was because of the violence.
It's culturally acceptable. And I think you would see this to me easily as a right-winger, right? That it's culturally acceptable to make fun of Christians in a way it is not culturally acceptable to make fun of Muslims. We can criticize Christianity in a way that we cannot criticize Muslims.
No. Yeah, well, so I would agree that that's true. I just don't think that it's socially acceptable to clown on Christians either. I just think that you guys don't give a shit.
Right. You have no fear of backlash.
Because we don't do anything back.
Well, yeah,
that's
because
why.
you don't. Well, the boycotts that you do and things like that, just
those
aren't effective.
Yeah, those boycotts are just us not buying a product.
I know, but again, we can look at the Bud Light situation. You were able
yeah, that's just us not buying a product.
Yes, but that
hates
economic
us.
violence in your worldview.
No, that's not economic violence.
But in your worldview, in your frame, right, you are harming them, right? You are doing damage to their brand and being violent towards them, yes?
No, there's no violence.
And yet there is violence when I'm in boycotting.
No, there's no violence when you're boycotting. It's just a refusal.
No violence in boycotting?
That's not a protest.
We can say that.
That's not a protest, bro.
We can say that that's a form of nonviolent protest?
It's not a protest for the 15th time. It doesn't fall into that category.
I disagree.
Okay, one last question, and then we will get to callers.
Do you know what a category error is? Why is it called a boycott and not a protest?
There are many forms of protest, right? It's an umbrella term, right? We can protest in different ways, correct?
Sure, but why do you think that specifically a boycott?
You could do
but
a boycott.
A boycott does not fall cleanly under this paradigm of protest.
Sure, but
it's just you not buying a product,
right?
Yeah, you're not doing. No, there's no implicit. And by the way,
what do you think a stay away is?
I want to know. I want to know something else.
Tell me. What do you think a stay away is?
What a stay away? What is? I don't know what a stay away is.
So a stay away is you stay home, right? You stay home, right? You stay in, right? You don't go out. Right, you've decided you're not going to use electricity, right?
Got it.
You're just not using. You're just not using these services.
Yeah, that's just a boycott.
This is no. It's a form of protest.
No, it's a boycott.
Which is a form of protest.
No, you're saying that it's a form of protest.
It just is.
But you're only appealing to you.
I'm.
So who are you protesting to?
So, for example, if you are not going to work, you are protesting the state because the state needs. Right? You to go to work in order to function, to collect your taxes, to get the money from the corporations and things that live within it. Again, staying at home is a form of protest.
No, it's not a. Well, wait a second. Back up. When you're talking about a private business, if you boycott Bud Light, who are you protesting to? Are you protesting to Bud Light?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so your protest to Bud Light is what? I'm not going to buy your shit anymore unless you change it.
Yeah, that's a protest.
So that's an argument, not a protest.
Okay, you are saying you are creating categories in your mind, right?
No, it's not a category in my mind.
Mad when I refuse to use your categories.
No, the argument is
just
I'm not going to buy your product unless you do X.
Is pretty clearly what has been
What's
happening.
Bro, what are you protesting?
Make up categories, right?
No, I'm not making up a category.
You absolutely are. Like,
what's the category I'm making up?
You made up the definition of kidnap to only.
No, I gave you I got it right here. Okay. Here, I'm going to post the definition of kidnapping again. This is the Google definition.
Okay, read it for me.
Of the word kidnapping, the action of abduction.
Of somebody
or holding them captive, or holding them captive.
What do you think? What do you think abduction?
Or holding them captive. What does the word "or" mean, dumbass?
Again.
What does the word "or" mean? What does it mean?
Depends on context.
Answer my question. What do you think it means?
If you think me keeping you from leaving your home is kidnapping, then I don't know what to tell you.
It's not the
You're
definition.
just fucking wrong.
That's not the
You're
definition.
just
What was
fucking
what was
wrong.
the definition I just gave you?
And the definition that I'm reading, you liar, is and, motherfucker.
Bro, and or again. I'm going to ask you one more time. If you abduct a person, that could be kidnapping, right?
Okay,
if you hold them captive,
I'm reading
if
it
you're
from
holding
you.
a person captive,
it's on my fucking screen. On my,
I've got it on my screen too.
Okay, the action of abducting someone and not or.
Bro.
There is no or in this, motherfucker.
Yes, there is an or.
Liar.
Yes, there is or. I just posted it, bro. I just posted it. I just posted it,
from
dude.
The Oxford Dictionary.
So
Here
you think
motherfucker?
So what do you think kidnapping? What do you think kidnapping is? How could you possibly believe that it's not kidnapping?
I'll this to Rob because I can't actually. I'm really bad at putting this on my screen. But here is what I am looking at. Right, I will screenshot it for you and put it up there. Kidnapping. Do you see an or in there, sir?
Yes. There's an or in my definition that I posted. I posted a definition.
I gave it to your DM. I sent it to your DM.
My Twitter DM?
Discord.
Oh, Discord.
Yeah, please.
This guy.
This is something we can look at. And again, I want to reiterate to my audience, this is what Andrew Wilson has done all night long. He has lied. He has lied.
I've just proven you incorrect over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
This is but one example. We caught you in 4K red-handed, motherfucker.
Bro, you didn't catch anything. I posted the definition myself.
I'll read it. This is what he sent me. I don't know if it's the same one Andrew said. It says kidnapping, the action of abducting someone and holding them captive. It does not say or the one I'm holding them.
Gotcha.
But
got what?
Done.
What did you get? You had a contrary definition, but it's the same. It's the same exact wording, bro.
Demonstrated that you have lied.
What's the lie?
Again, that kidnapping, right? You said that it is or was in there. It's not.
Yeah, it was. That's the definition I posted was or.
And again, this assistance that I use your specific definition, your proprietary definition, rather than the one
but I have to use yours. I have to use yours, but under either case, whether it's and or, it's still the same. It's going to be applied the same exact way.
Okay, I think we're treading water here. Here's what I'm going to do. I got one last question towards Whick, and then I promise we're going to get to I tried to do my best and just fairly see what I saw. That's all I'm doing. So we'll get to the callers after this. The last question I have is, Whick, I got to be honest. I was sort of feeling you towards the beginning where you're having this sort of, and you can kind of see in the questions I was asking Andrew, where I feel like what you're trying to get to is like, well, we have to differentiate between types of protest, even if I can see that all enforcement is violent. Like, are the types of protests like sit-ins better than smashing car window? I feel that. But here's where you lose me, right? And maybe you could correct where I'm misunderstanding this. You talk about how the evidence you're using is from this one particular source at this point of the debate, and this is at 2625. And you say when it's talking about things that'll be violent, it talks about things like regime change, right? That's one of the things that it talked about. Now, this seems to exactly go to Andrew's point, right? Because regime change itself isn't an act. It's not a means, right? Right? Regime change doesn't mean
the goal.
Right. And so Andrew's point is, well, the end will always be violence. And your author seems to say, well, I differentiate based on ends. Because if I have a sit-in, but the purpose of the sit-in is regime change, because let me finish real quick, because regime change in its own right is an act of violence, then we would consider that sit-in a violent protest. That seems to be exactly what Andrew's talking about, right?
Sure, I can correct this misconception. So in order to keep the common variables, to isolate the variables, the violent insurgencies, protests, etc., versus the nonviolent protesters, they were all trying to achieve one of three ends in this study: regime change, secession of territory, or anti-occupation, right? So violent or not violent, right? The ends did not matter, right? The ends were the same, whether it be violent or non-violent in this study, right? The ends did not matter.
So you're saying that regime change was just a category that they were giving of a type of agenda that they had, but
so
you can either be violent.
So in order to isolate the variable, right? So because maybe if you were protesting and trying to change the time of how late you were allowed to stay out, right? In order to isolate from that variable, because we can imagine there are certain things that are easier to get a change towards than others, right? So it's easier to change certain things than it would be others. So in order to isolate for that and take that out as a factor, what they did was they said, okay, we're going to measure protests, movements, and political actions that had the same goals: regime change.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
So
does
it was
that
a
make sense?
misunderstanding on my
No,
part.
it's
I
cool.
get it.
It's cool.
Right?
Does that make sense?
I'll
though?
just, yeah, I
Yeah,
get
yeah.
exactly. I'll just say this real quick, and then we're going to get to the callers. You know, I understand Andrew and you are coming at this from a different angle than I'm thinking of it. One of the things that I think are worth bringing up of frustration, because we're talking specifically about studies on this, is every time that I've gone into some of these studies that reference these sort of stuff, I find their methodology to be grotesque. For example, one that's cited over and over is the Center for Strategic Intelligence Service, right? And this is the CSIS, it's called, right? You saw this cited all over the media in 2020, 2021. And what it was talking about was which side is more likely to use violence, the left or the right. And it defined domestic terrorism, is what it was looking for. It defined domestic terrorism as non-state actors using violence or intimidation to enact political change. Pretty simple definition. Okay, I could go with that, right? And then I looked at their incidents, and there was none on the left listed for all of 2020. And I was like, that's weird. I saw riots everywhere that sought to achieve political change that were being done hundreds of times in this country by left wingers. And they had a little footnote at the bottom and said, we didn't consider Black Lives Matter to be political domestic terrorism, when it clearly met their definition. And this is the problem, right? And I think that's where Andrew's right to criticize the methodology. I'm not saying your study's methodology, I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But oftentimes we just hear these things that are said, like, well, nonviolence is always better. And then you look into it and you're like, well, they considered Black Lives Matter to be a nonviolent movement. Well, who controls the definition of violence and nonviolence? Even you said what has to be something that occurs more than once. And oftentimes what you'll see is they'll say things like this. Well, that was a bad, for example, the Black Lives Matter person in Dallas that shot and killed 5 police officers, that wasn't really Black Lives Matter. And so I understand that's not the argument Andrew's making, so I'm not putting words into his mouth. But when I hear you say, well, this is based on one study, right out of the way, I understand you're like, but I also have my theory also. But my ears perk up because I'm like, well, geez, I'd really like to get into the methodology of that study, because I bet, you know, and you can see, Whick, would you at least concede this? This happens all the time. For example, the Fort Hood shooting, instead of being considered left-wing terrorism or Islamic terrorism, right, they called that workplace violence. And so you can see how the way these things get categorized. I will
cede to all this, right? Because I'm not familiar with the studies you're citing. So sure, I would accept your premise that the people who control the categorization of these things have biases that they use to try to push agendas. Yeah, sure, okay.
So it's hard to make these overarching. My point would be quite simply this: someone who advocates morally nonviolence for political movements all the time. I think that if I'm really honest, and I never say this on my show, right? When it comes to the strategic value of violence, it depends on the circumstance. And for sadly, right now, as someone who identifies on the right wing, violence doesn't work for us because culturally we don't have the power. Solzhenitsyn talked about this, right, with the Gulag Archipelago. The reason that violence wouldn't have worked for them that were being interred was because almost all of the culture was buying the bullshit from the Bolsheviks that they were these evil capitalist kulak pigs. And so even if they used violence, they wouldn't have had the culture to be able to, so they had to use nonviolence resistance because violence wasn't an option. But the left, violence works for the left quite often because they have cultural backing. So it works for Black Lives Matter to come into your town and burn shit down, and you'll put a sign up that says, single mother owns this business, please don't burn it down. Why are you putting that shit? Because you know the left's crazy violent. That's
while this is a little beyond the scope of tonight's discussion, I will say that anyone, like, I would argue that the violence in the Black Lives Matter movement is what stymied a lot of the potential it had. It did not get the changes that it wanted to get. I think it was largely ineffective in a lot of ways, right? And that was because of the violent actors within that movement. And even though I would argue that by and large the movement was not violent, it would be asinine to say that it did not have incidences of violence that we can point to, measure, and look at. And these were a detriment to the cause that it was claiming to champion. So, yeah.
Okay, as promised by 11, I'm shutting my mouth. So we have our first caller. Reminder, get those super chats in. There's still time for it. Also, if you want to call in, the mods will help you on the Crucibles chat. So go ahead and get in touch with them. So our first caller, Adam, go ahead with your question or your point. Yep, no problem.
Well, so normally I agree with Andrew. Hello, Whit. I agree with Andrew on most things. This is actually one of the few debates where I actually disagree with him on this. So I guess basic question that was never addressed, despite all the semantic talk. Andrew, what's a protest?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you asked.
What is a protest?
So I think that a protest would be some form of demonstration against some sort of thing that you dislike and want to see changed.
Okay, why does boycott not fit that definition?
Yeah, so let me word this correctly so that you understand what I'm saying here. And the distinction between an argument and a protest is just the appeal to enforcement. So in this particular case, I think in a boycott, you're appealing to yourself as the enforcement mechanism. Okay. So what you're essentially doing is telling the person, I don't want to buy your product. The person on the other side is telling you, but I want you to buy my product. You're essentially in an argument with them. So I guess maybe if you loosely defined it, you could say that it's a protest or some such. But I think that that's a loose categorization for what we mean when we're saying protest.
Well, whenever I think of protest, the most obvious one that comes to my mind would be a boycott. And I really strongly don't think that boycotts are necessarily violent by any stretch.
I don't think that they're violent either.
Okay.
Or necessarily violent either. But if the appeal to change thing, right, which is always applied to the state for a protest, or is applied, it can be applied to other things which are power distinction. I think that constitutes a protest, but I wouldn't say that it's violent unless you say it's economic violence.
Well, I think that's a really strange term.
I do too.
I do too. Economic violence, like what is that? Like Coca-Cola death squads and like Kaz is going to be on after me.
But I mean, if you were to kind of break this down and you thought about it, it's like, okay, let's assume for a second that you're sitting at a bar, right? And you're like, look, like Rob was saying, I want you to stay open until 2 a.m. in the morning. And the bartender says, I don't want to stay open until 2 a.m. in the morning. I suppose you could say that if you said, I'm never going back to this bar again, that's a form of protest. But I think that's
exactly what I would say.
Yeah, but I think you're just in a dispute with the owner of the bar, right? I don't think you're appealing to anything external to yourself at that point. Whereas I think that the goal of a protest is to always appeal to an external force, generally.
I really don't think that in order to have a protest, you have to appeal to an external force. This honestly seems to me like a private definition of protest that you're using for the purposes of this debate.
Well, unless you were to say that you yourself are the force you're appealing to, but you're still appealing to a force. You're still appealing to some force which can, take care of the problem. But I guess if you were to say, Andrew, can you concede on the point that if you put under the umbrella that boycotts are the one form of nonviolent protest, maybe I could concede the point. I just think it's kind of irrelevant.
Well, okay, so then the other, I actually got 2 more points, but I'm going to keep this one really short because I think you'll just concede. Do you agree that some forms of protest are inherently less violent than other forms of protest?
Yeah, but I think that's beside the point. So if you're talking about, and I already agreed with that almost, I don't know how many times, that regardless of the methodology is what you're ultimately appealing to that matters.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, shooting 5 cops is going to be inherently more violent than marching in the streets.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Shooting 5 cops is going to be inherently more violent than marching in the streets.
The word is that you're saying. Are you saying shooting?
Shooting. Yes.
Oh, shooting with a gun. Mm-hmm. Bang. Okay. And then
but that's baked into your definition, right? Or it's baked into your hypothetical. It's like saying, well, it's going to be more violent to do a more violent thing than a less violent thing. It's like, that's true.
Yeah. I just real quick, I want to challenge this, but again, under your framework, they both lead to violent ends, the same violent ends, right?
Under your framework too,
right?
Yeah, under your framework too. Under your framework too.
It's not any more.
Under your framework too, bro.
It's not
under your framework too.
It's not under. It's
under your same framework. You've already conceded
he's not letting
this.
me finish my point because he knows it makes him look absurd. Fair enough.
Finish your point. I'm just going to throw it back in your face.
Talking. Again, so under his framework, under Andrew here's framework, both are equally violent, and they must be so because they both lead to the same ends, which is state enforcement of a law or a policy.
No, that's not the argument. That was never the argument.
Is. You've been arguing all night. People
and so I'll try it again. You agree with me that the ultimate point of change is to appeal to an enforcement mechanism, and that enforcement is necessarily going to be violent. Not that the means for which you try to achieve the enforcement, which will necessarily be violent, can't have varying degrees of violence. That's absurd. It was never stated. It was never said. That's why I asked you to steel man my position 5 times and you couldn't. You just want to keep straw manning it.
I did every time.
You just, well, then how come you just gave me the wrong position?
Because your position is wrong.
No, that's not my position. I've just stated my position again for the 15th time.
Whether you believe it or not, you can plant the bomb and think, oh, it's just going to be happy flowers, but it's not. It's going to explode. So whether you believe this to be your position or not,
that was my point. That was my point, bro.
Your position to be this or not, it necessarily is based on the argumentation that you have made.
But if I could try to clear this up real quick, right? Because Whick, I think you're onto something here. But the problem is your argument works if Andrew's saying, well, I reject political violence. I think political violence is moral. Andrew's not saying that. He's saying, no, I'm okay with it. I do think that enforcement's inevitable. And so when you say, well, then you must think that varying scales of them are equally offensive. He says, I'm not saying it's offensive.
No,
so I would say
sure,
that
I'll cede to that.
I'll
cede to whether he finds it offensive or not, right? But at the end of the day, because the ends is what matters here, right? And I think this has been his argument the whole time, that regardless of the means you use to get there.
That's not my argument.
So again,
my argument has only been to set the groundwork with you. That's it. Just to try to set the groundwork that you and I can agree that ultimately, every single time there's a protest, it's an appeal to enforcement, and enforcement is always going to be violence. Now, there was one singular demonstration of a form of protest that I'm willing to concede may not be violent, but I'm not sure that it falls neatly into the categorization that we're talking about.
So sit-ins, for example, do you consider the sit-ins, right?
Well, that would be the same as a boycott, essentially, right?
So again, that's a form of protest.
I don't agree with that.
A sit-in is a form of protest in your definition, or no?
Well, I don't know. What are you saying a sit-in is?
So a sit-in, for example, in Nashville, okay? They during the civil rights movement, they would go and they would sit in bars, or they would sit in diners, black people, to be clear.
Yeah, that's a whole different. Yeah. So I thought you were talking about something totally different. Yeah, that I would not agree is not an appeal to violence. So at that point, you're obstructing.
A form of protest, though. That they did that to protest the
yes, but I would
laws,
say
right?
that's violent. Yeah, I would say that's violent protest.
You would say that's violent. Okay.
Yeah, when you're obstructing private property, I would say that that's violent by every conceivable metric. Which is why we brought this up earlier in the debate. But instead of saying that this is a form of detainment, or not detainment, but kidnapping, you wanted to dispute the point that you could hold a person literally hostage. It is kidnapping.
Me going and sitting in a bar is kidnapping?
No. You standing in a doorway. You standing in a door. Stop talking so I can clarify. What I said earlier was that if a person is standing in your doorway and refuses to allow you to leave, unless you go through them, okay, they have essentially kidnapped you. There is no way around that. And you are justified at that point, I think, in utilizing force. But yeah, they have definitely abducted you. They have definitely detained you against your will.
I will leave it to my audience to see who is.
I mean, Whick, this isn't an unreasonable point. I'm trying to call balls and strikes here, right?
Sure.
Let's use the bar example. If you walk into the bar voluntarily and then you try to leave and it's Andrew's bar and he says, fuck you, you're not leaving, and he's holding a gun.
But again, right? If I am doing a sit-in, to be clear, well, let's remember, this is what I brought up, sit-ins. And I asked him, do you think this is a form of violent protest? And he said, yes.
That is a form of violent protest, yes.
That's different than the kidnapping question.
I know. I don't know why he's bringing up kidnapping, is what I'm saying.
Well, because I'm trying to figure out what you would consider a person who goes in and says, you're not allowed to leave the premises, like the fucking communists used to do for their sit-ins.
That's holding you hostage.
Okay. Let's just assume that it's just holding you hostage. You don't even call it kidnapping.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you consider hostage taking an act of violence?
Yeah.
Okay. So if these people are doing sit-ins and they're blocking and obstructing you from leaving, then they're holding you fucking hostage and it's violent, you retard. Fucking simple.
Well,
how dumb are you, dude?
So are you doing violence to me right now by forcing me to
I'm not forcing you to do anything.
Yeah, you are using coercive pressure in order to do that.
I don't think that coercion is necessarily violence. I've already stated this.
I just think that your point is everything is violence, like is stupid.
I didn't say that everything is violence.
But you keep saying again, every form of protest against the state is violence.
Yes, didn't say that.
Is that your point?
It's an appeal. It's an appeal to violence.
Oh my God. Okay, sure. So you would concede then that some protests are not violent, correct?
I said that there was one category which was brought up in the sense of a boycott where I could see that argument.
Is a sit-in an appeal to violence, or is it violence?
I think that if you're sitting in on private property, then yes, it's a violent act.
Okay, well, that's stupid.
Why?
Can we get to...
I gave you an example, and you conceded it was violent.
I did have one other point.
Right.
You conceded it already. Like, what are you talking about?
Adam, go ahead. Your last point. Go ahead. We have other calls.
So so the other point, Andrew, that you were making that I think I disagree with is earlier you were saying that if you basically take protesters down like a logic tree, you might get them to agree, or well, no, you said you would get them to agree that they're necessarily appealing to violence. I really don't think that many protesters have really thought that far into this. Like, and people protest for all sorts of reasons. I mean, I know people who protest because it's a social function. Like, and and then you also have groups, and this is the main argument, I think, or people like Alex Stein who will go to these meetings, school board meetings.
Yeah, he's a provocateur, not a protester.
Well, people like him.
Those are provocateurs, not protesters.
Well, what's the distinction?
Well, I think that a provocateur is somebody who is trying to provoke people into action. They're not really protesting themselves. They're just causing problems, in other words.
They're hiring the hitman, basically.
No, I don't think necessarily that they're hiring the hitman. I think that they're just trying to be provocative. Like, they don't necessarily even want...
kill my wife, right?
I'm trying to finish, man. They don't even necessarily want a protest to erupt necessarily. They're just creating provocations. So Alex Stein's goal is not always for there to be protests while he's being provocative. His goal is just to be provocative. Sometimes maybe protests will spring up from that, but that doesn't mean that his design is to cause protests. You understand the distinction, Whick?
Provocation, like, necessarily leads to violence.
Well, okay, so Alex Stein isn't even necessary.
Provocation doesn't necessarily lead to violence. I'm provoking you right now, and there's no violence. I'm provoking you right now. There's no violence. So what are you talking about, Whick?
Definitionally, you're not provoking.
The specific case of Alex Stein isn't actually necessary.
You sound pretty retarded.
So, but you do have people who will go up to like school boards and like say, this is something that's happening. I don't like that. And I really seriously don't think that they think that they're appealing to violence when they're talking to a school board. And
but let's move on from there, where I say to you, but descriptively, are they?
Well, okay, hold on. So descriptively, yes, but
here's the thing. No. It doesn't need, like I said to Whick, it doesn't mean just like that all the protesters need to have pre-knowledge. They do have the intent. They do have the intent.
No, earlier in the debate, you said that intent was necessary for this.
Yeah, and I think that they're in.
I want to just be clear.
Andrew, he addressed
trying to answer the question, Whick.
And then Whick could respond. Go ahead.
Trying to answer the question, Whick. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, earlier in the debate, you said that intent was necessary for this. I agree that descriptively.
No, actually, I drew a distinction. I drew a distinction and said, under some circumstances, you would absolutely have to formulate intent. There's no doubt about it. The people, especially the ringleaders who are organizing protests, definitely their intent is most definitely going to be to affect change and utilize enforcement. Because you say that some guy might show up and hold a street sign because they're just having a good time, I think is irrelevant to the point.
Well, I'm talking about the guy with the sign in this case. I don't think that the guy with the sign,
they don't necessarily have to have the pre-knowledge of the ringleaders, the people who are heading these protests, the people who are in charge of these protests, these people who are moving the protests forward, who are organizing the sign holders and people like that. Those people know that they're making an appeal for enforcement, and necessarily that would that's going to lead to violence. I mean, all enforcement at least is implicit that there will be violence if you don't do what we say, in other words.
Well, why exactly does the intent of the sign holder not matter?
Well, I think that it's irrelevant. I think that their intent can be that, and it can be other things, but necessarily, I think that if they're affecting change, what's descriptively true is that it's going to be an appeal to enforcement, and that the enforcement itself is going to have implicit violence.
Okay, Adam, last word. We got other callers to get to, but go ahead. You have the last word, and then we'll get to the next caller.
Well, I'm just gonna. It seems that there is some level of special pleading regarding the dude with sign here. Now, maybe I'm misremembering your point, but it seemed to be that intent was very necessary in order to determine whether or not violence was occurring.
No, this was only brought up with the 𝕵𝖎 situation, and what I was applying that to is whether or not the person, we could ascribe intent. So even if they weren't doing the action, what was their intent? And this was moving back to the kidnapping point and all these kind of other points. But the general protester on the ground, whether or not they have the foreknowledge that this is going to lead to X, I still do think, though, that if you were to walk them through and say this will lead to X, that they're not going to pack up their bags and go.
Okay, Whick, we'll leave you go, Adam. Whick, if you want to have real quick to end this.
Very concise, very concise. Again, if intent doesn't matter, and it's just
I didn't say intent didn't matter.
Does this lead to political change? Right, whether it's irrelevant or not. If it is irrelevant,
do you ever make an argument that's not a straw man? Ever?
Do you ever let me finish a sentence?
Go ahead,
not
Whick,
when you're straw manning.
Of course not, right? I don't think you know the definition of straw man unless you're using.
Yeah, it's when you create an argument that I didn't make to argue against. That's what it means. No
one else will use, but because I don't.
Yeah, that's what it means. Here's what it means. Here's literally what straw man means. It means you're creating an argument to argue against that I didn't make.
I love this. Whick, you got 30 seconds. Finish your point, please.
Fair
enough. Get to the next.
Got you. Okay, so again, if it is irrelevant whether or not you intend to make change, but whether or not change actually gets made, then this is potential violence. What we are doing today is potentially violence by the framework that Andrew here has laid out. It's just definitely true. I only have 30 seconds, or I could walk you through, but here you go.
All right. Thanks so much, Adam. We're going to move
on
to the next caller. I just want to be fair to all the callers, so thanks so much. I appreciate the call. Next up, we have friend of the show, 𝕍𝖎. Go ahead, 𝕍𝖎.
I know 𝕍𝖎. Dude, I know 𝕍𝖎. You're the one who ran out in a huff when I muted you.
Yes,
here
because
yes, got you. Great.
Well, we can discuss this. We can debate this on the Crucible, whether my protest against you was violent or not.
I mean, it was, right? No. You were protesting me, so obviously it was violent.
I protested against myself, buddy? And I decided to myself that being smeared while being silent is not good, so I said goodbye. Also, it was like hours into the stream.
Okay.
So I have a question to Andrew. I have questions to both of you. Question to Andrew. Okay, Andrew, are all political protests violent by definition?
Political, I think that they would be. Yeah.
Yes. Are all non-political protests don't matter?
Basically, yes, they don't matter.
Exactly. If I protest against myself, no one cares. I'm protesting right now. In fact, I can protest so many times per second. You know, as a Jewish man, I can protest against myself all the time.
But hang on, Cass. This is the distinction I made earlier. Is that when we're talking about the word protest, when it's applied to I am protesting against institution, this and that, it's different than thou doth protest too much. These are different contextualizations.
I'm just saying we should count that, right?
I've stated this emphatically, and this guy just doesn't listen. I don't know why.
But if we counted that empirically, right? We love empirics. If we counted every time I disagreed with myself, right, which is not a political protest, then I could inflate that count incredibly and say that, you know, it's and say because I agree with myself so many times and define it as a protest, then we can have a perfect statistic where violent protests are ineffective. It's all depends.
Or we can just remove the all the things that we would agree are violent, that myself and Whick agreed were violent, take them out of the study that we appeal to, and then still claim that we should appeal to that study. We could do that too, Kaz.
Or we could use a proprietary definition of violence and say that everything done against the state is necessarily violence. Everything done politically is necessarily violence. Fail to prove that, just assert that, and then
no, we did prove it.
Which is what happens.
In fact, you prove it for us. Every time I ask you questions, you essentially concede that this is true. Every time.
I have two more.
Please.
The next one is a minefield, so I'll actually give it to Andrew because he controls the channel. You should feel that. Now, WhickTV mentioned that Israel is an example of violence not achieving results, Israel-Palestine conflict. But he omitted part of the class of the group. There was a group of Jews in Europe who around the same time, around the 40s, like the middle 40s, mid-century, European continent, they decided to be peaceful and not go to Palestine and fight against, the Arabs and defend themselves. So which of the groups, the Jews in Israel or the Jews in Europe, suffered more for their decision? What do you think, Andrew?
Not getting into it, Cass.
Okay, I think the audience knows the answer, though. Good diplomatic answer. All right, for last one for Whick, I guess. Whick, about intent. So if somebody pulls a gun on you, how do you evaluate that action? Is that a violent action?
It is a threat of violence.
Yeah, but
Kaz, before you go on, keep your tone low. Your mic's peaking a lot, so go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is a threat of violence, but it is not in itself violence necessarily.
So if if you're at a gun range and somebody pulls a gun, is that a threat of violence?
Depends on their intent.
So how do you judge their intent?
Context clues, right? If I am in a dark alley, right, and they pull a gun and say, "Give me your money," oh, you're threatening violence unless I do what you want.
Exactly. So the
actual someone's at a gun range
and
they're just drunk and pointing their shit around. Probably not a threat of violence.
Did you just say that if somebody's robbing you at gunpoint, it's not violent?
No,
it
is
threat
violent.
of violence.
It's a threat of
Okay,
violence.
so it is implicit, right?
But it's so what you're saying is the mens rea is most important in the act.
No, not necessarily.
Wait.
Again, intent. It's contextual. Intent doesn't always matter. So, for example, if I get hit in the face.
Yeah, that's funny. I already got done saying that, and you disagreed with me 50 times, but just saying.
Because the context in which you were trying to paint it did matter. There's contextual clues that we can use, and there's contextual differences.
I agree, it did matter.
And again, you were doing this thing, right, where you conflate everything to one thing in order to fit your definition, but then as soon as it doesn't fit your definition and it goes against your argument, you carve out exceptions in real time. You are asking us to deal with this proprietary secret language that you have developed, that you have failed to communicate properly. You have failed to properly
I feel like I communicated it fine.
You have
multiple
failed
times.
to properly convince or persuade. You have failed to properly argue your points again and again.
I think
and again
everybody
and
listening to this is going to be far more persuaded by me than you, sir.
I
Wait, before you go into that, before you go, before I have to go, do you believe that that detaining somebody is violence?
I believe that you are doing violence to me right now, sir. I'm not entertaining your questions in a serious manner because you are not a serious person. I refuse to engage with an unserious, misogynistic asshole who runs. Who runs at the slightest sense of pushback, right? To add context to him muting, he had filibustered for about 10 minutes and refused to let anyone else speak. So this is recorded. You can go back. I encourage you to check out the episode.
Yeah, you can check it out.
Look at it for yourself. I promise you I'm right. For about 10 minutes, he went.
I was never allowed to speak for 10 minutes straight. Ridiculous.
And then I muted him so that I could get in a word, and he fled like a fucking baby
Hang on,
coward.
but Kaz, to be fair,
bitch coward.
Hang on, I want to be totally fair though, because Whick is right. I do think that Whick has been far more convincing to the 40 people who are currently watching him, and with the exception of the 500 people who are currently watching me. I would agree that he has been far more convincing. I just want to let you know that, Kaz. Maybe it'll make you feel better on your way out.
All right, Kaz and Whick, I'm sure Andrew would set something up to moderate, Kaz's misogyny or whatever you guys were talking about if you were interested in it. But Kaz, as always, thank you.
Well, that sounds like you're running, Whick.
Am I? Is refusing?
It does. It does sound like you're running.
Tell you what, if you want to come on my show, you may.
But you won't come on the Crucible because that just wouldn't be fair.
Well, I just don't think that depends on your moderator. Rob did a fine job, I think.
Thank you.
But I'm not a good moderator.
I would come on your show, Whick.
I don't trust you.
I would come on your show if somebody else moderates.
You don't trust me. You don't trust me to moderate.
Because you've demonstrated you're untrustworthy.
Okay.
I think BBF's one of the best moderators. I mean, I've seen him moderate people he despises.
Yeah, I just don't think he does a good job. That's fine.
All right.
Whick, there's no timer on your channel, but on this channel there is, including for the call-ins. Like right now, I have to go.
You do have to go. Yeah, exactly. More callers Thank you so much, Ken.
I do want to kind of lend a little bit of credit to Whick on this one point. I'm a terrible show host and a terrible moderator. So bad, in fact, that I made sure that there was a moderator here who would be fair to moderate this debate on my channel, where I have the home team advantage, just to make sure you had a fair debate. Because I'm such a piece of shit, Whick.
Well, I don't say you're a piece of shit. I just said that you were dishonest, and there's a difference, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you probably call anybody dishonest who actually knows how to debate.
Again, this conflation thing again. Remember, I said he was dishonest, and you conflated it with piece of shit. They're obviously the same thing. They're very different.
Yeah, I mean, we're not paraphrasing or anything.
Trying to get to the callers here. So, Kaz, thank you so much. We'll go in the order that they called in. We'll take it easy. Next caller. President Sunday, thanks so much for calling in. Oh, device not connected. Okay, maybe we'll try him one more time.
He looks like he's back.
Okay.
What the fuck is going on?
Device not connected.
Yeah.
Try again.
Oh,
there he is.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I don't know what was going on there. President Sunday, go ahead. You had a point or a question you want to make?
Yeah. Well, two very, very quickly. The first, of course. I mean, I am, of course, the obvious neutral choice to moderate this upcoming debate with whoever the other bearded weirdo was. Andrew, I just wanted a quick clarification from you. So, if I'm quoting you correctly, so all protests are violent because they involve an implicit appeal to violence.
Yeah. So my point is to say that there's a logical argument here, which is that this is viciously circular, which is at any time you see a person or group or whatever who are making a protest for change, that always they are directing any sort of eyeballs on them for the purpose of changing X for the purpose of enforcement. And that enforcement is always going to be implicitly violent.
I see. So just for clarification, so the violence would be inherent in the coercion implied by that directing of eyeballs with force behind them to whatever change they want to affect.
Say that one more time. I want to make sure I got it clear.
Sure. So the violence would be inherent in the coercive pressure of whatever enforcing powers are sort of being directed to the object of the protest.
Yeah, it's always a move to enforcement, correct?
Okay. So the reason why I'm a little bit perplexed here is because later on in the debate, you said that coercion is not violence. Can you elaborate on that?
It's not always violence. That's what I said.
I think what you said actually pretty strongly was that coercion is not violence. Are you back?
It's not always violence, and I didn't say that. I literally said, and I made sure I was careful with this, that coercion is not always violence.
Okay, well, I'll have to check back.
Check back.
Okay.
Please do.
Well, I guess that's about it.
He continues to contradict himself like constantly. It's what makes it very frustrating because you'll
go
say
check
one
it
thing
back,
on
dude.
mouth,
well, we'll have to see.
But even then, let's assume for a second that I did say coercion. Coercion isn't violence.
All right.
And I give a clarification that what I mean by this is it's not always violence. Who cares?
Well,
you know
what
I mean?
Well, it matters a little bit because what I'm trying to get at here is the identity of violence. Now, you say violence is an appeal to some kind of enforcement.
No, that's not what violence is.
No,
but
sorry.
Enforcement,
a protest is violent because it involves an appeal to enforcement.
That's the ultimate goal of the protest.
Let's presume that. So that would make violent, as the descriptor, identical to an appeal to enforcement.
Yeah, anytime there's an appeal to enforcement.
But when we're talking about the appeal, well, wherein rests the appeal? Well, it's going to be the directing of eyes with enforcing powers to a thing.
Yeah,
that
ultimately.
strikes me. Yeah, that strikes me as a form of coercion. So if coercion is categorically nonviolent, there seems to be a contradiction here. If you're saying this wasn't something that you claimed, well, then there's no problem.
Let me restate this and try to make the.
No, I understand what he's saying, and I think it's a fair point. I've said this multiple times in this debate, by the way, that coercion's not always violence. It's not just the first time I've said this.
Right, but my point is, why not? That's the question I have, because coercion by definition entails force.
Because coercion can be personal argumentation, can be coercion,
but it still implies force. And
it's not implicit. That
sure, that's the definition.
Hang on. Wait. Slow down, Rob. Does personal argumentation necessarily imply coercion?
No.
Can you restate what you just said? Did I mishear you?
I said it can be. Yeah.
How so?
That you can coerce a person through argumentation.
Yeah. How do you coerce a person through argumentation?
Because you can use sophistry and not actually give them any type of argument whatsoever, and you can
demonstrate that well tonight.
Well, hang on. No.
Yeah.
Wait. So you would characterize using misleading forms of argumentation as coercion?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that could be coercive. Yeah.
When you say coercion, what content are you piling into that term?
Well, I just think that coercion is essentially coaxing a person, at least at some level, possibly against their will, into doing something that they would not ordinarily do without you kind of coaxing them towards it.
So
it's not a perfect definition.
So you're forcing them in some way.
Well, no, you're not really forcing them necessarily. So you might utilize coercion.
Against their will, right? So
yeah, so it could be against their will, at least their interpretive will, but it might not be against their self will. So in other words, if you have an interpretive will, which is I don't want to do this thing, you state this, I don't want to do this thing, that doesn't actually mean you don't want to do the thing.
Okay.
It's true. I mean,
no.
True.
I get what you're putting down. I think we're too far into the weeds to litigate this further. Andrew, have a follow-up with me at some point, okay?
Yeah. No, I'm happy to do it.
Is not germane to
the thing that's interesting is you can't always take a word, especially a word like coercion, which has an impacted meaning, and make the claim that it's always violent. Because a person can tell you what their will is, and that's not actually what their will is. Now, I think you could argue the back way and say, well, then that's not really coercion, but how would you know? And this is kind of a philosophical conundrum in and of itself.
I'll just say from my point, I know I'm not putting words in President Sunday's mouth. He might have a bit, but to me, force is necessary part of coercion. That's what the word means. It is using force to persuade someone. That force, you could argue, is force always violence or not? But I think force is a necessary entailment of the term coercion.
Well, it's a little bit strange. It's a little bit strange because he seems to almost be implying that.
Coercion is the practice of persuading someone to do something by using force or threats.
No, coercion is not persuasion, though, right? It's sort of definitionally not persuasion. You coerce.
Well, I mean, that's what it says in this definition.
It is the definition, right? So, like, for example, the police could coerce you to not sell drugs.
It's just the first definition that came up.
I mean, you can be persuaded by coercion, but coercion is not identical with persuasion. Let's see here.
Well, no, persuasion is part of coercion.
Someone to do something by using force. Yeah,
or threats.
Persuade in ways that are not coercive?
So this definition is a little bit strange by my lights, but fair enough. Let's take it on face value.
Thank you.
Persuasion by means of force or threat. So it seems to treat force as sort of an intrinsic part. It adds threats as well. I don't know if we went down the rabbit hole if threats would also necessitate some kind of implication of force.
Yeah, sure. Like I said, it's a loaded term.
Or if it would be circular, it'd be coming back onto itself. What is a threat? It's a form of coercion.
It's a loaded term, and I think you would have to explore it for a little while. I was just kind of giving you like an off the cuff how I would look at it type of definition.
That's fine. Okay.
All right. Well, hey, any final words, President Sunday? We got to get to our last caller and then super chats as well. So, any last words?
Yeah, for the love of God, adjust your audio levels.
Me?
Or whoever that last one was. That was
Kaz.
Yeah, Kaz.
You're banned. You're
he was a little high. He was a little high.
His mic's always peaking. You take the good content with the bad mic, I guess. With Kaz. So thanks so much, President Sunday. Thanks for calling in. We really appreciate it. Last caller, and then I promise we'll get to every single super chat.
Yeah, that's a good point. Is a bribe coercion?
It depends.
Yeah, right. It does depend, doesn't it?
But I think, but that to me, like the problem's not necessary. I think if anything, the problems with the term of calling things coercion, that's not to me that definition of coercion. I've always, without reading the definition, you said force was always implied in coercion. So you could say, well, if force or a threat's not implied, then I don't think that's coercion. But you could have a bribe that's like the carrot and stick approach, which would be a threat, or force, which would be coercion.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Big Hoss.
Hello, howdy. I don't think inherently, that a bribe would be. Wait, what was the thing about bribe? What was the question?
Someone just asked if a bribe is coercive.
Yeah, it's not really germane, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, Whick, did you believe that boycotting is violence?
Personally, nah. It's boycotting is not violence.
But I thought I heard you say it was violence inside of the given.
I was trying. Sure. I'll explain this. I was trying to work within Andrew's secret language of what violence is. So I was trying to, communicate in a way that was effective. I probably failed at that because again, he kept changing his definitions constantly, and he has some proprietary definitions of what protests are, what violence is, etc. So it was hard to work with.
When did I give you a definition of violence?
It was the implied definition, right?
So, oh, okay. So I didn't give you a definition. You just fucking lied.
I lied, or was I?
Yeah, you just lied.
You know what a lie is?
Yeah, that's you intentionally telling something that isn't true. That would be a lie.
What I said was intentional.
Well, because you just literally said Andrew keeps on changing his definitions like he did for the word violence, and I never gave you a definition of the word violence. That would be an intentional lie because you're a fucking liar.
Is this a proprietary definition of lie as well? Do I need intent to lie?
Yes, lies would require intent.
Prove my intent, please.
You said specifically this would entail that you're claiming you heard me say a definition, which never happened. You lied, bro.
Okay. Again, just because I heard you say something, and you actually didn't say it, I could have lied, or I could have misremembered. Is that possible? If
that's true, then would you give me the same charity back?
Yes.
Okay, well then don't ever call me a liar again, you fucking moron.
But again, right?
No, there is no but again.
But again, right? We can use context clues. And while I can't say 100% sure you're lying, I can say 90% sure. Good enough for me.
Good enough for me.
Big Hoss, did you have a question or something to further go?
Well, I mean, I was just going to expand upon it because it's like, because the Bud Light thing was brought up and everything. People, they don't have to be necessarily protesting to do, like boycotting is just you tried linking it to protest because all the people who are boycotting Bud Light, they they want to drop the trans issue or whatever else like that. But they could just not want the beer no more. For whatever reason.
Possible,
right? I mean, they don't have to want something; they could just drop it.
I understand. That's I agree with you. But at least as I am aware of, and as I saw, there were calls not to buy Bud Light because Bud Light they didn't like that they were trans in the beer, right, or making it woke, and so they decided because of this. They didn't want to buy the beer anymore, and they decided we're not going to buy this beer anymore in order to protest the decision and in order to disincentivize other corporations from trans in their products as well.
All right, maybe I got lost during the thing, but I think it was a good. I think it was a great. I think it was a great debate anyway. But I can't disagree with Andrew's position. I mean, it was too solid in my opinion. But
fair enough. It's okay to be wrong.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the call, Big Hoss. We really appreciate it. It's Kennedy's voice got deeper there, right, in his old age, after they faked his death. Right? So yeah, I saw by the way, we'll get to the super chats now. I know everybody's pissed, Rob asked Andrew a hard question. Fuck off. That's what we do here. It's no big deal.
Was somebody pissed about that?
I just think people, I'm not going to kiss your ass. That's why you have me moderate. I'll try to ask both sides difficult questions.
Who the fuck would ask? Who the fuck would ask you? I don't do that for you.
Right. You grill me all the time.
I don't do
all
that
right,
for
so
you.
We got a lot of good super chats. Also, we're going to go through the subscriptions. Randy West, thank you so much for becoming a member of the Crucible. Remember, I recommend all of you become members of the Crucible. Subscribe to the Crucible. There is
I fucked Rob up. I couldn't help it. It's
good.
It's just funny. What can I say?
It's good. It's good. But yeah, if you become a member of the Crucible, there's exclusive content that you get to see. You have to understand when it comes to not towing the establishment line, which certainly the Crucible doesn't do that, you have to jump through all sorts of hoops. So if you're a member, if you subscribe, that enables you to see content that's not available for everyone else. So we really appreciate that. Well, Emmanuel, I never know what these damn, what's MX?
That's Mexican.
Pesos.
Pesos, yeah.
So for, 2 or 3 tacos, whatever that's worth. Late happy birthday, Rob. Though I don't think you get a cent from this. Well, it doesn't matter.
Is it your birthday?
July 4th was my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. 39 years old. I do appreciate it. All money that goes to the Crucible. Look, we're a big community. So all the support that we get, it really, it's a rising tide rises all.
Rob's getting a couple monitors out of it, right?
You're damn right. Finally, the boomer days of just having one monitor going, wait, let me pull this up. It will be ending. So I really appreciate it. Also, Matt Stiglick becoming a member. Thank you so much, Matt. We really appreciate that. Welcome to the Crucible community. Risky Dave, I know I'm copying Andrew here, but he always says his favorite types of super chats, those that say absolutely nothing. We'll get to you in a second, caller. We will after we get through the super chat. So thank you so much, Risky Dave. Fondue says, let me argue definition. Wait, your definition isn't perfect. That's insane. Man, sometimes it gets like that with the definition. So thank you so much for that. Fondue also for $5 says, if I hold the terms hostage, am I kidnapping this debate? Interesting. 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙, without a dad joke this time, says Sudan, Myanmar, Mali, Burkina Faso, 4 ongoing military coups where people peacefully protested and the military gives no fucks. Whick, what say you? There does seem to be a lot of examples of peaceful protests.
You can point to a lot of examples that don't work because any kind of action against the state is never guaranteed to work. You could probably find hundreds of examples of it not working.
Okay. Zen Shapiro says, Whick, have you considered auditioning for the main role if they come out with a sequel to the 40-Year-Old Virgin?
Sure. I wouldn't qualify, unfortunately, because I fucked your mom last night.
Also, it's been a while since I saw that movie.
Whick.
He gets laid at the end, right?
You've never fucked anybody's mom, dude. Come on.
I mean, Zen Shapiro's absolutely. I have fucked him live on the debate stage several times, right? He used to come in to start as his chat, and I would just take him to Pound Town over and over again. I know he's a little jealous that I don't talk to him anymore, and it's okay, baby. It's okay to be jealous, but you know what?
What will he ever do?
Work out. You just weren't
what will he ever do without your expansive and massive platform, Whick? I don't know. These are the questions.
You know,
these are the questions.
They don't get to enjoy my expansive and massive cock.
Okay. Clip it. 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙 says, I don't have a straw man for this debate, but I do have a wicker man. Very good. Being punished as always by 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙 there. It's good. If we start screaming about bees or something, I'm out of here. Neuro Jack says, what about struggle sessions? Is that nonviolent? Interesting point.
Sure, if they're talking about the Chinese struggle sessions, I mean, they would beat the shit out of you, right?
Well, I think that I could be wrong. I obviously don't know exactly what the contributor was saying here, but they also call things like struggle sessions, like when you see, remember that NASA scientist that wore the shirt that had the chicks in bikinis and he had to come out and go, I'm so sorry. People called that a struggle session. Would you consider that nonviolent because they felt intimidated to do that?
I mean, that was nonviolent.
Okay.
Well, he's talking about you, Whick. He was saying that you had a struggle session. So he was asking, that's what he was asking.
The Watcher thought I struggled through this. I did struggle in the sense of keeping my sanity throughout this, but no, this was an easy win.
Easy win. Okay.
Big W for dork, Whick.
I am a dork. This is true. I'll cede to that. I am kind of nerdy.
Evan 513 for $10. Thank you so much. Says, I think this is directed to you, Whick. Drop kick the blue doll in the background. That will be entertaining.
Maybe if you gave me $10, sure.
You go over to Whick's chat and donate $10.
$10. I had a dance off for $200 yesterday, so. And, what is the money? What is? No, I'm curious, right? What is the money that would be required for us to have an end of debate dance off?
I would never do that.
Not even there is no amount of
There's no amount of money. I can't be bribed ever. No amount of money, no amount of cash will ever be able to convince Andrew Wilson to dance on camera for the fucking peasant audience of Whick. Get real, bro.
Do you really think that you could get a vertical enough to drop kick that? Because that I would be interested in seeing. I couldn't. I'm just saying, but
I don't know. I have to try. I certainly try. I'd make the attempt.
Okay, that's Brock Van Wagner for $10 says, "How can the effectiveness of violence be measured when the definition gets changed to fit the narrative?" It's a great point. Example: the right called BLM crap a violent riot, but the left called it peaceful protest. It's an interesting point. It's something I'm thinking of coming into. I know that's not the direction this debate came, but who controls the definition of violence? And then if you're doing the studies or you're making the claim saying violence or nonviolence is better, well, it depends on who gets to control that definition. Would both sides agree with that? It seems self-evident. Okay, Risky Dave, another $15 says nothing. Thank you so much. Always appreciate it, Risky Dave. Here's a name I recognize. Fedor Mephitis. Hope I'm pronouncing it right. $5 says, "It's not the violence, it's the implication." Dennis Reynolds, 2010. Yes, very good. See, for those that don't know, you get the lady out in the boat, and then you're like, it's the implication. It's not that you're going to enact violence. It's just the implication. That's good stuff. Wicked Wally for $5 says, "I heard there was a recent protest at my local florist. There were violets everywhere."
Wicked Wally with the dad jokes.
It comes in with them. Jacob for $2, thank you so much, says, "Can you steel man each other's positions?"
Yeah, I can start. Wick, if you'd like. So Wick wants to make a distinction. His position is that we're looking at methodology, and there could be methodologies, even if we concede that ultimately this is all violence. In the end, we're looking at the methodology leading towards that. So you could have forms and ways in which you protest, which are nonviolent, even if they inevitably did lead to violence. That's his position.
Would you agree with that, Wick? That's basically your position.
I didn't hear it. Someone just donated 100 gift subs to my chat. Thank you. Okay. Can you repeat?
Holy shit, 100 gift. Are you going to drop kick that shit now?
No, fucking drop kick whatever you want.
I could summarize this real quick. He said, Wick, that basically your position is, even though you're conceding that the enforcement would be a violence, the appeal to enforcement would be violence, you're saying that there are nonviolent or violent methods to get there, and you're supporting the nonviolent method.
Regardless if I concede or not, right? So my concession does not matter in this case.
I said that too.
Right? My concession does not matter. There are methods and means by which we can use to achieve our ends. Some are nonviolent, some are violent, and the nonviolent ones are both more effective and lead to better results. It doesn't mean, right? And again,
literally what I just said,
that they're entirely effective, that they're 100% effective, but they are mostly.
Okay, and Andrew, I think summarized that fairly. Can you steelman Andrew's position?
Yeah, I'd love that.
If he'll let me finish, yes.
Sure.
That again, whether or not, right? What they think they are doing is violence. It is irrelevant. But that any appeal to the state and enforcement mechanisms of either the state or other groups, right, is necessarily violent. And so that you cannot have a protest that is nonviolent, because by definition, all protests are for ends that lead to enforcement, and enforcement is definitionally violent.
Nope, that's actually incorrect. It's close. It's closer than you've come all night, but it's incorrect. And where you failed was at the appeal to. It's always an appeal to. Well, no, that again, how many times do I have to say this too? What did I say semantics were important for? The grounding of an argument, the foundations of an argument. That's why every time you've come back at me with, well, wait, you said earlier that we need to get into semantics. You actually don't need to get into semantics for the argument. You need to get into semantics for the foundation. That way we don't speak past each other. It's super important.
Whatever you say. It's just not true. I mean, but we're at an impasse here because you are stuck on this logic thing. It has to logically follow.
Yeah, I know logic. I know.
But that's
fucking stupid logic. Damn you, logic.
Well, no, things can be logically true.
Damn you, logic.
Things can logically follow, but be untrue. You recognize that, correct? That
Yeah.
logically something can follow.
That's why usually a
but it's
person
not
gives
true.
you an
So
argument
therefore-
for why it's
therefore,
untrue.
Logically,
Mhm.
logic does not have a bearing on the truth or the untruth of a position.
As long as you can demonstrate that, yeah. But if
I
it does
don't
follow
need
and you
to.
can't demonstrate
Whether
anything
I
to the
can
contrary, then
demonstrate
you
or
concede
something
to
or
it.
not, right? Whether a person, you, me, anyone, can demonstrate a thing or not to your specifications does not have any bearing on the truth of a thing or untruth of a thing.
You mean my specifications on if it's a sound argument and I have an argument against it?
Yes, your specifications.
I
your
know that's
proprietary
ridiculous. It's
definitions.
super ridiculous that I would have
You
such
are
a standard.
being super ridiculous, right? That you have
Yeah.
these proprietary definitions that you retreat to, and you debate semantics.
They didn't seem to be
obfuscate the fact
proprietary.
that you have a foundation that just does not hold.
What was the only asked me to define one word? So why do you
Once
keep saying
again,
that I had
retreating into
proprietary
these semantics
definition?
Once again, come on.
This is what you asked.
Retreat
All right.
to semantics is kind of what he has done all night. That's fine.
We got one more caller, if you guys don't mind.
Sorry,
but I'm gonna
sorry,
get to this
I'm interrupting.
No,
I
that's
don't mean to
fine.
interrupt your stuff.
final
Go ahead, keep
super
going.
chat here. Once more, another $5 from Wick and Wally. He's gonna make me say it. From the Wicker Man says,
And also, hang
Yeah.
on, I do want to say one more thing, that the other portion of my argument, which he never even engaged with, was that he's following a study which he himself agrees doesn't incorporate things which he considers political violence, and yet still uses it as a roadmap and metric for his argument.
Yes, because it's comparing and contrasting. It has to include the violence in order to compare it to the non-violence.
Yeah, but by that definition, or by what you're saying right there, if you take out a section of it which you believe which should be considered violence, why would you then appeal to the thing, even though it's not included? You would have to necessarily say that the data is flawed.
Again, demonstrate that the data is flawed, please.
Well, if we have Whick saying
Oh,
on this
shit.
hand,
40 years,
hey,
but raise more in cash. Yeah, true.
if you
True.
say on this hand, we haven't even got to the dono chat, Whick, calm down. But
waiting.
listen, if you say on this side, on the right hand, hey, I don't agree that this should have been left out as nonviolent or violent or whatever, but it was, and it should have been included. And then I ask you, well, if it's not included, isn't there a problem? And you say, well, of course, if the controls necessarily change, then you can't trust the study. And then you
No.
still source the study,
No,
though,
that
and
is not
cite
what
the
I
study.
said.
You did say that.
I said if you change the variables, the result will change. Absolutely. Not that you
Right.
can't trust the study. Not
Right,
that the
but-
study isn't valid.
Yeah, but
that
that's
if
implicit.
you change the
Yeah, but that's
variables of
baked
the
in.
study, that the
Right.
result will change. That is
So-
just trivially true.
Right. Exactly. I agree 100% with that.
Okay.
So if you change a variable in the study, which is a variable
But
would
you have
necessarily have to
demonstrate that
change
the
because you
variables that they
disagree.
used were
You
insufficient or
disagreed
incorrect.
with the variable. That's my demonstration to
Okay,
you.
but you have to demonstrate that your disagreement has any validity.
No, wait.
You do.
That's a
You can't just
demonstration
say,
of
I
validity.
disagree with this. You
It
have
has
to
to be-
demonstrate that your
bro, it
disagreement has
has to
validity. Is
it
that
has to
correct
be
or
valid.
not? Yes or no?
Yes, and
Okay,
it has to
so
be
you
valid.
Have, what I am asserting to
It
you,
has
sir,
to be
is that you
valid.
have failed to demonstrate that this disagreement that you have is in any way valid.
It has to be valid by your logic.
It has to be valid. This
Yeah, it
is
has
why
to be
you're
valid.
retarded, sir.
Because you
it
said-
does not have to be valid.
Okay,
and
now
you
shut
have yet
up.
to
I let you
demonstrate,
talk.
and you have yet to prove that.
Stop talking. So I did demonstrate it, because if you yourself are the
asserting
person
without
who
proving.
says, I disagree with X, but X is still in, and you say, and if a variable is changed, it's going to necessarily change the outcome of the study, but you still push the study as being true, then you have actually demonstrated that the things that you're pushing are untrue. You've
Because
demonstrated that.
Once again, they included it to contrast with and compare with the nonviolence. So
Yeah, but you
yes,
don't
I
believe
agree
it.
that they included violent protests, violent political actions, violent insurgencies, but they did so in order to compare and to contrast it with the nonviolent ones and to demonstrate which is more effective.
Yeah, I understand what they did. But if we
Yes.
have a variable that is in contention that you disagree with,
Which variable
and
is
you're
in
saying
contention?
you said that the variable that they left out was very key, which was
They
that
left
you
out of the
considered
nonviolent
rioting specifically to be violence. They left rioting out specifically in this study, and yet you say
They
that
left
you
it
claim
out.
that is a
Maybe you
changed
misheard.
variable,
I
but still
okay, I
peddle
will
the
give
study
you-
as
I will
being
give you-
valid.
I will give you charity here. Maybe you misheard. or maybe you didn't catch my clarification. But when I say they left it out, I said they left it out of the nonviolent side. That does not mean that they left it out of the violent side or the.
Did they leave it out of the violent side?
You can go and look at it yourself.
You tell me. It's your fucking study.
So again, they included riots and things that are not all of them, not every single one, but there were a subset of categories which they had to have a certain amount of participation in certain goals. So if that riot did not meet these certain participation and did not meet this certain goal rate, they left it out. But if it did, stop. If it did have those same goals and it did meet that participation, they absolutely included it.
And do you agree? Do you agree that if there's criteria? So do you agree if there's criteria inside of the study in which they leave out riots where police cars were flipped, that should go in the violence section?
Yes.
Okay. And are you saying that they left none of those out?
That met the criteria. From 1900 to 2006. That's the time frame they studied. And
this is what I'm asking you though. Are you claiming that they left all of those out?
That they, to my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge, they did not leave those out. That if it met the criteria, they included it.
And the criteria was destruction, and the criteria was destruction of private property.
As to the best of my knowledge, yes.
As to the best you don't know.
No, wait. You said and a certain level of participation.
Yes. It had to meet all these criteria. But if it met all these other criteria, and they were thinking, which side do we put this this protest on, right? Do we put it on the nonviolent side or do we put it on the violent side? If there was destruction as a goal of the movement, destruction of the private property, not that it happened in one-offs, right? But if it was part of the movement, they included it in the violent side.
Do you think that, dude, so I just want to make sure I got this straight. Do you think that it's fair to say that if a protest doesn't meet the criteria of a size and they're flipping over police cars, that should not be included? Do you personally believe that
yes,
that's
I think
the
that
case?
In order to isolate the variable, you have to compare like to like, and in order to compare like to like, you have to have similar, a similar kind of control here. And so the control that they decided to use was participation numbers and goals. So,
but you would say
violent insurgency that does not meet these things. So if it was just 10 dudes with guns going in and shooting,
I get it.
It was not included.
So you would say, then that even limited protests where they're flipping over police cars are active violence, right?
Yeah.
And those weren't included in the violence section, right?
What?
And if they were,
again,
no, that's what I'm saying. If they didn't meet.
If they met the other criteria,
bro.
So
that's not my question. That's my question. Repeat my question. Repeat my question. Repeat my question.
Your question, sir, was that if they didn't meet the participation numbers, even though
the participation numbers.
Repeat your question, please.
You don't fucking know what my question. We were already talking. Okay. You couldn't even hear my question.
Because, sir, you keep interrupting me, and I cannot understand you when you're trying to talk over to me. So just repeat your question.
Put your mouth right up on the fucking mic, bro.
Of course, because
listen. Right? I hate to move this along. Yeah. Wick, please. I hate to move it along, but we do have like 2 more super chats and a bunch of subs to get through. I don't have access to the dono chat, so Andrew, if you could read.
Yeah, those, I can pull up the donos. Hang on.
So we do have a lot, and there's a caller. I don't know how long you all said that. I gotta be out of here by 12:30. I'll say that. So let's get to Wally's comment real quick. He says, "Did you hear about the Wicker Man presuppositions? Not the prees, not the prees, not the prees. I'm no Nick Cage. What can I say? Lastly, on YouTube, have in real life activists talk on this, not streamers." Question. I think that would have been a better statement without the question mark. I don't know. Well, of course, it's not a statement if it has a question mark. Also, I'll get through these real quick. I don't know if you could see these, but I'm sorry if I missed any of these. Stream Elements is putting up Nope, Mystic Citizen, Atlantean Dreamer 369, Volunteerist Girl, Phil DeFreitas, all became members. So thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Andrew, if you want to pull up the donut.
Yeah, so $4 comes in from Circle G. He says, WhickTV is the white Neil deGrasse Tyson of political debates. Whoa, wait a minute. $5 comes in from Anglo Christian.
Is that good? I don't.
No, I don't think it's good. $5 comes in from Anglo Christian. He says, paying, well, I can't say that word. He asked, I can't say any of this, Anglo Christian, because Wick is streaming to Twitch, and we're going to honor that. $10 comes in from Brock. He says, how can the effectiveness of violence be measured? when the definition constantly gets changed? It's a great question. For example, the right called the BLM crap a violent riot, but the left call it a peaceful protest. Did you want to answer to that, Whick?
Oh, I think that portions of the BLM movement are violent and portions are not.
Yeah, right. But do you think that the purpose of the BLM riots and the violence was specifically so that they could get enforcement change?
Yes, the BLM were trying to get enforcement. The Black Lives Matter movement is trying to get enforcement. Yes.
Yeah, I would agree that that's true. $5 comes in from Anglo-Christian again, and he says, it's people like WhickTV that used to make me, a lowly midwit, feel like an intellectual powerhouse. These days, they simply inspire me. Well, I can't say the rest of that either. But he says, praise God, I am not a violent man. Okay, well, I appreciate that.
You can praise me later, sir. But call
you're
me
not
Whick
God.
on this show.
You're not God, Whick.
Prove
Give
it.
me a break. $10 comes in from 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙, and he says, nothing. No message entered. He just wanted to show support for the stream like he always does. Appreciate that, 𝕾𝖍𝖎. $5 from Alex Jones. He doesn't say anything. He just wanted to show support for the stream. Appreciate it. $6.66 come in from Hillary Clinton. Says, how did the 9-to-5 job go for the butcher of the Balkans after the peaceful protest? How'd it go, Whick?
He was put in prison, and in prison he was killed.
Right. Yeah, so it didn't go very well, did it? There was like implicit violence, which was, kind of tossed in there.
That's such a retarded statement. Whoever's done that should probably check into their local mental institution and get themselves admitted, right? Because that's such a stupid thing to say.
Thank God we have your assertions.
You're welcome. Okay.
I mean, we do have those. Yeah, I mean, Rob, I have time for the last caller if you want to bring him in.
Okay, one more chat came in here just from Audio Slaver says, Houston, we have Whick up. All right. So
I do appreciate the puns. Puns are the best.
Emperor Dave, thanks for waiting there. Go ahead. You had a question. We're in overtime now. We're supposed to be done at midnight. So go ahead, though. Everyone's willing to stick around.
Hi, I'm Dave. Actually, my original question already got answered, unfortunately, through the call-ins. But I have a question for Whick then. With your definition of what makes a protest peaceful or violent?
Non-violent, not peaceful. But go on.
Sorry, non-violent. Can a protest be both fiery and non-violent?
Yes, you can have a very disruptive protest and it not be violent. Absolutely.
Okay. That's where I would.
You mean fiery? No, wait.
When they say fiery,
yes, literal. Yeah, I mean literal.
If they're burning shit down, then it's violent.
Like the fiery but mostly peaceful riots.
No, if they're burning shit down, it's violent. So.
All right, that's all. I just.
Well, we appreciate the call. Thanks so much.
Me. I just wanted to.
Call in again. Thanks.
Have a good day, Emperor Dave.
Yeah, I see the confusion there. Not fire is in passionately speaking.
Oh yeah.
Literal fire, right? So, all right, I think that's all we have for tonight. I enjoyed moderating this. I thought it was good. I thought there was a lot of things I hadn't thought about before. So remember, Andrew, you got a show coming up this week that you wanted to plug? You usually do a trash talk some point early in the week, right?
Lunatics. It'll be Lunatics on the Internet's coming up. We also have another debate on Saturday. It'd be 𝕵𝖎𝖎 versus Perspective Philosophy. That'll be really good. We also have Pearly Things is going up against Nina. That'll be fucking great. So we have lots of great debates coming up. Of course, Rob Knorr, we'll get him back on here tangling up with somebody. Because...
Why don't you bring Nina called me a coward one night because I was like, I got to sign off. And she messaged me on Discord, was like, do you want to talk about this? I didn't see it. And then she's like, you're a coward.
All right, I'll set you up with Nina. Listen, Nina has Sundays off. She's always said that she'll come on the Crucible on a Sunday. If you got this Sunday available, I'll do the debate, Rob.
I can't do it this Sunday. My work schedule's crazy, but I'll reach out to you. We'll find a day that works. But I'll debate anyone, as you know. Whick, would you like to shout out your channels so people know?
Certainly. Yep. So tomorrow, gang, we're going to have Vosh on my show to debate bagels on the concept of contraception. Is it good or ill for society? Tune in 6 p.m. Eastern, right? Where we have very interesting, a little less formal conversations, right? It should be fun. You can find me once again at twitch.tv/WhickTV. You can find me on YouTube at youtube.com/@WhickTV, at Whick-TV. Excuse me. minorly dyslexic here. And then you can find me on Kick at kick.com/WhickTV. We have these kinds of debates all the time. You can check me out. Saturday, we're going to have a team debate where me, Professor Meat, and Sulfur will be debating President Sunday and his team of misfits, who I'm not familiar with, on this same topic. So it should be
Is
fun.
Professor Meat the pineapple-headed guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it should be a fun and interesting.
I've never seen him, but now I have an image.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah. So I know what to expect.
And I will say this, right? Despite whatever I think or not think, I do appreciate the opportunity to come and you interlocuting with me and debating on this. I know it takes courage and balls to come and present your position and have it challenged, and so I appreciate that.
Oh, wait, are you sure? I mean,
I do.
I'm not sure that you'll ever come back to the Crucible if I'm moderating, because I'm so unfair-handed.
Because this has been so profitable for me. I'll do it again.
Oh, yes. Well, the hatred of Andrew Wilson will definitely make you money. There's no doubt that that's true.
I mean, fuck yeah. I mean, no, seriously. I'm a capitalist. I'll suffer a little.
Whick, I honestly have to say, I understand perhaps your interactions with Andrew here. You might not be entirely sensitive, but
I'll be over it tomorrow. I'm gonna be real.
But listen, I have a serious question, because this is something that I'll go to bat for. Can you name me one time that you've ever seen Andrew moderate a debate that you thought it was a biased performance?
I can't name you one time I've seen him moderate debate. So perhaps, in all fairness, that was unfair of me, right? But I'm
just saying, check it out, because I'm willing to hear criticism. Andrew's probably willing to hear criticism. I don't even know. Lefties that hate Andrew and think he should probably be deplatformed will let him moderate a debate because they know.
I would never say he should be deplatformed, right? No, I'm very anti.
That's not what he said. He said that leftists who hate my guts, like the guy you're having on tomorrow, Vosh, will tell you that I'm one of the best moderators on the internet. Ask him.
Yeah,
or I'll pretend not to know him. Like I will also say that it's been a wild time being called a leftist, because I never get called a leftist. I get called a right-wing shill and then a fascist enabler all the time on Twitch. So this has been a little bit of a topsy-turvy turnaround. So that's fun.
It's because the left's fucking insane.
Yeah, well.
That's why, because you are on the left. It's just, we tried to warn people like you for years that they'll eventually eat their own. And now that it's starting, you see people on the left like, well, this is odd, but it was always the predictable outcome that was going to happen. We'll talk to you. You don't have to worry about people like me and Andrew. We'll talk to you all day. We don't care. We're not the insane people. So,
well,
but I'm ranting now. So. All right. Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate everyone that was involved here. Andrew, Whick, all the call-ins, all the super chats. You really are what make the Crucible great. Hopefully, I will be talking to you all soon. Remember to check out Andrew's channel as the week goes on here. Thanks so much, everyone, and have a good one.
Okay, peace out, Girl Scouts. Okay, we're leaving that shit show. Oh, God, that was painful. Let me get you back on, gang. I'm going to do a little aftercare for myself, right? A little aftercare for myself. I did get heated. Maybe not the best that I got heated. Maybe I shouldn't have got heated, right? I will cede to that maybe that is not the call I should have made. But I was frustrated. Not gonna lie. I was frustrated that a serious discussion turned into this childish kind of proprietary definitions, semantics debate, where he would do this, and again, I stand by my words here, very dishonest framing of, oh, you didn't entirely word for word get my, you used assert instead of implied. Oh my God, how could you possibly not understand my argument? Motherfucker, I'm using a synonym. Calm the fuck down, right? That absolutely happened. $5 to 𝕍𝖎. Damn, about $30 from me. Don't go on Andrew's show again for the sake of my long-term future. Please let me know. Well, you know, I appreciate your money. I do. It was, yeah, was it a waste of my time, though? I don't think it was. Because money and principle before politics. Thank you for your generous 120 gift subs tonight. So, I appreciate you, sir. Hats off. Again, I had examples prepared. I had some meaty discussion where we could go through this prepared, but it became silly season, right? With this idea that all state enforcement is necessarily violent, so therefore all protests necessarily are violent and aiming towards violent ends, right? because they're aiming towards violent ends. That was absolutely the implication of his statements. Whether he said that or not, whether he wanted to dance around this or not, that was absolutely the implication of his argument. And to act otherwise is simply untrue, right? It is just untrue. Is what it is. I would talk to him again. I think it was funny, but in a sad way. I was able to, I think, properly and constructively disentangle his crazy, insane arguments, but I leave that up to you, dear audience. Dear audience, I am sure that I did not do perfect. I am certain that I could have improved and done better. But what do you think? From a just a perspective of my audience, I understand I'll be biased, right? But from a perspective of my audience, overall, did you enjoy it? Was it fun? How did I do? Would you like to see stuff like this again with other interlocutors, perhaps? You could talk with me now, 𝕶𝖓, if you want. Join my Discord. Accept the rules. Jump backstage. 𝕶𝖓, 200 bits. Just be grateful you weren't called a fascist enabler until you bleed, at which time you become a fascist. There is that. Okay, there is that. 𝕍𝖎, someone with more than 40 times brains than him, or as I like to call it, an average brain. Fair enough. 𝕵𝖔𝖎𝖙, I thought you did fine. Room for improvement is an interesting subject that requires preparation. I did prepare. I have documents, right? But I understood that he might take it to a semantic, but as people can attest in my community, I was like, man, this would be so boring if he did this, and I hope he doesn't. But lo and behold, that's what he did. Get spicy, Whick man. Jab Unreal. I left the server to join you because I think you're okay, but check your chat. Oh, sorry. I'm bad at checking chat. My bad. I will do better. Miss April Dawn, you did great. Held your ground and handled this bullshit well. Thank you. Let's bring on some callers to discuss.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
You are live.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Hey, what do you think? First of all, principles. By God, man. Thank you. It's not working. Wait, is my Discord not working?
It's working.
Yeah.
Working for me.
What's your
Yeah, sorry.
𝕍𝖎?
Sorry.
Is that here? Let me help you out, 𝕍𝖎. I'll do this for you. I don't know why it's not working for you, but I will do it just for you. I will add you, roll manually for you. Apparently it's working for other people, so it might be a you problem. But let me help you out.
I was gonna say there's a time delay on it. You have to wait.
Did you leave the server? Come back in.
Yeah, it's not just press button and get access. It's press button and wait a few minutes so that you're not literally a bot.
𝕍𝖎 3994. Again, I will try to add you. Apply the role. Give me a second. In the meantime, while I'm doing this, why don't you guys tell me what you think?
Yeah, I have like a little notepad that I was like writing about. Because I think you did really good. You were like giving your like things. I think you won. Or sorry, principals. Do you want to go first? Do you have like something?
No.
I have, like a whole ass notepad.
Yeah, run with this because basically I've been malding in Whick's chat. I'm assuming Whick saw me malding in his chat, and basically I've got plenty to say, but it could be summarized as the dude who showed up to this debate had an argument that was against the prompt itself and not against Whick's
Exactly.
position.
No, that was like that was gonna be my big bitch too. I had like a few other things before that, but like Whick, the semantic part, you should have like really like at the beginning mostly. In my opinion, like I'm really new to this debate shit. I'm really bad at it. But like the semantic part when he was like saying, "Oh, this is like violence and things like that." You should have like engaged on that, like in my opinion, like at the very beginning, because his definitions was absolutely.
He did.
He did not.
He did. It was just like his semantic arguments were only half full, and then
no, because
there was a disagreement. He went
no,
back.
Let's give him
let's do
this.
semantics.
Let's give him this. I could have engaged in a different way, and I could have engaged better. Sure, I'll see to that. Right, I'll see to that. But the reason I didn't like stick there and argue this for the entirety is because that's all we would have argued for the entire time. Right.
So like what I was saying, like what I meant by that is like the violent part at the very, very beginning is when you like look up the because he wanted to bring up the definition parts of everything. It does usually. I had to like look in other definitions of it, but like the violent or like the kidnapping thing, right? Like at the very beginning, he was just completely wrong. That's like
Well,
was bitching
can
in
I?
your chat. Sorry, go ahead.
No, just to not to dismantle anything you're saying in particular, because I think you're attacking the like specific arguments, but my
No.
fundamental problem is I guess a little more fundamental than that. That
Uh-huh.
Whick, I'm gonna give you 1,000% credit for being way calmer than I would have been, because I would have been challenging Rob as the moderator and saying, Rob, this is not what we're here to discuss. I don't give a shit what he's saying about this or that or this other thing, because these are not even related to the topic. His thesis statement is we should be talking about something other than the topic we came here to discuss. That's not productive. He didn't come with an answer to your argument. He came with an argument that he wanted to have a completely different argument.
Gang,
exactly.
If you have cameras, please turn them on just for the metric.
I do not have a camera.
Fine,
maybe I do. Hold on. I can get it. I just don't want to lose my point.
My biggest problem was there was this whole arc that he was equating appeal to violence throughout the debate for like 95%, and right at the end, when you're steelmanning his position, he said, "No, wait, appeal to violence is not equal to violence." I'm like, motherfucker, why did we have this whole violence debate for 90 minutes before this? And you were just calling it appeal to violence.
This is why I said he was dishonest, right? Is because it's this kind of dishonest tactic of asserting it one way the entire time and then pretending you did not do that at the very end and retreating to this proprietary carve out, right?
Exactly, and that's like that. That's why I was bringing up like the whole violence or like what is kidnapping was like a really big one. You know what I mean? And it's like you could have like easily won on that. And like one of the biggest things that I got really frustrated at, not with you. Sorry, one sec. Can you hear me? I'm like plugging in my camera.
I can.
Okay. Like one of the biggest things was literally like when he's like, you sent your definition to, what's his name, Rob? Is it Rob?
Yes.
Okay.
Rob Noor.
Yeah, Rob Noor. When you sent it to him, he didn't when he was like, no, I just said it to you and stuff like that. He didn't like send his definition. Like when he was saying like, I'm looking at it right now, you sent it and he didn't. You should have like pressed him on that maybe, right? Especially when he's the one being like more semantic about that. That was just like my bitch. Or like one of them.
Yeah, no, let me jump off that because exactly that point, exactly what you just said. Later in the debate, he came back and made his bullshit argument about don't ever call me a liar. And it's like, you should have nailed him to the wall and said, I sent your definition to the moderator and he read it out loud on the debate. And you said it had the word or in it and it has the word and in it. And if you ask any fucking computer programmer on the planet if and or mean the same thing, they are going to laugh in your face.
Mm-hmm.
I think the problem is that Whick went in good faith over there and was hoping that it wouldn't get stuck on like small, minor 2-word, 3-letter, 2-letter fucking words.
Yeah.
No, but it's Andrew Wilson.
That's why Whick didn't like write down didn't expect to write down every single definition, every single point.
But
yeah, exactly. That's why I was malding, because I'm like, I'm hearing this and I'm having the answer, but I'm not in the hot seat, right? I'm not there being prepared for a completely different discussion and having this guy play dictionary boss over me.
Yeah, that dictionary at the end, like.
Yeah, but it's like Andrew Wilson. It's like what he usually does. I don't know if like
it is.
Yeah, so it's like, hold on, I'm trying to turn my camera.
I don't. To be clear, I don't. Again, I wasn't being facetious when I say I don't usually watch his content.
Yeah, no, I try to like. Hold on, just making it work. Okay. I usually do try to like watch a lot of like other things. I think Andrew's like from like where he comes from is my shit loading?
It is not, but that's okay. I will say that if I want to watch right-wing content, I'll go to someone like Lactoid, right?
Sure. Hold on. Let me try this.
Or I'll go to 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜, or I'll go to some other people. I think.
How is this not working?
Yeah, I just think that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you please. I've already spoken a bunch. You please.
Okay. Whatever.
I was gonna say there was a moment really early on in the debate when he started to bring up like, oh, I think it was literally in the opening statement where he was talking about, oh, like sociology studies, they say all of this and that. And the moment that you started to kind of like chirp in with like, that's not my study though, but that's not the one I'm talking about. there was a moment like he physically had a reaction to that. That's and I don't know. I really hoped that he wouldn't be such an asshole, but the moment that happened, I think he was like, "Oh, well, I'm just gonna dick around because like clearly I prepared wrong."
$5 for fondue. You need to be prepared for the worst case scenario. Semantics are frustrating, but you need to find a way to power through it. That's what I tried. Like again, I was torn whether the best way to deal with it would simply just be to concede and accept his definition, which is the way I went, versus or tried to go, to be clear. But he's like, no, I need you to tell me whether you believe it. Like what I believe isn't like the point here. Either way, right? Whether you accept the definition or don't accept the definition, my point stands. That's my whole point.
Okay.
But
Whick.
just real quick, let me finish it.
No, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. But the other option was just to meme on it the whole time, which maybe I should have done. So
No, absolutely. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please. I was
gonna say like engaging in good faith is like probably something that a lot of people are gonna like really love you about. It's like something he started like towards the beginning. Like he started calling you.
He was the first one to use a slur or like the R
yeah,
word
he called him retarded or something. Or sorry, I can't say that in here, right? I forget. Is it okay? Like,
I'll give you.
I'm cool with that.
I'll
R word pass. Whick shall give you the R word pass.
I'm
first.
I'm gonna stand up for Whick and say one of his panelists is just going to respectfully ask that I'm not offended, but please don't say it again.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I won't do it again. And I forgot my point. Anybody else go? Like the good faith part is like something that like a lot of people who like watch your show, like including me, is like really cool with seeing. It started to feel like bad faith when he said that, and nobody was like willing to engage with each other anymore, which was it was getting a little frustrating to me, especially when there was
a point right during the debate where I just checked out. I was like, okay,
wait,
guys.
I have a question real quick. Do you think in such a debate with like people like Andrew Russell, a 2v2 might be better because when their own side might run into stumbling blocks on semantics, then
maybe I don't know tactically. I think it could go either way, right?
I mean,
Can
from
I offer another tactic?
Yeah.
This is your third way centrist person that Whick and I have argued about voting strategy, and we're not here to talk about that. I'm just pointing out, like, maybe there's a thing you didn't think about. Here would be my take. You said you basically have two angles. You either engage him on the semantics, or you concede and try to press forward, or you meme on it. I would say there's a fourth answer there, and the fourth answer is you point out relentlessly how bad faith the argument is, that it is not furthering the conversation, that you came here to talk about the difference between these two things, not about whether or not they exist.
Exactly. It's like the two and the four. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please. That's fundamentally my argument.
I think Whick did that like initially quite a few times before giving up and realizing like they just don't listen to this part.
I didn't hear him make that argument aggressively to say we are fundamentally not having the same conversation.
So, in my opinion, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. I keep cutting you off. It's the worst time.
Just on that, I just think that hanging on to like those couple of points is just when Whick starts doing it, then like Whick looks like the bad guy.
No, Whick never looked.
I'm saying if Whick just starts hanging on to it and becoming aggressive over semantics as well, or like what's good faith, what's bad faith, and all of that. I'm just saying, I don't know.
Sure.
I don't think that's a semantic argument though. That when you're saying this was the prompt we came here to discuss, and you are not arguing the prompt we're here to discuss.
Sure, and I think at the beginning he started like bitching about like what violence is or like what, and then like the semantic part is like, oh, do you think there's like non-violent and violent but bullshit? And then you can like look up, and then I think is like when it got to the what was it? Oh God, I can't even remember. It was the like what is or kidnapping part, and then like the thing you should have brought up, in my opinion, is like the violence part, right? So it's like, what is violence? I think you could have done that like semantically and like just discuss what is violence. Like do what he did and literally be like, okay, this is like the Google definition of like what that or what violence is, right? And like a lot of the time,
I don't like that. I understand that I could have done it. Maybe it would have been more effective, but just as a personal level, I'm falling asleep even thinking about it. Right?
Yeah. But like, if he's gonna like bring it to that battleground, like you should probably engage with it because like he would have just been correct
Sure,
the whole
From
time.
moment
Like,
one, though, he really was saying that violence is basically anything, and regardless of whether or not they were going to agree on violence or any other definition, his whole thing was like, no, well, it still then reinforces a structure of oppression. Basically,
no. She wasn't
Yeah.
sorry. She wasn't
I
saying
don't
that.
think he said oppression.
She was saying that if you're trying to challenge something, that there's gonna be violence. If you're gonna protest something, if you're gonna leave your house and go join people to walk down the road to protest, that there's gonna be violence.
That's just like not true. He can't prove that.
That was his
whatsoever.
point.
Well, and I saw 100
sorry.
good examples of like, is a hunger strike violence? Is sitting on a porch chair outside my local post office to protest the cost of stamps violence?
Apparently, if it's private property, then yes.
Right, and that's like,
Yeah, but it's not violence, though. That's not violence.
That's why the semantic or the definitional argument of violence was very important to bring up, because it's obviously not violence. Like when you bring the definition up, right? Like even legally, like you have to like go down like a couple stages. Like the very basic definition is like usually physically involved, and then you have to go down to like freaking like sexual, and then like the one tier below is like emotional violence, right? He'd have to bring the emotional violence argument out, right?
But
no,
okay,
I don't
He wasn't doing that.
I have a question on that. So the basic sort of foundation that was being put was that, hey, for every legal whatever action or rule or law, there has to be an implicit violent threat from the state towards a citizen, because otherwise that wouldn't be enforced. Do we all agree to that? Because I personally don't.
No, I don't.
But I just disagree with the premise.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't agree with that, but that was his argument. That was the objection I was just
exactly.
Was that was not what he was arguing. That was not what he was arguing. He was arguing what I apologize. I don't know your name, but whatever you just said, that was what he said.
No, but the truth is he'd argue both. Right?
He would argue both.
He argued both, and depending on which I tried to tackle, he would claim he would argue the other one, which was maybe frustrating.
Yeah. But like it was always like different levels of like when you guys were talking. So he would be like on this side at that one time, and then like you'd bring something up, and then like he'd like argue the opposite.
Yeah, but that's his problem. Like,
no, it is.
No one can do anything about it.
I think I will say this. I think that people recognize that, and I don't think it went well for him. Right? If I had to judge based just if I try, and I know I'm not perfect at this, I have my biases, but I think people recognized it for the most part, right? And
they
like,
did in his chat.
silly, right?
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
No, I sent you some screenshots of.
Wick, I was in both chats
for both of you.
Yeah. I was in both chats. A lot of his chat. Usually they're like pretty. I don't want to like be rude. They're pretty. I want to say dogmatic, culty, like.
Bound to happen.
Yeah, they love this guy,
fans,
and even
like,
like
way to put it.
Yeah, fans, like big fans of his, and they were even like, yeah, I don't know about this one, Andrew, and that's what I was saying. Is like I don't know if like he was doing, because he's a really good debater, and he's a really good host, by the way.
Was he a good debater?
Not this one.
No.
You say that. You say he's a really good host and a really good debater, and
he normally
he's not one. So
he's very
different. I think he's a good debater, like within his community or within his circle of.
I think he has like some decent points for like when he's like trying to bring up like other people. I can't remember anything specifically, but like also the good host thing was like something I wanted to bring up. But you were like, oh, I'll never let him host. He's actually pretty reasonable.
He's a good moderator normally.
Yeah, moderator. That's the word I was looking for. I'm sorry.
But I understand. I mean, it's.
I just think like
no,
I'm
just
sure.
real quick,
Wick,
Moderator, he did beat you about the head, Wick. Can you explain? I mean, maybe, but can you elaborate? You guys can talk while he elaborates, but I'm curious.
The only way that his arguments were strong in a debate is if we're talking about like 8th grade debate club. I'm sorry, I'm going to be that petty about it. This was an argument about definitions that didn't further the actual conversation you were trying to have.
This was like,
It's like the debate bro version of
what people keep saying, like what children ask, like why, or why does the moon go around the Earth? Why does gravity exist? Why does this happen? Like
I will say this.
Grown-up version of that argument.
I have been in debates.
I love you, Zephyr.
I have been in debates where oh my God, I am doing poorly, right? I know, right? I know when I'm doing poorly. Okay, I can recognize it. I can sense it. I'm like, oh man, shit, I'm on the back foot here. I felt frustrated during the debate. I felt annoyed during the debate, but I never felt I was on the back foot. Maybe that's because I'm biased, right? And that's probably true. But he hit my plan from the start. What was my plan? I'm not. My plan was to have an honest and open debate.
Yeah.
So yes, in that you are correct. He hit that from the start. Yes, absolutely. If my plan was to have an honest and open debate, his plan was to have semantics. And so yes, he defeated me from that perspective. I agree.
No, he didn't defeat from,
So-
maybe. Oh, sorry.
I
go ahead.
have a question for
I don't
Whick,
even
like,
think he won on
based
that
on the-
argument. Sorry.
So, Whick, I think you agreed to his premise that, okay, all enforcement
For
is
the sake of
inherently violent.
conversation.
Yeah, I know you did that, but like, I'm assuming you don't actually believe that, like, on a
No, that's retarded.
personal level, right?
Well, sorry, I apologize.
Whoa! How dare
It
you?
was diagnosably dumb. Let's say that. Let's diagnosably dumb. Obviously,
He caught
not.
himself and corrected it. That's the important part.
Yes, is obvious. That's just obviously not true. Now, you can make this logical leap, right? Where you can argue logically, like you could take me down a logic train where, yes, all state enforcement involves this implicit threat of violence, but I think that's silly and no one talks like that. No one means that. No one actually believes that, right? And I don't think he believes it either. Because again, whenever you mentioned ways of pressuring institutions that did not involve violence, such as boycotts, he retreated, oh, well, that's not a protest, it's an argument, which is part of the proprietary definition problem. Like he would retreat to his proprietary definition carve out. And I mean, he was effective at that in annoying me. So yes, if his goal was to annoy me and get me to kind of mold a little bit, sure.
I think that's always his goal, excuse me, and why he usually does semantic stuff like that, and be like, I never said that, or that's not my point, or something like that, or can you do so? But
He's in
there
his
was
blood
like
sports era, I feel.
yeah, he is, but that's fine. Like, I think one thing, because that's why you should like done the semantic thing, in my opinion, because he was completely wrong about like everything at the beginning. But like when you got into protest and boycott at the end, that is actually different. You can argue that a boycott is a form of protest, but it's not, and that's like what the semantic thing comes in, which would
Well,
be
boycotts
like
have absolutely been used as a form of protest to get rid of.
sure, but that's the
regimes.
semantic part of it, right? Like a protest isn't a boycott, and I think that's like
Yeah.
what he was trying to argue. So like that's like
well,
the semantic.
I mean,
He
it
was
falls
trying to
under the
argue
umbrella
everything,
of-
like,
Yeah,
whatever works for him.
That's all of A is B, but only part of B is A. That's a literally brain dead argument.
Well,
That's
that,
very
all
convenient.
squares
But if you want to
argument
do
from
the semantic
convenience.
argument,
all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares.
but like
That's what it is.
he could have literally said like, okay, maybe a boycott isn't a protest, and he would have like won there, like, right? Instead of like all violence or like
Yeah.
nonviolence is violence.
Well,
Like
but for
semantically, like he
for
probably
Mr.
won.
Category error over there, that seems like a pretty obvious place to nail him back. Is to say, what was that about a category error?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I
Fair
was
enough.
like, okay.
I mean, it's true, possible, right? Like it's possible that that's a missed opportunity. I'll say that.
Can't have
No, it's
two
okay. I was
limits.
just that's why I was just like wanting to talk to you. Is like the semantic thing might actually work in your favor with these types
Hey.
of debates. Like you probably would have like whooped his ass on semantics.
I just don't like it.
That's fair, but like you're also good faith. He wasn't.
You
It doesn't
could
seem like
see
he was being
that.
good faith. So that's like
Mhm.
that was like my point.
Yeah, I get you. What were you saying, sir?
I
Jabbar,
want 2 minutes.
you want 2
well-
minutes? Go ahead.
Yeah, for starters, the first 30 minutes of the conversation were okay. After a while, it was really, really, really fucking boring. And it was really, really fucking boring because the Wilson guy was stuck. His head was like here. He wasn't moving at all. He was like thinking that whenever someone protests, there will be violence, which in most cases is true. and Whick, you were after a while you were just molding, and you defeated both of you. You defeated the purpose of the debate. It wasn't a debate after the first 30 minutes. And that's for the protest part. If you really want to make the world better and change the status quo, and you want to do it through protesting, walking down the street with many people, there's gonna be violence. Money and power are never given away for free, never.
But there is a difference between when the violence. Just real quick, there's a difference when the violence comes from the state versus when the violence comes from the protesters.
Yeah.
And that is my point. Because non-violence.
I'd rather have violence from protesters rather from the state.
But
in most cases.
actually no, because violence from the state is less effective than the non-violence from the protesters, and we can demonstrate this, right? We could demonstrate this through the Montgomery bus boycotts, right? The state enacted violence in order to try to force Martin Luther King and the Montgomery bus boycotters in order to ride the buses. They would go and beat the shit out of these people, right? They would enact violence on the state. Who won that contest? Was it the state or was it the protesters?
The protesters.
Yes. So if you want to successfully enact change, and that's not the only evidence I have here. We can go down the line, right? We could look at again at the Iranian Revolution, right, of 78. The state enacted violence, forcing these people, coercing these people, dragging them out of their homes, and killing them. And so what would happen is they'd hold a protest, the state would kill them, then they would hold a funeral for the person they killed as another technical protest, and they were able to win because of the state violence done against them.
Yeah, that's how it works most of the time.
So yes, I would rather the violence come from the state, because that means it is more likely, not entirely 100% sure, but more likely for the protests to win. Assuming I agree with the protest, let's be clear.
Yes, I just don't like violence from the state. That's all.
Sure, I mean, like, in an ideal world, I'd rather there not be violence.
Yeah. Well, that was like another thing, though. It's like he kept saying like all enforcement is violence. Like that's not true, in my opinion.
Well,
like enforcement, like laws or like
in most
other
cases.
things like that was like another thing I was bitching about. Like, do you think like getting a ticket is violence? Like that was so curious about that one.
No, it's not. But
his point was violence. What he's doing is, there's that famous Jordan Peterson interview where he says, like, what if I don't use the pronouns? They'll say they'll fine you. What if I refuse to pay the fines? Basically, Jordan Peterson was getting at, eventually you will turn violent against me. And for him, that's this entire argument that eventually, yes, any enforcement of law is like, but has the potential to turn violent, which it has the potential to, but most likely it won't. Like 99% of the times it doesn't.
Sure, but like a potentiality does, like, it's not violent inherently, right? Which is like why I was like so confused.
I would say in the modern world, the state will not turn violent until the perpetrator turns violent first.
What's that mean? How
or at least in modern Western world.
Unless you're in the United Arab Emirates or somewhere there.
Yeah.
If you're there, you're fucked.
To be fair, even
in
the
the context of like
States
Western world, right?
Yeah, in the Western world, yes.
Well, can I crack that open for a second? Because one thing that I think you pointed out there that maybe is, I don't know that I have the right answer, but it might be interesting to explore is, like, at what point does it become violence, right? Because if we're talking about the difference between, okay, well, so you're going to be sent to prison or whatever, and I'm going to go on a hunger strike. I know the Jordan Peterson argument you were just referencing, right? But so at what point do we say, dude, 99% of our society, not like the majority, right? Not there's like some kind of significant moral question here. So like the example of like a speeding ticket, right? Get a speeding ticket, you refuse to pay it. Eventually you go to jail. Eventually you decide to go on a hunger strike. And at some point we're at loggerheads. And the point is, did they actually invoke violence on you, or did you invoke violence on yourself? Because everybody agrees that this is not a big deal, that you're making this a big deal, and that when we're talking about enforcement, there's all kinds of enforcement that falls well short of violence.
The only potential for violence in like a speeding ticket scenario is if you resist arrest. Like if it goes so big, like you owe $20,000 or something, and the state has to arrest you.
Just let me make some money, gang. $5 for fondue to say state violence against protesters in Syria destroyed the country. Yes. Again, we can do this where we point out examples that are contrary to the general rule, Absolutely, right? Still, the general rule remains.
Also, if state violence destroyed the country, then state violence didn't work because the country doesn't exist anymore.
And if you're gonna raise me Syria, I'm gonna double raise you Libya, because I'm sure what happened with Gaddafi there was a great thing.
Yeah.
When he took power or when he lost
I'm
it?
curious. I'm curious.
When he was stabbed in the anus on camera by insurgents that had overthrown his regime.
Oh,
what came after that was arguably not a preferable outcome to continuing to protest peacefully.
I want to interject here simply because we have a celebrity in our group here. Someone I haven't talked to in a minute, and I would like to hear from. I'm curious.
It's me.
He debated Big Papa Fascist before.
Yeah.
I'm curious what Professor Meat's honest, and please be honest. If you want to be brutal, please go ahead. What's your opinion of how it went, how I did? What are your thoughts here?
I mean, the semantic strategy is something Andrew does a lot. I just wanted to come up. I understand it to some. I think you did fine. You sort of did what I think is a fine strategy to be like, hey, this is ridiculous, right? There's always going to be a demographic of people, I think, especially in the Twitch poll space, that are sort of debate brain, in the sense that they sort of look past, like a normal person's going to look at what's being said and say, does this actually make any sense? But there's a demographic of people, particularly in Twitch poll, that are so inundated in this debate culture that they say, well, did you technically they actually care about the semantic rhetoric tactical games, and they'll say, well, did you rhetorically, tactically, semantically properly defend? And they'll actually care about that stuff. So I think for most people, especially for reasonable people, just going, this is obviously not what we're talking about is I think that's basically fine. But if you wanted, and I understand you were sort of in a space of I don't want to enable this behavior by addressing it, I'm just going to call it out, and I think that's fine if that's what you want to do. Sure. But I do think there's a couple strategies you maybe could deploy, because I've thought about this a lot, because I hate tactical semantics. It's one of the most frustrating things that you can possibly have in a conversation. So one thing that was very specific, I've got a specific thing and then a general thing.
Please.
So the specific thing in this case that might have been useful is, depending on how comfortable you might have been deploying it, is so one of the things he did at one point is that he was trying to basically say, you were I'm talking about X, violent protests or whatever. And a big part of his strategy, or what he did in the debate, was to say, well, X is also Y. Are you not okay with Y, right? Trying to lump things into your Venn diagram. And you weren't talking about Y. You were talking about X. That's why it's a semantic thing, right? And it's obvious that you're not talking about Y, because when you brought up at one point that so you're just saying that these things are just as bad as each other, that violent protests or that the enforcement of the state or whatever is just as bad as any form of violence. And he said, no, I don't think those things are the same. And so at that point, a strategy that was particular just to this could have been that you could have just pointed that out and been hey, okay, so you agree these things are different. Well, whatever that difference is, that's what I'm talking about, right? At which point, maybe he could have said, all right, well, it's a spectrum. At what point is violence bad versus good? Blah, 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 blah. So what I like to do in these situations when I'm dealing with this sort of tactical semantics, is everyone knows that you're not talking about the thing that he's trying to say is included in violence. Everyone knows that whatever he's trying to lump into that terminology is not what you are trying to talk about, right? That's completely obvious. So at that point, I think there's two things that are pretty good universals to deploy against this type of tactical semantics, which is one, asking, what do you think I mean when I say violence, right? Because then when he says, well, semantics are important, you can basically be well, if you understand what I mean, then it isn't important, because you understood what I meant. And of course he has to give the correct answer when you ask him, what do you think I mean when I say violence? I guess he could try to tactically say, I don't know what he might have done. I guess you could always say, he might have been able to say, well, I don't know what you mean when you say violence. In my opinion, that would have made him look silly. The other thing you can do is you can always, this is my favorite thing to do, because in my opinion it makes the other person look the most foolish, is you make up a word, flub-dub or something. Literally, the more retarded the word, the better it actually sound, the better it looks rhetorically, in my opinion. You make up some retarded word, flub-dub or whatever, and you say, okay, I'm using this term, it's called flub-dub, and then you give your definition of what you're talking about. If they try to nitpick you on semantics, you change that. You say, okay, sorry, let me redefine this. This is what I mean when I say flub-dub. And you just invent your own term, and then they have to talk about flub-dub because they're playing such semantic games that it's like, it doesn't matter. Everyone, like, it's obvious that you're not talking about the thing they're talking about. So just make your own words. So they don't have any other. There is no definition for flub-dub for them to appeal to, right? So they kind of try.
Oh, that's nice.
That's an option, at least. Those are just my thoughts. But I understand also if you like don't want to enable it, right?
This is a good thought process, and yeah, maybe, right? But again, like I guess my visceral dislike of semantic games maybe did not serve me well, and I was like, fine, I don't want to fucking play this game.
Well, I also think it's fine if you're like, I'm just going to call the semantics. I don't want to deal with the semantics. I don't want to contend with them because I don't want to enable them. Like, even on principle, I think that's fine.
On principle, that's probably fine. But like, dude, he probably would have won. Like, really, dude, even he wasn't even engaging much with the semantic games, and everybody was like agreeing with him. Like, even on his side, it's like in both chats, and they're like, Whick's probably a little more right here right now. At the end, when they're like doing viewer call-ins, everybody was like, I don't know about this one. I think if you engage,
and Professor Meat, feel free to disagree with me, but I personally think that playing that semantic games would probably be more harmful in the context of this debate, like towards the audience. I think that it was like how the way Whick handled it, or the strategy that Whick was using, was probably the best strategy for today, at least.
So I think it appeals. I think it appeals the best. I think it appeals the best. It's gonna like universally work against like reasonable people, I think. But that's why I say, like, there's this whole demographic of like rhetorician. Oh, well, if I'm being a computer and I'm reading through the most precise 2 + 2 = 4 definition of these words that I can possibly parse, well, did you technically contend with that? There will be people who will literally, like, these people exist in a wide demographic in Twitch poll for some reason. Well, I know why, because they're so inundated in the debate culture that they are like lemons following the herd. But they look at the debate culture on Twitch poll, and they'll actually look at a debate like this, and they'll be like, yes, obviously, this is like, Whick is not talking about what BPF is talking about, like, or what Andrew's talking about. Obviously, that's the case. But then they'll say that, and then they do this weird thing where they divorce the rhetoric from the truth, and they'll say, even though I see that, I think that BPF won the debate because Whick didn't verbally, semantically deconstruct the argument that BPF was making, right? And I think it's fine not to want to appeal to those people, but I do think it's good to like be aware of the fact that I do think there are arguments you can make that can both appeal to that can appeal to those people that don't necessarily lose you the let's say the default reasonable demographic, if that makes sense.
Can I ask for your take on my take? Is that allowed?
Me?
Yeah, you.
What was your take?
Sorry, I'm not very good with names.
No, you're fine. Professor Meat Dallas, whatever you want to call him.
Thank you, Professor. I was gonna say I was addressing you in chat like a minute ago. I typed your name out, but I already forgot it.
Oh yeah, I just rage post in chat. And then don't look, see if anyone responded.
So. But basically to the point that you're making about that you can engage on the semantic argument and that this weird segment of Twitch poll is potentially swayed by these otherwise meaningless semantic arguments, right? That anyone else who showed up to the debate was not looking for that, but that you could potentially reroute the discussion and win them at the same time by driving very hard on the point of you are having a conversation that is not the actual debate prompt. You're asking
I think
to have
that's
a different conversation.
I think that's a potential thing that you could do, yeah, because basically you could point out that, like, okay, well, so when now Andrew's counter would be, well, it is technically the debate prompt, and I guess you could maybe deploy some kind of strategy, like, all right, that's not what I'm here to debate. I'm not here to debate whether or not the violence of the state enforcing itself is more effective as a means of protest. Like, is that even protest? Like, I'm not here to debate whether or not any protest is Like if all protests are somehow included under the category, like we're obviously the question of the debate necessarily precludes a differentiation of different types of protests, and I have a differentiation of those types of protests. If you're going to say there is no difference between different types of debates, well then you're here debating a different thing than me. I do think that that's definitely an option.
Yeah, because I was going to say my other piece here would be that if his counter is, well, let's get into what is the specific prompt, that the obvious counter back would be, hey, Rob, you're the moderator. What is the fucking prompt?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Rob, what did you when you made this prompt? Did you think now Rob could always, there's always the possibility the moderator might be like, well, I think the prompt is open for interpretation. In which case, I don't know. Maybe you could always leave it at that. I mean, there's always a spectrum of these things, right? Where I think when these types of semantic games are being played, there's always, when you're not arguing in the best of faith, there's a tool that you have where you don't actually ever have to address a truth that's being pointed out, no matter how obvious. So there's always a spectrum where there's always a possibility of like a truth just being ignored. Yeah, you just have to decide how happy you are with. You're not going to convince everyone. You have to decide how happy you are with being like, okay, despite the fact that not everyone here is agreeing that this is ridiculous, I think I've made it clear enough. So
that's true. I think Whick did a good job of that.
Yeah, that's why I think Whick did fine. I wouldn't like necessarily criticize him.
I normally don't do one-on-one debates, so this was kind of an experiment test. But okay, Sulfur. I don't think I've heard your critique. What critiques would you have of me?
No, I think you did good. Honestly, I'm really sad because I started off the night. I was like, oh, maybe Andrew will be really like nice. And obviously that didn't happen, and kind of the thing that we had talked about previously ended up being the thing that happened. No, I think if you had kind of played heavier into the memeing, because the moment that you started to kind of like volley anything back with him, he just wasn't playing ball. No matter what you did. No, I don't know if I have a critique. I think you did. I think you did as well as it was gonna go.
Fair enough.
And yeah, but I'll hop off. It's about 2 a.m. my time.
I'm about to get off myself. But thank you, gang,
guys,
for being here. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And remember, tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, 𝕵𝖎 versus 𝕵𝖎𝖙. Contraception. Be there. Peace out, Girl Scouts. Bye. We're gonna rate out. Who are we rating into? Let's rate in Prime Guy.
Later, guys.
Bye. See you later, Jabbar.
See you.